linked. No, wait, no, not that one, not that one. God damn it. There you go. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen of chat. Welcome to the stream. It is 10:37 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm coming to you, so it's a little bit early. It's a little early, but we're gonna maybe go for a while. I found an interesting individual last night that I thought I would want to share with people. And I'm busting, Jerry. I'm busting. I gotta share it with people as quick as possible. He seems to be like mostly a relatively well-meaning person, although there's a few things, but we'll get into that. I also, later on the stream, I would like to take a look at some of the bad One Piece reviews for the new Netflix show, because as it turns out, the new Netflix show is very good. It's very good. It's got some things that are goofy about it, and I don't think people are fully aware that it's supposed to be silly. Like, there's a part where a guy answers one of the snail phones, which in and of itself, it's a snail phone. It's live action. It's a snail phone. It looks great. It looks disgusting. I love it. But then he answers it, and then the voice on the other end is like a cartoon, like, and like it's a fully serious scene. But like you can hear them on the other hand, on the other line, just kind of like you can kind of make out what they're saying too. It's like straw hat, sir. It's so stupid that I just have trouble with anybody that doesn't like it. There's some good, bad reviews. IGN gave it a lower review than the Cowboy Bebop show, which I think they also gave Starfield a lower review than... Hang on, let me check the Discord here. They gave Starfield a lower review score than... Well, they gave it a 7. And people are just like, oh my god, guys, it's not the game of the year. It's not the game of the generation like everybody thought it would be, because IGN gave it a 7. And then Tristan just posted the classic God Hand 3 out of 10 next to Imagine Party Babies for the Wii with a 7 out of 10. 7.5, actually. Which is better than One Piece God on IGN. So Imagine Party Babies, according to IGN, Imagine Party Babies for the Wii is objectively better than the One Piece show by Netflix. Also, I like the people that say it's by Netflix, like Netflix willed it into existence. There's some fucking pretentious-ass article on, like, Polygon or some shit that's like, Netflix has done what it always does and turned it into content. And it's like, you know that the creator of the series was, like, heavily involved in this, right? Like very heavily involved? You're not aware of that? Alright, okay. No, it just got wrestled away from him by evil Netflix, I guess. But, yeah, we're gonna maybe get into that in a little bit. First and foremost, though, I think I have some other weird shit to look at, too, but first and foremost, this gentleman here, the Catholic gaming nerd. I'm not even looking at chat right now, because some idiot in chat is gonna be the fucking guy who's like, no, I refuse to watch it! Nope, I'm not gonna watch it! I refuse! And it's like, okay, man, I'm not even dealing with you right now, with one of you fucking brainworm people. But the Catholic gaming nerd is an individual who, and the reason that I found this person, this one was kind of a meme, a little bit. This is like, I think, his most popular video, and this is from 6 years ago. He got this in January of 2017, unboxing the new 3DS and thanking God for it is the name of the video. And I saw this and I kind of thought it was a joke, but no, I'm pretty sure it's just real. Because looking at the rest of his channel, I think it's just real. Also, his voice.
Good morning, my friends. This is Paul, and this is a very different type of video.
It's a little bit. It's a bit of a shame. It's a bit of a shame.
Than I'm typically used to filming.
Seems like a nice man, though.
Technically, two people who I guess you could also say are my subscribers suggested this to me, and it hadn't even crossed my mind that this would be something people would want to see. But they said that people really love this kind of stuff, so okay.
The angry video game Catholic, that's right. Well, I watched a few. I didn't actually watch this one last night. This is the popular one, and I was like, oh yeah, this is funny. I didn't actually watch it all the way through, but I watched a few of his other videos. This is like the tamest thing on his channel. This is what people, I guess, would have known him for, was unboxing this 3DS and being, like, thanking God for it. I think he's, like, a little bit in on the joke here, maybe. But there's some other videos that I did see. I mean, again, the description, the title of the stream is only somewhat descriptive. It doesn't even bring up the fact that he like pities the gays or whatever. And there's a whole trans thing. It's gonna be interesting.
Okay, the first comes from someone that I talk to at a regular basis at work, and I don't know if she wants to be named, but she said that I should do an unboxing video.
Someone.
Well then, my girlfriend decided to make it even cooler by saying, make sure you thank God for what you're unboxing. So, I decided to do both. I ordered a new Nintendo 3DS. You can't really see it too well because it's a generic old box, but I'm going to open the box and the game that came...
And he's just going to... I mean, at least we don't have... Okay, well, what's the game? Hang on.
I never actually owned this.
Oh, it's Animal Crossing. Okay, at least he doesn't have like a fire alarm going off in the whole video, just like the old DSP thing.
The system.
Final Fantasy.
The new Nintendo 3DS.
So this was in 2017, and the quality of this video is pretty low. Wait, is this not a real? Wait, oh, it's like I think from GameStop or something. This says like recharged or something. New Nintendo 3DS XL.
Right now, stupid update on my computer. Go away. This is important.
Fuck you, computer.
So, as we open it, now this is refurbished, so it's not brand new, but it's new to me, so who cares?
If I haven't seen it, it's new to me. Okay, where does he praise God for it?
Additional trigger buttons, micro SD card.
Okay, that's cool,
new
but
Welcome Amiibo, and a new 3DS XL. And hopefully, I'll be able to test out Xenoblade Chronicles 3D.
Well, that's great. Oh, with the replacement case. Oh.
Hyrule Warriors Legends.
Oh, man. That's awesome. On the 3DS. Are you going to thank God
so,
for it?
Thank you very much for watching.
Don't thank
Please
me.
Let me know if you'd like me to do any other
micro. Where is he thanking God for it?
Did you look at that? What a whopper!
I mean, it's got a bunch of fucking shit on the back.
Of a system this is. And
I guess it still works, so
put
that's
into
fine.
Perspective, how much of a whopper it is, if I can find my work uniform.
He's not gonna thank Jesus for it. Man, whatever. Maybe he did. Maybe I skipped over it. But this is the Catholic Gaming Nerd. And again, that's the video that blew up, because I guess just the title alone is funny. He's buying a 3DS and thanking God for it. An apology to my gaming audience. Let me see. So he's got a bunch of playlists here. And the thing is, if you look at, say, Just Paulism, we get some things like The Beauty of the Friend Zone over here. I'm a time traveler. Yes, really. This might be a joke. I haven't watched a bunch of these. My fears and concerns. There's some of these that could be really funny, but for obvious reasons, I gravitated towards things like The Beauty of the Friend Zone, as well as some other stuff that we'll see. I searched up a few things. We're gonna watch this video here. I don't know. This is from a year ago, so like, I don't even know if this is something where he would say like, oh, that's one of my old videos. I don't agree with that anymore or something. But this is from pretty recent. Let's just, I mean, well, maybe he'll teach you something. Maybe he'll teach you something. It's the angriest Catholic ever heard. He's the angry Catholic gaming nerd. Mad
Good
Cope.
afternoon, my friends. This is...
Oh god, jump scare, oh god.
Paul, I really hope you'll forgive me for the fan in the background. It's just...
We don't hear the fan. It's maybe the Anytime Fitness logo that looks like a slightly displaced swastika. Maybe that you could... I don't know. I guess I forgive you for that, but I don't hear the fan, bro.
Really hot. I tried to put it so that I was on one side of the room and the fan was on the other. So hopefully it's as far away as possible from the camera, but I'm not perfect. I don't have the ability to be God.
Yeah, no, that's true. There are many Catholics who have been angrier than this gaming nerd. Let me see here. $10 from Evan White. I haven't been able to catch you live in a while, but I've been staying up to date with the trash through the Fan Archive channel. Here's some Kush cash for the sweet content you provide, Claw. Hell yeah, you know, just in honor of that. Thank you, I appreciate it. I hope that you enjoy this stream. I hope the stream finds you well. I can tell you with confidence that you'll enjoy this video. This is a 20-minute video almost. We'll be here for a little while. The next at least 40 minutes, I got you covered on this fucking video. And then there's other videos that I've seen that are also funny. There's other ones I haven't seen that I would like to take a look at. And I don't know, we'll probably look at some other things too, but we're gonna be in for a little bit. So if you're here now, hopefully you can stick around. And that goes for everybody. I hope everybody is enjoying themselves.
So I hope you'll forgive me for not being a miracle maker. Today's episode...
He can't be God, by the way. That's what he said. He's got a fan in the background, and that's what he's talking about.
Camera, but I'm not perfect. I don't have the ability to be God, so I hope you'll forgive me for not being a miracle maker. Today's episode...
It's like trying to guilt us or something. Like, yeah, I hope you'll forgive me if I have a bit of a fan in the background. I'm so sorry. I'm so... Crucify me. Oh! I don't know, maybe that's not how he intended it, but...
of Just Paulism is going to be talking about why I think the friend zone is actually very underrated, and how I think more...
let me just say, the friend zone is very underrated. £2 from Cami Fi. Bro doesn't need puberty when he has God. Bro has a bag on the bus? Yeah, no, I just wanted to read that after he said that the friend zone was underrated.
People should be willing to give the friend zone a try. And to be rejoicing whenever you have a trusted friend or multiple trusted friends that you can go to when you have troubles. Or just to hang out and have a good time so that you're, not alone.
Somebody says, why does he have a trans voice? Well, I think you'll find out in a little while that would not be a compliment, in his opinion. We'll see.
Everyone deserves company. Even priests in the Catholic Church who take a vow of celibacy. If they're a diocesan priest, they're communicating with everyone in their parish. And if they're an order priest, then they have a community of what they call brothers that they live with. So even if you're not the type that's interested in marriage, I'm pretty sure almost all of you at least want some form of companionship. So the friend zone is more or less marriage for everyone, but without having sex, without trying to have kids.
Marriage for everyone is what the friend zone is, everybody. This guy has a very interesting view of what exactly constitutes the friend zone, as you will discover in a little while. I won't spoil anything too much for you, but a little hint that I'll give you is that the thumbnail for this video is him, and another video about friend zoning down here, is him, in this one, embracing a woman, and in this one, just sitting next to a woman. And I will just say that this woman appears at least not in this video. I haven't watched the other one there. But, just that's your little clue of something is going on here a little bit.
It's kind of redundant.
But he has a very strange opinion of what exactly the friend zone is, and he's talking about, like...
So the
like, people... friend zoning is a marriage for all, but just without the sex and things. I think that's what he thinks friendship is, but I don't know if he recognizes that regular friendship and friend zoning are, like, vastly different things. You know, but outright I'll just say that the obvious difference is that a friendship is something that's, you know, naturally evolved from wanting to be friends with someone, or at least just being near someone and being open to being friends with someone, versus friend zoning, which is clearly you want romance and sex, or even just romance, or even just sex, and they want none of that, and so they're like, let's just be friends, and a lot of the time they don't mean that. But I don't think he gets that, so, well, you know, we'll see.
Friend zone is more or less...
It's just like, you know, it's inherently you're failing at what you want. What you want is the romance thing, then you're shot down and you don't, like, get what you want, and so it's like a consolation prize. So, of course, nobody who's, quote, friend-zoned, quote-unquote, if they know the actual definition of it, is, like, happy about that. It's like, oh, well, she wasn't into me, I guess we're just friends. Oh, I wanted more than that. And, like, that's what it is. He seems to think that it's synonymous with just being friends with people, though. But anyways,
that's interested in marriage, I'm pretty sure almost all of you at least want some form of companionship. So the friend zone is more or less marriage for everyone, but without having sex, without trying to have kids. That's kind of redundant, but it also means you won't adopt kids.
That's kind of redundant, by the way. Having sex and having kids, same thing. Synonymous.
And you also won't cohabitate unless you're a roommate.
Will not cohabitate.
Which I guess you don't necessarily...
Thanks for welcome aboard, Meth Jesus, certified sicko. Welcome to the sicko army.
You really have to be friends to be a roommate. But the point is that the friend zone is often viewed as this really terrible thing. Like, oh no, I was friend zoned by the girl that I like. That's terrible! But what would even be more terrible, at least in my personal experience, would be if the girl wanted nothing to do with you.
I'm sure you have plenty of experience.
And she said, I feel like we don't have a genuine connection, and so therefore I will let you go your separate ways and I will just move on. Oh my gosh. I feel like that would almost be the antithesis of what you're trying to do in a date. Because when you're dating someone, your ultimate end goal is to determine if you're going to be married or not.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right, is like, when you're talking to someone who's this deep into the fucking, you know, into it, they're this deep into it that they think that, amongst other things that he thinks, it's just, I don't know, it's like trying to argue with somebody who's speaking a completely different language than you are. Like, trying to even just understand, this is Darmok and Jalad. This is, I don't know.
And hopefully, if the date goes well, then you'll ask to marry each other. However, some couples...
Hopefully, if the date goes well, then you'll ask to marry each other. Hopefully, if the date, by the way. Not like the series of dates, not the dating, not the process of dating. Not after a few months of dating or years or whatever. You'll ask each other to be married, whatever. No, after the date, Like the character Quick Swift, who married a woman within 2 hours of knowing her in the book, The Cremated 64 Squares Financial Statements, or whatever the fuck that title of the book is called. Quick Swift over here trying to get married in one date. How about that? But the friend zone is great. Again, it's just the very perspective of this dude is like a bit backwards. It's like so backwards that it's like a little bit difficult to even know how to respond.
Couples, or I should say most couples, when they date, I think most of them, at least in the practicing Christian community, they at least want to think that they've made the right call for that spouse. They want to think that they've really prayed hard and said, this has got to be the one. I've got to get it right. And when they don't, they feel like the world has ended, even if one or both of them say, let's still be friends. Now,
so let's go over this again here.
For that spouse, they want.
We're EFAPing it a little bit.
Couples, when they date,
most
I think most of them, at least in the practicing Christian community, they at least want to think that they've made the right call for that spouse. They want to think that they've really prayed hard and said, this has got to be the one. I've got to get it right.
So, like, you're so deep into it that you are of the opinion that, like, if you... Like, again, it's just the shame and guilt that people who are super religious have to feel constantly. I mean, and I feel shame and guilt constantly, but that's just because that's just my own problems. But the religious guilt and shaming and whatnot, and the things of like, this sort of thing where it's like, well, it has to be the right person. I can't possibly be dating someone who isn't the right person, or I will have wasted my time. And God, like, I don't know, I prayed to God super hard. Why didn't he give me the right person or something? And like, I don't know, just like putting that all on your faith, and like, and what if you stay with someone because, well, I'm Jesus. Jesus gave this person to me. I can't give up what I have. I might be gay or whatever, or just like, I fucking can't stand the person I'm with, but like, Jesus, oh, sorry, what are you gonna do? You know? I don't know. It starts to open up a bit of a can of worms, you know, as he describes this.
And when they don't, they feel like the world has ended, even if one or both of them say, let's still be friends. Now, I have had multiple relationships and friendships that have ended in a friend zone.
Oh.
And admittedly, it stings a little bit at first, because you've...
So he says he's had relationships that have ended in a friend zone. And that's the thing. That was the big stumbling point for me when I found this guy, was, what do you mean relationships ending in a friend zone? I mean, yes, ending a relationship and then trying to still be friends, but that's not really a friend zoning. Friend zoning defined normally is to say somebody being like, no, I don't want to fuck you, let's just be friends, ha ha ha. And maybe they mean it, and frequently they don't, but it usually doesn't come after a relationship. I guess that's just also, you can extend the definition to mean that. At this point, it's just semantics. But I don't know, I just find that interesting that he seems to think friend zoning includes, like, being with someone and then... I don't know, because I guess maybe what happened was the person he was with was like, oh, actually, never mind. No, I just want to be friends, actually. Actually... Jesus says that, you know, just friends. Just friends. And I mean, if that's all it is, I don't know the extent of his situation, but he seems to have interpreted it as like being friend zoned, which again is a different situation. But he's kind of wrapping that up into two. He's been friend zoned many times. He's gonna get into the whole history.
Spent so much resources and time into trying to see if you want to spend the rest of your life with that person, and if it doesn't work out, then you think, well, that was just a monumental waste of time. Why did I even bother going through all that effort? But if you're in the friend zone, you are fulfilling the role of that constant advisor, that constant shoulder to cry on, constant help. Whatever it is that you are good at, the other person is going to see that, and value it. A couple of
And eventually she'll give up Chad. God damn it.
Examples of good friend zoning that I've been able to do.
Good friend zoning.
Is
triple S rank that friend zoning combo, buddy.
I have, for example, studied autism all my life.
Oh boy.
So even my married female friends usually come to me before they come to their husbands if they have a question about the autism spectrum. Because they say, "Oh, you're the expert, Paul. You know what you're talking about."
So, so don't worry. If any of his married female friends have any, questions about the tism, he's the expert. Yeah, autism expert over here. You're the expert, Paul. Elite autism expert. I'm sorry. I mean, studying autism, it's an interesting field of study. It's a spectrum of disorders that affect a lot of people differently, so I can see why that might interest you. I don't know if this guy is autistic. That might not mean that he's autistic. It might mean that he knows someone who is, and it fascinates him or something like that. Something like that. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, but just the very concept of him, we just have to listen to it one more time.
So even my married... the other person is going to see that and value it.
All at once. Here we go.
Good friend zoning that I've been able to do.
I got to agree. That's some pretty triple S rank friend zoning. That's that's at least double S rank. That's smoking sexy S rank. That's smoking sexy friend zoning right there. That's what you did.
I have, for example, studied autism all my life. So even my married female friends usually come to me before they come to their husbands if they have a question about the autism spectrum, because they say, "Oh,
usually." And friends, so multiple people. So if anybody, it's like, man, if I've been fucking John a lot, and I'm like 43, and we might have kids, but because of Jesus, he can't wear a condom, so we're about to have our fifth kid, our ninth kid, but yeah, no, I'm worried that he might get autism because I'm so old and elderly and whatnot. And where do I can't ask my husband Jethro. I have to ask Paul. He's the autism expert around these parts. He knows. We go to his shop and he's sitting there bobbling with his curios and pondering his orbs, and he goes, yes, welcome. I will tell you all about autistic ways. And then you pay him 5 shillings.
You're the expert, Paul. You know what you're talking about.
He's the expert. Paul, you must be the expert.
That doesn't mean that they're cheating on their husbands. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden the parents...
That doesn't mean they're cheating on their husbands, by the way. Just because they're coming to him for autism advice doesn't mean they're cheating on... I don't think anybody thought that, Paul. I don't think anybody thought that. But don't worry, that's like not the only time that he assures you that they aren't cheating on their husbands with him. Which, again, nobody, I don't think, thought that outside of... for some reason, he needs to clarify that. But they aren't. They aren't.
Paradigm has shifted. It means that my role as a friend is a supporter, but it's not meant to be the father of her children, and it's not meant to be living with them till death do you part. But it is an eternal connection nonetheless.
Eternal connection, by the way. Their friend... She told him, I don't want to be I don't want to be fuck with you. I don't want a relationship with you and be eternally committed to you after just dating you once, Paul. And he said, oh, okay, so we'll be eternally committed as friends instead then. That's what you mean? You're friend zoning me? Okay, we're friends then. I'll call you at 3 a.m. about how friendly we are. I'm sure Paul hasn't done this, by the way. I'm sure he's a lovely guy. We're all just joking around here, but, this is just a funny video.
I wouldn't trade for anything. It means that if there's no one else in the world that is willing to support her, that she will say, Paul, I know that you're still there. That friend zone, I would like to say, I would go even farther, is to say it's a friend lock.
I have locked you in as a friend for the rest of your life. You cannot run. You cannot hide. I will be the autism expert by your side.
Where only like a very special key can remove it. And in fact,
like a chastity key.
One of my female friends who I had...
Somebody named Toru Adachi says, I also think he has many friends. Yeah, no, I thought to myself last night while I was watching this, like later on in the video, I was just a part where I was like, why do I feel like he has like a little black book, and like a Rolodex of women's names, but it's all just quote unquote friends. It's just like, hey Rachel, how's it going with the yeah, you still doing Bible study? Yeah, I was just wondering if copping a feel isn't gonna go against God, right? Hello? Alright, I'll talk to you next time. Like, he just hits him up, like, I don't know, he's got a whole list of... Because he does say that he's been friend-zoned many, many times. And as we continue, you'll see.
Liked for so many years, and then she friend-zoned me, sent me a card. I think it was a birthday card.
So somebody that he liked for many years friend-zoned him and sent him a birthday card?
But it might have just been an affirmation card in general.
Right.
And that card had a
nice
Bible verse from the book of Psalms.
It might have just been a card in a random whatever month, just like, hey, you! Hey, buddy! How's it going? Hey, you keep on keeping on. Yeah, I'll see you later. I'll see you. I'll be seeing you. We'll do the Seinfeld bit.
Which, according to some Protestants, they don't acknowledge that as sacred scripture. They acknowledge it as what's called the Deuterocanon. But regardless, I still think you'll find it's a valuable life lesson, and that is, a faithful friend is a sturdy shelter. Whoever has found one has found a treasure. And I think that was her way of saying, Paul, I may have rejected you in terms of romance, but in terms of our friendship, you're a treasure to me.
You're a treasure to me. I mean, it might have just been a nice thing to say, Paul. I'm sorry, but sometimes people don't really mean... I don't know, you're putting a lot of weight on certain words here.
My gosh, that was the best feeling in the world when I heard that. I thought, I have found an irreplaceable woman in my life. That just because we're not...
Specifically woman, by the way. By the way, keep in mind that his friends, they can't be men. They're specifically irreplaceable women. He wouldn't want an irreplaceable male friend, I guess. That doesn't come up in this video, but anyways.
Married does not mean we're not connected.
My gosh!
Does not still mean that we hate each other. Now, I don't know if modern society really catches how powerful this verse is, but it specifically says treasure. Now, in the old days, treasure was something that you cherished. You held...
So Bear says, I hate this because he thinks way too deeply into the crumbs these women give him. He is about to go into this whole thing about the old-time definition of the word treasure, so yes, I would say so. She sent him this thing like, I treasure you, whatever, and he's about to explain what treasure used to mean in, like, pre-Jesus days.
Sure. Now, in the old days, treasure was something that you cherished, you held on to.
Milksteak says, this is the type of dude you cannot smile at. This is the type of dude who you can't wear anything other than a turtleneck around. Not a bully stream. I'm sure he's a lovely person.
Treasure chests, I think most people take that term for granted nowadays. They just think, oh, a treasure chest, that's just something you get in Zelda that contains an item. But
gamer reference.
Treasure chests, in the old days, were locked with a key. And then they were, like, put into safekeeping and buried to make sure that no one could get that treasure. And if someone stole the treasure, you'd be losing valuable possessions. So well, again, I'm speaking from a guy's perspective here, but I'm sure there are plenty of guys that have friend-zoned girls out there. If a girl friend-zones me, but still considers me a treasure...
Huh.
That feels better than all the dates in the world.
Oh, this is the big... I'm sorry. Again, I'm sure he's a nice man, but this is just the hardest cope I think I've ever heard in my life. I mean, just he goes on this whole thing about what treasure used to mean and like, I'm sure that's exactly what she meant. I'm sure that's exactly what she meant, Paul. Does she still respond to your texts, buddy? I don't know, Paul. I just don't know, Paul. But it felt better than all the dates in the world, though. Don't worry about that. Which, I don't know why you'd need more than one date if you're gonna get married after the one date. I mean, you know, I don't know what he means by all the dates in the world, but, yeah, sure, Paul.
Because I think it's easy enough for someone to say during a relationship
cope
that,
on a rope.
I love you so much. And
Let's cope on a rope, Paul!
I cherish you so much, and I'll be there for you always. But then the relationship doesn't work out, and all of a sudden those became empty words. In the friends...
I don't know, feelings change over time, dude. You have a fairly simplistic view of... I mean, again... We'll get into how he feels about what gay people should do with their lives later on, but he has a fairly simplistic view of, I don't know, just like how you should live, and like, oh well, God, da 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 da, and so therefore da 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 da, and like, I don't know, it's just
relationship doesn't work out, and all of a sudden those became empty words.
Like, he wants to get married after one date. And like, he wants to be friends with someone, locked as friends forever after they like reject him after that one date. And I don't know. I just don't know, Paul.
In the friend zone, those words don't change because you're not trying to get to anything better. You've already reached the peak. Well, I guess technically you could maybe make a couple of advancements, but like,
you know, like head every now and I think it's okay to give head after like Labor Day or something. I don't know. But like just give head to your homies after Labor Day. But he's like talking about you're not trying for anything. Sometimes friends just grow apart. I mean, there's that. I can't stop looking at how the Anytime Fitness, the Anytime Fitness swastika. I can't. I mean, the guy's leg here looks like it's just a slightly, like if you take this and like put this up here, like boom, boom, boom here. I don't know how they're able to get away with that logo. That's pretty close, but yeah, no, I don't know, man.
In terms of the layers of love that the Greeks used to define friendships, you have reached the pinnacle of what's possible without being related or married.
Pinnacle of what's possible. Yeah, and so that comes back again to, like, if you're friend-zoned, it's inherently not what you want. Like, it's a consolation prize type thing, where it's like, I wanted to be with this person, and they just said, you know, they rejected me. And so whatever friendship you have after that is going to be, at least for a while, probably based, I don't know, on something kind of, you know, a little bit one-sided, a little resentful, probably. I mean, it's great if you don't feel that way, but like a lot of the time, that's sort of what it is, and so... Yeah, I mean, again, there's a big difference between just, you know, two people being friends, and like him talking about, you've reached the pinnacle of what you can achieve, like, I don't know, like it's a like every relationship with any woman, the goal has to be marriage, I guess, or something, like, oh, well, you can't achieve better than this, like, maybe you just, I don't know, maybe it's like he's viewing friendship as like a lower thing. I guess, you know, whatever religious marriage bond kind of thing. But I don't know, it just seems very strange.
And it's still not a bad thing at all.
Yeah, that's a loud voice right there.
If you look at the Greek translation of, I forget the exact verse, but it was somewhere in the Gospel of John, where after Jesus is resurrected...
Okay, so he's about to go into this whole fucking thing that lasts for like 3 minutes, where he explains... a mistranslation of the Bible from Greek or something, and it's kind of interesting. I'm not gonna waste everybody's time with it, though. It's interesting to me. I don't think it would be interesting to a lot of chat, but basically it's explaining how there is a Bible verse where in Greek there's like 3 different times where I think it's Jesus and Paul or Peter, they're like saying I love you to each other or something, and it's supposed to be meant in like a different type of love And there's like some subtleties to the language, basically, which is like lost in the translation to the English and such. And he's explaining that, and he's explaining the difference between philos love, which is I love you like a brother, and agape love, which means I anal gape myself for. No, it means agape love means I will love you unconditionally whether you hate me or not. And it was something about like Jesus agape loves everybody because like, oh, he'll die for their sins and blah blah blah. And Peter's like, oh, I philos love you. I love you like a brother. It's kind of conditional. I might change how I feel depending on whatever. And it's like the slight difference between that is what he's basically getting at here. And the end result of it, after like 3 minutes or so talking about philos and agape love, is essentially him. It came off the agape part of things was like, oh, so whether she blocks you and says to get out of her life and I don't want to be friends with you, you'll still love her, basically. That's kind of the takeaway that I had from it, was like why he was explaining this. We might have gone past it here.
These disciples are a bunch of morons, so I just won't even call them at all. He still gave them a chance. What does that have to do with the friend zone, you might be asking? So because I personally would like to think that agape love is too categorical in this case. I think it's actually possible to have both philos and agape love for a person. You could love someone unconditionally as a friend, but that doesn't mean that you're going to have any less love for them. It just means that the type of love that you have is different. I guess you could say, when you're married, obviously you go the extra mile with things like sex and childbirth, cohabitation, sleeping in the same bed. But that's not to say that if you love your husband or your wife, that means that you don't still love your friends in a philos way. I could say that most of my female friends would probably, without hesitation, if I were to drag them into this shot right now and say, do you love me? They would say, oh my gosh, Paul, I love you so much, and give me...
yeah, of course they would, but you also have a woman in your thumbnail who didn't really ask to be in your thumbnail. And who isn't in the video, so there's that. You kind of have done that a little bit. I don't know if she loves you necessarily.
A big hug.
For that.
That doesn't mean that they're cheating on
their husbands. Drag them. Yes, drag them. By the way, that doesn't mean that they're cheating on their husbands, by the way. Just that they love him as like a friend. That doesn't mean that they're cheating on their husbands. Again, nobody thinks that, Paul. Nobody but you feels the need that, like, feels like that needs to be clarified or cleared up at all. I just like the message that just says drag them ... Yes, indeed. If I were to wrench them roughly from their homes and put them into this shot, they would say that they loved me. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that they are all of a sudden breaking their marriage vows. It's that it's a different type of love, and it's still a powerful love. If I were to die tomorrow, they would be at my funeral. They would be willing to be there and support my parents. If I were to, say, be starving to death and had no means of getting to the grocery store, my friends, you better darn believe it, they would go out and they would get me those groceries. If I was going through depression...
I'm glad that you're so confident about that, my man.
Actually, that did happen. When I was going through depression, they stood by my side.
This part is kind of interesting, chat. When he was depressed, all his friends, all his female friends who friend-zoned him, who rejected him romantically, stood by his side while he was depressed.
The entire time. Even though I said really nasty things to them that would have assuredly scared anyone else away, and said, I can't handle that, Paul. I cannot handle you constantly doubting me.
Constantly doubting me. Now, what do you suppose that means? How do we interpret that, chat? I cannot... So he was depressed and he was saying horrible things to these women who friend-zoned him. And they were like, you're doubting me. Does that mean you're... Now, my way of looking, does that mean you're doubting me? No, I don't want to be with you for the rest of your life. Stop doubting my decision to not be with you romantically. Is that maybe what it means, or what does that mean? Very interesting. Too curious, stranger. Rejection is not an option. What were the things, Paul? This is wild. Jesus equals King Paul equals friend. Red flag alert, yes. Let me see here. There are 2 super chats from Kate. I guess it says it twice, but it's the same one. It's just one. 10 bucks from Kate. Agape refers to the kind of love in which one wants the best for the other person. As someone who grew up Catholic, I'm getting weird flashbacks. Yeah, the agape thing, it doesn't sound like necessarily a great thing. Like the way he describes it, there's actually a whole part that's kind of a little bit fucked, where he's like, yeah, agape love is Jesus saying like, oh yes, you will eventually die for me, and that's when you will love me, like that, or something. And it was just this thing of like, oh yeah, right, this whole thing is kind of like a crazy death cult. But anyways.
They didn't. They stuck by me through thick and thin and said, we still love you, Paul. We are still going to support you. And if they hadn't done that, then how...
Somebody's just said your movie sucks. He does look like YMS a little bit. The hair needs to be a little longer.
Then all those girls that got me out of depression at the conference would have meant nothing.
Conference. All the girls who got me out of depression at the conference. There's like lore happening here that I don't comprehend. Where he was super depressed and he said a bunch of mean things to all his harem of friendzone bitches, who were all like saying that he was doubting them for some reason. And then there was a con that they were all at where he was like, I guess I can only interpret it in my brain. I'm imagining him having like a Chris Chan breakdown at like Comic-Con, and he's on the floor like kicking around in the fetal position in circles. And like his friend zone harem comes over, and they're just like, it's okay, Paul, it's okay, we love you, we treasure you forever. and like they reinvigorated him like Ash and Pikachu in that Pokemon movie.
Because I contrasted their words with the words of my friends that I had already met and said they must not be lying. When you're in a dating relationship, obviously, I'm sure you could have...
Please don't snap and shoot us, yes.
...that kind of intense love while you're in the relationship. But if it doesn't work out, there's always that sliver of a chance that love will just disappear. I know of certain friends of mine who are in very deep relationships, and that person would say, I love you, to the other person. But then the relationship didn't work out. Does that mean they still love their spouse, or have they moved on? That's why I like the friend zone so much.
I mean, here's the thing, right? I mean, I'm just gonna spoil it, I guess. That's why I like the friend zone so much, by the way. His views on gay people appear to be, from what I've seen anyway, appear to be the classic, if you are gay, you should just suppress that and be with a woman instead, or be with whatever opposite gender instead. And so it's like, yeah, I don't know, Paul. There's probably a number of people that you know, yes, who are in very, very unhappy relationships because they're lying to themselves about one thing or another. I would assume that that's pretty common, actually, in this community. That sounds pretty common. That sounds, based on what all I know, that sounds like a pretty common conundrum.
Is you don't move on from the friend zone. You don't stop loving each other. You still look out for each other's interests. You still are there for them through thick and thin.
Yeah, somebody in chat says, that's why I like the friend zone so much. They're stuck with me. Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of the time somebody's like, let's just be friends. It doesn't mean that, Paul. And I mean, I'm sure he knows this on some level. It's also like, again, I keep saying he seems like a nice enough guy, despite everything else that, you know, can be said about him, whatever. He seems like an optimistic, whatever type of guy. But that being said, I don't know, Paul. It's like, yeah, they have. It feels like I don't. It feels like mad cope. It feels like Copium 9000. It feels like he's coping super fucking hard. But he also seems to be at peace to some extent with his Jesus-iness. And I don't really want to have to take that away from him, you know? Like, he seems to be happy enough. But he also seems to be bothering probably some people who maybe don't want him in their life. Maybe. I don't know. He appears to be easy to trigger with, like he said earlier, like, if a woman just says that she doesn't want anything to do with you, oh my god, that's like the worst feeling in the world! And so he would prefer to be friend zoned because he basically, I guess, can't... He's so unable to handle rejection that even when he probably knows ultimately that it's just rejection outright, he, I think, would rather hear, like, oh, but it's okay, we're friends, and this whole thing about, oh, I treasure you, and this weird thing about treasure and everything that he's talking about really is just massive cope. But I don't know, man. If he's happy, he's happy. I don't know what to say, really.
You will still do whatever it is that's necessary. And why aren't more people rejoicing about this? Marriage is great. Marriage is beautiful. It was the very first commandment in the...
How would you know marriage is great? You haven't been married.
Bible. Be fruitful and multiply. I'm not trying to make the claim...
Okay, be fruitful and multiply. That's the commandment about marriage. That's what the...
very first commandment in the Bible.
The very first commandment, be fruitful and multiply. That means marriage, huh? That doesn't necessarily mean marriage, man. I'm gonna have to go into this rant. I mean, it's gonna be relevant later, too, but just the fact that there's... I mean, okay, look, again, anybody who's, like, religious man in chat, cool, good for you. I should have played the song The Holy Man by I Monster to start the stream. I really deliberated over what Christian God-themed song, and then I went with the one from the end of Persona 5. 2 from the end of Persona 5. But it's cool with me if people are religious. That's fine, you know? That's fine. But the thing is just that, like, the sort of cope that, I mean, that the mainstream of religion kind of goes along with, where, like, yeah, like, the things in the Bible that are explicitly banned, that people just don't give a shit about, like, all of the shit about, like, oh, you're not allowed to fucking wear cotton blends, or whatever. This is random shit that you're not allowed to do, that of course most people do not honor or respect at this point in time, because they realize it's ridiculous. And so they just, stuff that's, like, outright said in the Bible not to do or is bad, people just don't give a shit about. But things that are, like, just complete weird interpretations, like, oh yeah, the line, be fruitful and multiply, clearly means to have a first date and then marry that person and be stuck with them forever, and not be allowed to leave at any point for any reason. That's what that means. Like, bro, I think it just means fuck. If you really want the interpretation, I think it means fuck. I think it means have sex. Take off your pants and have sex, like the Morbius song. I don't think it necessarily even implies at all marriage. That's really just your own interpretation. So it's just funny to me how many hoops people will jump through, where it's like, well, you see, if you interpret this in a very specific way, it means that gay people, blah, 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 blah. But then there's a lot of things that are just outright said, you can't do this, you shouldn't do this, God will be mad if you do this, and nobody gives a shit. Like, I should not be allowed to say, oh God, that should be as much of a sin. If I take the Lord's name in vain, that's like the same thing as murder or something, isn't it? So, yeah, I don't know. It's just funny. It's sometimes, if you think a little too closely about it.
Be fruitful and multiply.
Be fruitful and multiply.
I'm not trying to make the claim that you shouldn't go out and get married. What I am saying, though, is that marriage is also very difficult. And there are certain challenges that come with cohabitation.
The Bible asks you to gape for Jesus, that's right.
And childbirth.
Agape for Jesus, that's
that
right.
Friends aren't necessarily going to see. When you're in a friendship, you typically don't hang out with that person on a daily basis. You might maybe go on vacation with that person for like a week or two. You might hang out like once a month. So you only see that person on select times. So, in a sense...
This is the part, I think, where I was like, wait, does he have, like, a whole schedule? I don't know. He probably... This is just me reading too much into it, like people do with the Bible. But he has... He just, like... So it's perfectly valid for me to do that and base my entire life beliefs on that. But he says that... He says that, like, you only see them at select times. I'm just imagining he has, like, a full schedule of like, okay, Friday the 23rd at 6 p.m. I'm going to be meeting Candace. Her son just had that dental situation and he's got the tism, so we got to talk about his reaction to that. But then at 7:30 I'm going to be meeting Valerie, and then at 8 I'm going to be meeting Mallory. Oh man, this is a jam-packed evening. Oh gosh, gee willikers. Oh God, Lord, give me strength.
That makes it slightly easier to love, because you're not doing all of those challenges of having a sacramental commitment. And that's why I personally think that if I'm never called to be married, if I never do find the girl that I'm going to spend the rest of my life with, that I'll be so thankful that I have so many females in my life that would still...
So many females. Now here's the part where I recognize that it was a little funny that... like he was specifically talking about, why does it matter that they're females, right? Why is it so important to, like, oh, I'm at the very least I've got a bunch of females in my life. Can't you have male friends? Is that not okay? You're not okay with having male friends? That's a problem for you? That's a problem for you. Is he like so afraid of being gay that he can't be friends with a man? Or he just inherently views those friends as lesser because they're not... Because what? Because there's no possibility of fucking them and having kids with them and marrying them? Fruitfully multiplying with them and all that? Is that... I guess that's the number one thing, so... I guess, yeah, anybody who can't advance that goal for you is just lesser. That's cool.
Still be able to say, Paul, I love you, even though we're not married. I love you philosly, if that's a word.
Right.
I love you as a brother, and I love you in the sense that I will be whatever it is that you need. That's so beautiful. And people that say they don't want that, I think are actually hurting themselves.
Oh, Paul, but here's the thing. People are not saying they don't want friendship, Paul. That's not the same thing as friend zoning. Friend zoning means you wanted to be in a relationship or fuck them and they didn't, and you aren't getting what you want. One party is inherently like not happy in that situation and not getting what they want and has failed their goal of romantic or sexual advancement with this person. That's what the friend zone is. It's not a good thing, Paul. I think he's just confused. Like, I want to say he's just confusing friendship with friend zoning, but he is very specifically talking about women rejecting him, specifically. So, I mean, like, maybe I think that's what he thinks friends are. I guess. I don't know. Does he know that people just make friends for other reasons? Like, I don't know. It's very strange. The whole focus of, like... No, friend zoning is not a good thing. You can be friends with a woman that you know who you don't have the goal of, like, sex with her. You could just be friends. Also, like, that's also an option.
Now, maybe I don't know everything about relationship dynamics.
Maybe not, Paul. Maybe you don't.
It's harder for some people to just change their hearts like that after a really intense relationship. Maybe you were dating someone for 4 years and all of a sudden you're not dating and you're single. Maybe it's harder to still be able to love that person.
So now we get into the thing again. He has this woman in his thumbnail here. We have some comments. This is interesting. I haven't read those. But he has this woman in his thumbnail. And in this thumbnail, too. And this woman is not in this video. And I want to spoil a thing for you all, chat. He has a playlist, which we'll look at in a little while. This is only the first video of the stream, by the way. But he has a playlist, which we'll look at in a while, which is called, I think it's called, like, my ex-girlfriend videos, and it's a playlist of videos featuring or discussing, or in this case just has her in the thumbnail, videos with his ex-girlfriend. which we will be watching. And so that's a little strange. That's a little. Also, the description mentions something about like, I have these videos here so that hopefully she will see her past, her lessons from her past self, and change herself or something. Some kind of weird passive aggressive thing. Like you'll learn if you see these videos, you'll recognize your error and come back to me, or something. So he, again, I'm sure he's a lovely person. But yeah, beauty of the friend zone. He's talking specifically not about someone who rejected him outright and said they didn't want romance, but someone who he was apparently dating for 4 years. Which is, again, not friend zoning. That's just a different situation. And it's like, I'm sorry, Paul, that is, obviously difficult to deal with, but that's just not this situation at all. He's mixing up his. I'm being the semantic person. I don't want to get all anti-semantic on you, but I'm being the semantic person here and like complaining about the definition. But it does seem like he's just like more than. I mean, it is kind of different because it's like it's not somebody that you know extensively well, like that you've been with for 3 years, 4 years, whatever. And apparently they didn't get married, so they didn't have sex during that period of time. So that's great. But he did that, and I don't know, that there seems like he's upset about that and like channeling that into this friend zoning thing. Again, large scale cope. Seems like a nice gentleman, but I don't know, man. I just don't know, man.
But maybe, just maybe, you can say, let me at least try this friend zone thing.
But that's not...
That way, there's still love.
Uh-huh.
There's still that big, not necessarily living together commitment, but there's still a commitment to serve. And to
serve, right.
Do what Jesus commanded us to do. Love one another as he has loved us. Jesus didn't differentiate.
Like, again, you can super easily interpret that as fuck everybody, Sodom and Gomorrah. Again, be fruitful and multiply. So just have sex with everybody and have as many kids as possible. Is that what God wants? That's a way to interpret that, but they've interpreted it as, like, hardcore, rigid marriage. So just, again, any Bible verse, the guy's like, oh yeah, do unto others and all this, like, love each other as you... Does that, I mean... Yeah, I guess that means friend zone, lock people into guilt them into being your friend forever, Paul. I guess that's what that means. That's cool.
Between male and female or any of that stuff.
Good society.
I know that could be sounding like I'm pro-LGBT, but God and human sexuality are like on two totally different planes, so don't put words in my mouth.
Don't you start anything, you fucking woke agenda havers.
God is willing to treat everyone with whatever it is that they need. And that is how we should be with everyone else.
That's just the first taste that he has going into the gay thing. I guess that'll be the next one we watch.
What we need is not necessarily the same as what we want.
Right.
Just because we want to give in to our sexual urges does not mean that we should give in to our sexual urges.
You hear that, you dang homos? That's literally that's literally the that's literally the logic is just because I want to suck cock does not mean that I should or will suck cock. Like, that's what it means.
We might need certain things, and God will always provide.
Someone in chat says, oh, this is such a closet case. Well, I mean, I don't know, because he seriously wants to be with females, so it's like a Chris Chan situation again. Like, what, these rigid religious rules that lock people into, like, force them into thinking a way that they, I don't understand where God gave everybody individuality, right? Why are we all supposed to think in a certain way? Shouldn't we all look at that as like, oh, it's great, God gave us all free will, that's so cool, that's so ace of him, nice, cool, epic poggers, free will, God, thanks. Like, we're allowed to do what we want and whatever. But no, that's bad. No, think the way that you're supposed to, idiot. God doesn't want you to express yourself. That's Satan. That's Satan.
For our needs. But God is not going to snap his fingers and provide literally everything for us.
No, but he is going to call upon you to get married eventually, so...
That is why he made his beautiful declaration in the Gospel of Matthew, where he said, when I was hungry, you gave me food. When I was thirsty, you gave me a drink. Whatever you did to the least of my people, you did it to me. In other words, God is giving us power to be like him. He's giving us the power to serve.
What that means?
And to give and to fill each person's needs. And doesn't that just make you feel like the most wonderful person in the world, that you have the ability to be like God, which is the very thing that the devil tried to use to trap Adam and Eve?
No. No, feeling like the most wonderful person in the world, I would say, would be being allowed to be the person that I want to be, and say what I want to say, and think the things I want to think without feeling shame over that, or guilt. Probably. I think that would be better than whatever low-grade THC stuff you're smoking.
So
this guy's on like a 15%er. I don't know, man.
At the end of the day, this video might have gone on a bit too long, but I hope it's at least shaped your perspective of how a breakup does not mean all of a sudden that the world is doom and gloom and everything is...
But it's not a breakup. That's the thing. He says this at the end as if a friend zone is typically a breakup. That's not what it is, usually. It's somebody who just... you go on like a date and they're like, yeah, I don't want to see you again, but I'm too nice to say that, so friends, we'll just be friends. And they don't mean that usually. Sometimes they might, but I guess maybe they do if it's like somebody that he's been with for years. Like, yeah, I can assume that they probably still want to be in his life in some capacity, you know, but he's got very strange views on this stuff.
Terrible. If anything, it might just mean that you're setting yourself up for a better love that you didn't think was possible in the midst of your hormones telling you a different story. Your hormones may very well have not been what you needed and just what you wanted. So with that, thank you very much for listening to my spiel. Let me know down in the comments.
So again, you being gay is just hormones, everybody. The friend zone has never worked for me, as the men always seem to want to take it further after a certain period of time. Very true, as my best friend is kind of like that. Yeah, that happened to a friend of mine, yeah. However, I've also seen the opposite perspective, where a woman started having intense romantic feelings for me after we talked for an hour, then ghosted me after I mentioned how she seemed like a cool friend. When I finally asked what the heck happened to us, she responded very indirectly that she was mad at me for not reciprocating her feelings, and then proceeded to never speak to me again. When you ghosted you, I'm thinking that her ego was hurt. Her ego? You mean she had a reason to brag after having feelings for me after an hour? Yeah, she thought that you would have took delight in fornicating with her. That's my... This is from somebody named PornLove99, by the way. That's my guess. And she got knocked back when you implied that you saw her in a platonic light. Weird temptations. Yes, I am in a friend zone, and I am happy with it. And, glad to hear I'm not the only one. I wish you... Oh, man. So that's this guy. That's this video, rather, the beauty of the friend zone. I want to take a look at his video. He has talks about gay-related stuff, which just put LGBT in. Can a person be LGBT and Catholic? The LGBT aggression issue. Man, this top one's probably interesting. The one I watched... Oh yeah, he does not like Gone Home. That's fun. But it was this one here. My channel's stance / boundaries on controversial topics. And he's playing the game Shin Megami Tensei, or whatever it is, Tokyo Mirage Sessions. He's playing the Fire Emblem SMT game. Which is funny. He apparently likes SMT, or at least this game. And I've always wanted to see a person who's like super religious, who has something funny to say about SMT. I guess he doesn't. I don't think he does, necessarily. That's a shame. It's really a shame. But that's just B-roll in this video.
About what I haven't been talking about on my YouTube channel. But before I get into it, I just want to make a disclaimer that the main reason I'm using all of this footage is mainly because I kind of look a mess right now, and I really don't feel like cleaning up just for one little YouTube video. And second of all, I wanted to sort of prove a point.
Have some more ambition, Paul. I mean, I guess this is fine, but if you're gonna just straight up admit that your whole thing is, I was too lazy to clean myself up and, like, clean my 75 beer cans off the floor and clean my room up and everything. Like, I mean, we've all been there, but, you know, you don't have to admit it to everybody.
That even if I don't like talking about controversial stuff, that also means that it'll make its way into my channel somehow. So some of this content is not flat out inappropriate, but it could cause some circles to be a bit uncomfortable, like, oh no, you're showing people in swim shorts.
Well, interesting chat messages there. How about that?
I'm pretty sure nearly everyone watching this channel has at least been to the beach or something like that. If you have...
I don't know what he's playing here, by the way. This is like an Olympics game, Tokyo 2020. I didn't know this came out. He's playing a character that's like, I guess based on him. He's got like long hair or something.
Well, you must live in a really cold place or something like that, so... Anyway, the point is that some of you might be thinking, Paul, you're the Catholic gaming nerd. Where is the Catholic stuff? Admittedly, I don't get a whole lot of people asking me that, so that's really good.
Yeah, I don't know what the Jesus bots... I don't know what that's I don't know what that's about in chat. That's interesting. But, you know, anyways.
That people understand that not everyone who's a Catholic or a Christian is supposed to be talking about controversial stuff. Some people aren't meant for evangelization.
Oh yeah, so this is one that I watched after another video. There was a video that I saw that, it was him talking about some other thing, and he mentioned, like, whoa, right, I'm not supposed to talk about immodesty. And I was like, what does he mean he's not supposed to talk about that? And I was like, is he being like paid to talk about this, or like what does he mean he's not supposed to? And then I watched this, and yeah, it's I guess he's saying that like it's sort of a bit of a cop-out, I think, of like, I don't know enough about this subject or something, so I'm just not going to discuss it, or something. I'm not qualified to, something like that. I'm not sure what exactly it is, but yeah.
Some people are meant for other gifts of the Holy Spirit. Some people are meant for holding open the doors for people, like Father Solanus Casey did.
The Jesus bots.
No, he taught the faith when it was required.
Stop talking to minors on the internet. I mean, I try not to, Jesus bot.
But it wasn't as though he was living and breathing it 24/7. Now, this particular video, I want to focus in on the really controversial stuff. Not just, oh, well, Catholics believe that you should save sex for marriage. It's like,
he says the really controversial stuff, but he mostly just talks about, like, LGBT stuff. That's most of the video. There's, like, a little bit of other stuff, but it's mostly just LGBT, trans, yada, yada, yada.
Well, duh, everyone knows that. But the stuff like, what does the Catholic Church teach on LGBT? Paul, what is your stance on LGBT? Why do you insist on giving people the pronouns that they have?
Yeah, get out of here.
Of respecting people's opinions and saying,
So we're getting into pronoun stuff. It continues. Pronouns. He starts talking about, again, the homosexual urges, the hormones and whatnot. It's funny that he's playing a swimming game about spurting up here. There's some spurt. We got some spurt going on.
Said to call me a he, even though I have...
You know what, down
Somebody
there?
says, I've honestly toned out the guy's voice, Lamau. Yeah, it's a little bit... Where did Ganval do... I don't know. I don't know who Ganval is. I'm not sure... I'm not sure if this is a Christian thing or like what.
Well,
reminder that we don't hate anybody who believes anything here. If you're Christian, I mean, I've said that, like, the whole thing, you know, when he talks about like certain things, and it's like, this seems like a bit of an interpretation of something, like you're reading way too much into this or that. But like, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of perfectly cool, chill religious people. Reminder that there's, you know, really cool songs like My Sweet Lord by George Harrison, which is about God. And you know, yeah, somebody in chat, there's people that are Catholic and everything. That's fine. Nobody has an issue with that. I mean, I'm sure there's some people. I'm not coming at this from a perspective of, like, you know, r/atheism 2008 tip fedora, you know. I'm coming at this from the perspective of I don't know, just like, yeah, I feel like it's okay to be religious and everything, to believe in God, to believe in whatever you want to believe in, but to just have, I don't know, have some I don't know, have some concept of, again, it just comes down to, like, if God made us all have, like, individuality, the classic question of, like, why did God make people be gay then? Why did God give people the hormones to make them feel this way, whatever? And like, there's probably a whole conversation you could have with people about that. Let me check the chat. Okay, no weirdos left. There's probably a whole conversation you could have about that. And I don't, I think that, you know, it's perfectly reasonable. Again, based on what you hear about Jesus, he sounds like he was probably, like, a pretty cool guy, you know? There's, like, stuff about Mary Magdalene, about how she's supposed to be this whore, this hooker, this prostitute, and, like, people say that she was probably just his wife. Like, if anything, Mary Magdalene was probably just, like, Jesus's wife or something. Somebody says, can we get amazing atheist in chat for this? Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be all amazing atheist. I don't know anything he says actually about God or anything really, but yeah, you know, I'm not trying to be that guy. It's just, it's funny to me how people sometimes use, I come at this more from, I guess, a psychological angle of, like, this guy seems like an interesting character himself, and he is kind of using the religious element of his life to, as an excuse, I think, and again, like, bending the interpretations of certain things to, I don't know, whatever.
First of all, let's say that I get out all my sources. Let's say I do the research and I go through every single search result on Yahoo. I go to the library, pick out a whole bunch of books, look up Catholic teachings. Let's say I do all that, because that's usually the most common complaint I get on my channel is, you didn't do your research, Paul. You forgot to take into account this factor. Who's gonna listen?
He's playing fucking Tokyo Mirage Sessions. I can't get over the fact that he played more of this game than I did. That's great. I tried to play this on stream, too, and it was kind of fucking up on the totally real Switch that I was using. But it was such a goofy, like, anime, like annoying anime game. It's funny because there's like the misconception, I think, that a lot of anime stuff is just, like, kawaii fucking, you know, annoying girl voice, like, idol bullshit, you know, that kind of thing. And it's funny to be, like, you know, simultaneously like, well, hey, SMT is actually cool and Persona's cool, but also here's this game. just show this to people. I had never streamed at that point. I hadn't streamed a Persona game or anything on my channel, but I sure did show people this who maybe had never seen anything from the series, and it was all just this, like, weird idol culture shit.
Even if I'm right.
Very strange game.
Like, are people just gonna say,
oh yeah, did I go over the part where he said
do every single
about Yahoo
on Yahoo?
Every search result on Yahoo, guys, we got all the bases covered. He went out of his way to Alta Vista this one. He really asked Jeeves to that motherfucker for Jesus.
Paul, you forgot to take into account this factor. Who's gonna listen, even if I'm right? Like, are people just gonna say, well, I am set in my ways,
it's not that
I don't really care what you have to say?
It's not that TMS is bad, it's just that I, you know, didn't get into it. It felt, well, okay, it did feel like a worse Persona 4. Like, it was just Persona 4 engine and felt like Persona 4 and played like it, but it was, like, significantly more annoying. So you know, to that extent, I guess it was bad. But that doesn't mean it was bad. I didn't play too much of it.
Hey,
you know,
Paul,
it's fine.
because this is what I believe, and I'm gonna stick with it till the end of time. Why?
Oh yeah, but I do remember every time I selected the girl character in this battle, it's this guy, it's the main guy, and then there's the girl character, and then there's this red-haired guy over here. And every time I selected the girl character and tried to do like magic, she would go like spicy done spicy, and every time like I could do the thing where I could just cue it to like spicy spice. It was pretty good. So it's a 10 out of 10 game. I like it. I love it.
Wanting to talk to that person. Then there's the matter of, okay, mathematically speaking, how many people in my audience would be like that? I've got plenty of people that say like, well, Paul, I must respectfully disagree. And it's like, if I'm going to talk about this stuff, I don't want people to respectfully disagree. I want to actually make a point that this is.
He doesn't want to be respectful. He wants to fucking So now this is where it starts to be a little bit more difficult to be like, I'm sure this guy is a perfectly nice dude, because he starts to get into the whole like, I'll just let him say it, I guess.
That's not good, or something that is misunderstood. Like, people think that the Catholic Church hates everyone who's LGBT, and it's like, no, that's not true at all. But good luck with me explaining that to them. They'll probably be so stuck on this mindset of Catholics are anti-LGBT that even if I say, no, that is not what we believe.
No, that's not what we believe. So here he is. Is this character? Does this count as like A-posing, or I think this is just like mid-animation? I think it's fine. But it's not what we believe. We do not believe that being LGBT isn't bad. He's going to explain why. He's going to explain what they really believe.
That's the religion of the devil, if you want to go that route.
Now, I don't understand what he means by this. It's
not true at all. But good luck with me explaining that to them.
Now, explaining what exactly?
Point that this is something that's not good, or something that is misunderstood. Like, people think that the Catholic Church hates everyone who's LGBT.
Okay, so hates. So again, we're getting into like specifically the word hate, and okay, we don't hate you. That's why I said in the thing in the Discord, like this guy pities gay people, because I think that's more. It's not hate. It's not hate. It's like a different, slightly negative emotion.
Good luck with me explaining that to them. They'll probably be so stuck on this mindset of Catholics are anti-LGBT that even if I say, no, that is not what we believe, that's the religion of the devil, if you want to go that route.
No, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that fucking means. Religion. Now, does that mean the LGBT is the religion? Like, was that what he's saying? Or is he saying that, like, is he saying that hating them would be the religion of... I think that's what he's saying. It's not super clear how he's putting it, but I think that's the point he's making. He's saying that the Catholics love everyone, you know? We love everyone. We just want you to, like, change, you know, to our religion and like, to our way of thinking and everything. We love you, though.
Not like people are actually gonna care. They're just gonna go with their biases and do that. It's kind of like when I'm talking about Myers-Briggs.
Oh yeah, that's the other fucking thing. This guy is like I haven't mentioned this at all yet. This guy is like obsessed with Myers-Briggs, the fucking personality test int J shit. I think his is ISTJ. And I don't really know about that necessarily. I don't know about the efficacy of that, or how, you know, I think it's been called into question pretty severely in the last, few years. I remember, like, a decade ago, people really were like, oh, this is the biggest thing, guys. Like, on 4chan, you would have, like, threads about your Myers-Briggs or whatever. It's less of a thing now, but this guy's really into the Myers-Briggs thing. And there's a video that we're gonna look at. Probably, well, there's a few videos. There's one that I looked at that has his girlfriend in it that is not about this, but there were a few that I saw that I did not click on yet that were him and his girlfriend talking about, in the ex-girlfriend playlist that he has, talking about like the differences between being ISTJ and being whichever one she was. I think he's ISTJ, ISTJ or whatever. And I don't know, that's kind of like it kind of feels like the horoscope for assholes. It kind of just feels like the horoscope for assholes, like you know, you just you just, well, like horoscopes are already the horoscope for assholes, but it's like the horoscope for nerdy assholes. Like it's the Big Bang Theory fan horoscope. Like I think I'm super like smart. It's the horoscope for pretentious people is what it is. Where it's another thing where you get like whatever thing it tells you and you're like, oh, this tells me I'm whatever, this and this. Well, that's definitely me. And you're just like, you kind of mold whatever it says to be like, yeah, you know, if you read it this way, I'm definitely whatever. I'm artistic, whatever, sure. You know, yeah, I think it's something like that. He talks about that a lot.
Like, people have it set
Bazinga.
in their mind.
It's the Bazinga horoscope,
talk
exactly.
Like robots, and that they don't really know how to emote and think for themselves, and that's all that they're ever gonna think, because they wouldn't rather change their minds because people are stuck in their ways. However, I do just want to briefly point out a couple of areas where I stand as far as going forward in what I talk about and how I talk about it. So my live streams are going to be the primary place where I do like actually get my stances on things, which again, I don't really like using the phrase stance. I prefer more of, this is the current truth that I've come to understand through reasoning and logic and researching the church fathers and
researching the church fathers. So he doesn't like to use the word stance. You know, it's kind of like the word hot take or something like that, a term like that. He doesn't like to use the word stance. Yeah, that is what a stance is, but shut up though. He doesn't like to use the word stance because that's his stance is Bazinga guy, yes. But his views on like how he forms his opinions does not appear to involve actually researching the things themselves, but rather just researching what the church fathers say about the thing. So, you know, maybe there's like a thing on the TV about like, I don't know, I don't know, whatever issues. Like instead of looking into stem cells yourself or something, you're just directly saying like, oh yeah, no, I just listen to whatever they tell me to think. That's cool. That's good. Well, I mean, I'm glad you're honest with us.
Yada yada.
Yada
I don't
yada.
like to say this is my personal opinion. This is how I see it. That just makes me really uncomfortable to use that kind of terminology. But what I'm going to do is my live streams are where I'm going to get more controversial. If someone brings up controversial subjects on my live stream, I'll talk about them. But I'm not going to make full-length videos going into the Catholic Church's teachings because, again, they're out there. It's just, as Jesus said, sometimes people's eyes just don't want to see it, and their ears don't want to hear.
There's a person in chat who says something kind of interesting. It's weird that some atheists will cast off religion and then desperately look for something that's vaguely scientific to fill that hole. I don't know that I've necessarily seen a lot of that phenomenon outside of, like I say, the Myers-Briggs thing is kind of like a bit of a horoscope type of thing. But there are, you know, there are things where, yeah, I mean, people do. There's often the excuse, the thing that's said by like, you know, crazy people. They'll be like, "Oh, everybody's just puts, you know, science is just basically a religion. They just put their faith in the science. Trust the science, bro." You know, stuff like that. And it's like, to a degree, that is true, though. I mean, I think maybe to a degree it's not true, you know, because there actually is, you know, a lot that, you know, goes into like proving a lot of things. But a lot of people do just go, well, scientists say, you know, or something like that. And they want to feel like they want to pat themselves on the back because like, oh, I followed science. Like, well, you didn't really. And yeah, there's a lot of people where it's just like, well, there's a natural human, I don't know, desire to, there's a natural human desire to, you know, I don't know what you would say, like, to hide your head in the sand, to try to clutch mommy's skirt, you know? And so when you don't believe, if you don't believe in God or something, you're going to try to come up with some other thing that's like, well, you know, yes, the world's gonna end, but the scientists will save us from the meteor. You know, whatever, God will save us. It's all the same thing. It is interesting, you know. It really says a lot about human society or something.
So determined.
Anyways, here's Tokyo Mirage Sessions, folks.
To be stuck in their ways that even the Son of God himself couldn't convince people otherwise when he knows everything. So how much better am I going to do when I'm not even omnipotent? I'm not God. I'm not the Son of God. I'm just a regular old, extremely blessed by God,
with a huge penis,
human being with fallible, sinful nature.
And a big phallus.
However, that being said, I do want to define a few boundaries.
Right.
And that is, I will not call someone by a different gender name.
Oh, that's good. It's good for. I'm good. I'm glad that you have set that boundary for yourself.
If they decide, you know what, Paul, I used to be a girl, but now I'm a guy, and so I insist that you call me Charles instead of Charlie, I'll be like, nope. I'm not gonna go against what God made.
Why did God make Charlie or Charles or whatever feel that way, Paul? God is all power. Again, it's like I'm not meaning to cause trouble with people and, cause trouble with... Yeah, he's blessed with his friend harem, exactly. Okay, Christine. I'm not meaning to, say that you can't believe anything, but it's just like, I don't know, man. God's supposed to be all-powerful, dude. Like, if he can't deal with fucking Satan causing people to be gay and want to be femboys or whatever the fuck... If he's so, because it just seems like there's a lot of sin in the world, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot. And I feel like it's just really easy for people to fall into that. And maybe if God was, the most powerful creator and all this stuff, I feel like he could do some more about that, So, I don't know. I feel like that's a weird way to look at things, is oh, well... it's what God made. Well, God made a lot of fucking things. See, God made the coronavirus. No, I guess the Chinese made the coronavirus. Yeah, that's fine. Just those godless Chinese. I mean, no.
Because I believe that God made everyone how he wanted them to be made.
Right,
and
right.
God does not make
how he wanted them to be made. Except he also gave them free will once again. So why would he give people free will and then you're not allowed to express yourself? Why would he make this person not feel comfortable in their body or whatever? What's the purpose for that? Is he just testing them or something? Is that supposed to be it? It's some fucking Garp Luffy shit. Stream Netflix One Piece to argue with the wall.
Make mistakes, especially when it comes to gender. So if you're that type of person that insists on me going by your...
Yeah, he works in mysterious ways, exactly. I mean, the mysterious ways thing is fair. There's a lot to be said for strength through adversity and stuff like that. Bad stuff happens to you, it motivates you, that kind of thing. That's fair. Oftentimes that can be fair. But just the whole, mysterious ways, I don't know. So what's the end goal, though? It's supposed to be heaven? Here's the question I have, right? I'm gay and I'm a Christian, right? And I'm just I have to work every day to suppress my hormones or whatever you view it as, and not be gay, and I secretly just super want to fucking suck cock. But, I'm not allowed to. Because, Satan would win, game over, Return of Satan, or something. Okay, so I'm a gay Christian, I super want to suck cock, I'm not allowed to. God would shame me forever if I did. So you've got a friend, right, who's also Christian, and he's also, a devout Christian on the path to because what I'm assuming it's heaven, right? That's the end goal. You got to be good your whole life for heaven. So you have a friend who's straight, who just, they find a woman and they're happily in love and they have kids and everything's great. And then he dies and he presumably goes to heaven. And you are like a 78-year-old gay man who has been hiding your feelings this whole life. And you have a loveless marriage with this woman that you probably also doesn't love you, and a bunch of kids who have a dysfunctional family because their parents don't like each other, and everything sucks. And then you're just left what? Why did Bob have such a much easier time of his existence than I did? Why, the mysterious ways. Why the fuck did Bob just get to go to heaven and have a great life where he wasn't having any problems, but I'm suffering this whole time? What, is this character's heaven better in this scenario? Does he go to super heaven because he suffered extra hard, or does he just go to the same regulation government supplied heaven that everybody else gets? Because that's the thing, is that if you if you get a really raw deal in your life, you should be going to better heaven. That's my problem, is that it sounds like everybody just goes to the same heaven, Like, it's just like, whatever, it's your heaven, it's your personal, it's how you would want heaven to be. Well, it's like, if that's the same for everybody, then why are there some people who just have life way easier? And then some people, what, I just have to work super fucking hard, and I get the same reward? That's beans. That's beans. No.
Subjective feelings, and going against my...
The heaven economy, the sin economy is super imbalanced, and I really hope that God patches it soon, because this is nonsense. I'm not even gonna bother leveling at this point.
I'm just gonna have to say, sorry, but find someone else who's willing to give in to that. That's not me. I am
the elite heaven.
God created first and foremost. Now, I get...
God created first and foremost. Well, God created a person who was deeply unhappy with themselves and the body that they were given. Or whatever other thing is wrong with them, and maybe there's some... It's like, how far does that logic extend? Well, you know, I have, you know, AIDS. I have syphilis, but I'm not going to treat it. I have cancer, but I'm not going to treat it, because God. Like, that's... People have had that logic before. People have extended it that far before. People have gone as far as to be like, anything that God didn't create. It's like, God created fucking medicine, you idiots. God created the fucking surgery options for people to transition, and, like, God created clothes that fit both men and women. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
there's a time and a place.
God created a lot of fucking shit, and he didn't create all these fucking rules that you...
for surgeries.
I guess he did. By the same definition, he also created these. He created you fucking people.
But gender is like a whole different ball game. But that's too hard to explain in this current video.
He's not supposed to talk about it. Yeah. Then God also created a way for people to transition. Yeah. I mean, again, it's like, why did God create abortion? Oh no, but that was Satan, I guess. You know, anything where it's like, man, this escape logo also looks like a swastika. What is happening? What is happening?
So I'm just gonna say, that's my stance. I'm not gonna start calling people she's when they actually have a you-know-what down there.
You-know-what.
I'm gonna go with what...
Hey, Paul, people, God made penises and vaginas, too. You know, you could say that, because God made it. Did Satan make our genitals? A you-know-what. Just a you-know-what. This man is like, he's this 40-year-old, 13-year-old. That's you know what? I'm not gonna say it. I don't want my mom to be upset with me. He does live with his parents, which normally isn't that funny, but it's just a thing where it's like, it's not funny on its own, but you add that to other things and it becomes funny a little bit.
What God made. Second of all, I do not hate people who are LGBT.
He does not hate them.
I don't even dislike them. I think they need help.
Gay the prey away.
I think they need someone who's willing to listen and hear them out, as opposed to going with what they think they believe. I think people need to be more informed on what is actually an LGBT term, and not just what...
This guy is going to tell us what an actual LGBT term is, everybody.
Is what you think it is. Like, there are plenty of gay people who are not a whole bunch of creeps like you.
And, right. This is a part I actually paused right at the wrong moment. I forgot that this is this part. I was just going to point out that he went from playing a weird Olympics game to playing a Shin Megami Tensei Fire Emblem crossover idol JRPG Persona ripoff, to playing this bizarre, like, side-scrolling temple run coin platformer game, whatever this is. It's like a phone game. I don't know what... It's very strange selection of games that he has as B-roll in this video, but more importantly than all of that...
Actually an LGBT term, and not just what you think it is. Like, there are plenty of gay people who are not a whole bunch of creeps like Girahim. There are plenty of gay...
You heard that correctly, gamers. Specifically gamers, that's right. I'm gonna let you hear that for yourselves.
There are plenty of gay people who are not a whole bunch of creeps like Girahim.
Gamers. You want to... You want gay people that are not... Oh, can you not hear what he's saying? Can you not hear the name? That he's describing... He is saying the name of a character here.
It's like, there are plenty of gay people who are not a whole bunch of creeps like Girahim.
he is directly calling out the character Girahim from The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, which I will show you a picture of now if you've not played that game. Girahim was affectionately referred to by V users back in the day as being Lady Gaga, because he is like a kind of a fabulous Zelda character. He has the Riz, as they say, as the kids say, and he throws knives and stuff, and he licks things, and he's like he's that kind of thing. People also ask, is Girahim in love with Link? Is Girahim non-binary? Is Girahim a guy or a girl? And so I guess Girahim is a creep, one of the gay creeps. Those creeps that stole my car the other day! The creeps! I guess he's one of those. That's cool. That's cool. So that's right.
An LGBT term, and not just...
That's great.
Bro's
calling out a Zelda character. Like, Bro has a bag!
There are plenty of gay people who are not a whole bunch of creeps like Girahim.
On the bus!
Plenty of gay people who are just regular Joes walking down the street. And
wow, you don't say. There's a lot of people who aren't creeps like Girahim. There's a lot of gay people who are just regular Joes, like Arcade Ganon or Veronica, both from New Vegas, or the or the Gone Home character. No, wait, he hates Gone Home.
I want you guys to know that just because a person has a disorder doesn't mean that they have to be defined by it. A person with autism may struggle with social skills, for example, but that doesn't mean they're incapable of it. In the same way, a gay person...
Remember, he is an autism master. He is the expert about autism, which doesn't mean that those women are cheating on their husbands with him, by the way. That just means that he's the expert in autism. Whatever that means. But yes, he is the autism expert, but that's his own words. He has studied autism his whole life, and so when he talks about autism, he casts a tall shadow, and we have to listen to him, frankly.
And could experience attractions to other males. But
oh, wait, go back to that.
With social skills.
Oh, cool. Are we doing the fucking CNE air show still? This is what's happening? There's like a fucking thing happening in Toronto where like planes fly around, and it's supposed to be super cool for tourists to see, and I'm like, you know, I imagine like 20 years ago that probably landed a lot better. A lot better with people when they didn't have like... I mean, like, there's a new game of the year being released every week, you know what I'm saying? Like, and we just had the One Piece show. Wheel of Time Season 2 is out today, and nobody cares. What I'm saying is there's a lot of things that are distracting people from wanting to look at fucking planes, and also all day you just have to hear fucking planes outside. I don't know if you heard that, but I sure did, and it was annoying. And that was a good deal of yesterday that was happening too.
For example. But that doesn't mean they're incapable of it. In the same way, a gay person could experience attractions to other males. But that doesn't mean that they have to go out and make out.
I'm sorry. What is happening here? What is he talking about? This is important.
Just because a person has a disorder doesn't mean that they have to be defined by it. A
like
person
autism.
with autism may struggle.
Or being gay, apparently, right.
With social skills, for example. But that doesn't mean they're incapable of it. In the same way, a gay person could experience attractions to other males. But that doesn't mean that they have to go out and make out with other males. They can choose to rein in their hormones, and they can choose to make the right decision.
The right decision. Again, I mean, I gave up the bag. Bro no longer has a bag. I gave up the bag, and I said, yeah, this is what he believes. You're just supposed to, like, closet yourself your whole entire life. Or be one of these people who is, like, openly gay, like, with a wife. That's a whole thing. There's like a whole like reality show, I think it's a reality show about like guys who are openly male attracted men who are with like married to women, and the woman just puts up with it, and she's like, oh, it's for Jesus. and he's like, oh, well, you know, there was a clip that was like this guy with his male friends, and he's like, oh, that's a bit dangerous, or something like that. It's that openly gay with wives, because because being gay is bad, because apparently, according to these sort of people, you're not supposed to act on those feelings. You're not supposed to act on it. You're literally just built wrong by God as a joke. That's what this is. And that's the thing where I'm like, at a certain point, when do you just go, okay, well, fuck this then? You know? Like, how much do you have to put up with? Just like, oh, God just literally just made me not, like, quote-unquote right. He just made me wrong. And for what? For what reason? For me to build character? It's like, okay, well, go fuck yourself then. You know? Like, that's such bullshit. Why would anybody want to fucking even live by that? At that point. When you come to that realization, like you have to reconcile, like, oh yeah, no, I was just built incorrectly just so it would be funny for, like, God to watch or something. It would be harder for me to get through my life. And then, again, everybody goes to the same heaven. Everybody just goes to regulation heaven. So, yeah, I don't know. At what point do you just say, fuck this entire situation? Fuck this, like, whole religion, you know? Oh, here comes another fucking plane.
And so, as long as they are able to make the right decision, I'm not going to condemn someone just for the way that they were born, just like I'm not going to condemn a natural redhead for being a redhead. That's just stupid.
Why? What?
And the final thing I'd like to say is that...
Wait, what?
I think that if you're going to express what your views and your religion is...
Bro, you missed those coins.
Bro,
you missed those coins.
I
Bro.
think I would prefer it if...
Bro does not have the bag. Wow, more plane. Oh, listen to that plane. Oh, is that an F-150 up there, or is she just happy to see me? Oh,
there
beautiful.
was a Socratic
gay redheads, yeah.
where both parties are willing to...
Gingers are sinners. Well, you know, God made them wrong by mistake, or as a joke. God doesn't make mistakes, and everything he makes is perfect, but sometimes you're just incorrect. Because that's the thing, right? If it's not a mistake, then what is it? Is it just a joke, then? Or no, it's like extra challenge. I guess you could argue that maybe everybody, like, maybe the argument, maybe the logic, here's a concept for you. This is not at all what he's even arguing. This is just my interpretation of the Bible here. Maybe the concept is everybody in life deals with the same amount of hardship, or like some similar amount. And so for the, you know, our scenario before, the gay guy who's lived his whole life like ashamed of himself because of, you know, religious teachings, and his friend who was straight, and just maybe his friend had to put up with a lot of shit too. Maybe his friend was like really sick, or had a bunch of people that he knows die, or like, I don't know, was just like super depressed all the time or something. And maybe that, you know, like maybe that's what the logic is. I'm trying to find what the logic might be. Like, everybody has to put up with things. Your lot in life is to have to bear being gay and not acting on that and having to like hide that or whatever, while other people might have other things that are like, maybe that's what it is, maybe. But then there's a lot of people who just have that, and then also the rest of their life sucks, and it's just like, at what point do you just live for yourself? I don't know.
Have a conversation to say, okay, I am fully willing to embrace your way of thinking, Paul, and I expect you to embrace my way of thinking. If that's not possible, don't even bother. Just go.
Well, what do you mean by embrace your way of thinking? I mean, I don't really agree with or even find much validity in the way that you're thinking. Most of the way that you are thinking, that's the thing. Like, I'll respect the way that you're thinking or whatever if it's based on something that it like matters, as opposed to just, this is what the church fathers have taught me to believe. Because that's literally what he said, is that he'll just, the extent to which, because he said earlier in the video, like, one of the things I get in trouble for is I didn't do my research, and he's like, well, I do my research. I consult the church fathers, and like how they tell me to think about, like, what's a cool opinion. Did a YouTube church father give it to you? You know?
Somewhere else, please. I don't like to start flame wars. I don't like to have people hollering and shouting at each other.
Yeah, I really don't know what the ginger thing was about, the redhead thing. I don't think he's a ginger necessarily. He seems to just have brown hair. but like he did, I guess he was just using that as an example, but it was just, it was a little odd.
I prefer to keep things as peaceful as possible on this channel, so if it's all the same to you...
You're just like the fucking Crusaders, Paul.
I would really appreciate it if
Nice
you
and
guys would
peaceful.
just do the research, learn what the church teaches, maybe ask me in a comment section.
It's like, I don't really give a shit about what the church teaches, though. I mean, unless we're specifically debating that, unless that's specifically what this is, it's like, but that doesn't matter to the reality of life, you know? What the church teaches. I don't, it's what they teach is not, you know, is evidently based on what it's like a recursive loop of I was taught to think this way, so now I'm going to teach people to think this way.
Like, could you explain a little bit more what the church teaches? But just
Church
don't
kind of
expect
gay,
me to
not gonna
keep
lie.
video
Yeah.
on it. With that, thank you very much for listening.
Well, thank you very much for the $30 from Milksteak. I appreciate that, and thank you to everybody for the super chats. We are now like 2 videos in, and we're gonna be continuing to go for a while. We can watch more of the gay stuff here at some point. Get more gay for a little bit. But first, I'd like to take a look at ex-girlfriend videos here. And there's a number of other stuff here. There's Zelda, there's Fremblem, there's more Zelda, there's Zero Time Dilemma. He likes that series. Video game reviews and stuff. Harry Potter and the Catholic Faith. That's my favorite entry in the series. I guess he has a series. Because there was a video I saw last night that he mentioned. Oh my god, he has a songs he's written area. That's cool. But there was a thing he mentioned last night in another video I saw that was about Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. And yeah, my initial thought was like, wait, you're allowed to read Harry Potter? And evidently he has a whole series talking about that, so that's cool. But we're going to take a look at ex-girlfriend videos, and you'll see here. Ex-girlfriend videos, the Catholic gaming nerd. We may no longer be together, but I do not wish for these videos to be removed, just in case her past self can give her current and future selves some life advice. So that seems a little strange to me. That seems kind of condescending and weird. But he has a number of videos with this woman. Her name is Autumn. And I've only seen one here. This one about making God the priority. IstJ and EnfJ, romantic couple, making God the priority. We'll watch a little bit of this one here. And the planes are fucking going by
Good
again.
afternoon.
So here he is. Next to a femoid. This is obviously the thumbnail here. You'll see. If you saw the thumbnail, you saw this woman like rubbing her eyes in annoyance, which you might pick up on shortly.
Good afternoon, my friends. This is Paul, and this is my lovely girlfriend Autumn. And this is a video that we probably should have done at the start, but the whole Myers-Briggs thing seemed kind of...
don't be, stop saying lesbians, chat. That's not acceptable under the church's teachings. How could you say that about our gender ambiguous boy? How could you? Come on now.
in our faces.
That's rude.
Yeah. So we wanted to talk today about how I'm Catholic. Do you mind if I tell this to the audience? You're about to be Catholic. But one thing we've always had in common...
So this woman is, like, not saying anything, which, I don't know, maybe should say something. She's also about to be Catholic, which implies potentially that she has, like, converted for him or something. Or maybe he's pressured her into converting in some way. I don't know what her religion was before, but they evidently both were, you know, Jesus-y. So she was probably, like, Protestant or something. She was religious before, from what we can glean in this video, but, yeah.
Since the get-go is we wanted to put God first in our relationship, and that's what we're here to talk about.
Yeah, she looks
today.
like she's having a fucking great time, doesn't she?
So, do you have any opening remarks, or do you want me to do a question-answer format?
I don't
do a question.
give a shit.
Oh, you know what? I do have something. Okay, so basically, if you have a relationship that's like...
By the way, we need to acknowledge that the point of this video, the title of it and the whole thing he just said, they wanted to put God first in their relationship. They wanted to make God the priority in this two-person relationship, which that's great, you know. I'm sure that's a really cool, healthy thing that everybody's going to be happy with. Especially God. I'm sure he's going to be real thrilled with that. At the end of, I'm imagining the awkward situation where you get to heaven, and it's just like these two, and they're like, hey, God! Hey! how's it going? And they're like, he's like, what? Who? Oh, hello, my children. And they're like, you've been with us since day one. You've always been there with us while we've been fucking and having kids. We've had 17 children for you, my lord. And God's just like, geez, thank you. Man, this is why I don't come down here. I usually stay up on the top floor. Damn. I mean, thank you. Bye.
Romantic relationship type thing.
Cock blocked by God.
Founded in God and love and God's will, you're going to be missing out, and it's going to crash and burn. You might live the rest of your lives with each other and think you guys are happy, but there is so much that you're missing, and I feel like you're missing a big chunk of life and love itself. So either respond or we can go to question and answer format.
That's a really interesting way of wording it, because it almost feels...
She's like staring at the camera. Did you see that?
That's a really interesting way of wording it, because...
She's like staring at the camera. Wow, she's like staring down the camera. Does she know that this guy's obnoxious at this point? Maybe this was like toward the end of the relationship. I don't know. She's like, oh god, he's gonna go off again. Here we go.
It almost feels like
Help
what I've
me.
heard about couples that decide to do things at their own pace, like say couples that live with each other before they're married, or don't have an abstinent relationship.
So was she trying to make a point about him? I want to hear what she said again.
Do you have any opening remarks, or do you want me to do a question-answer format?
I do have something. Okay, so basically, if you have a relationship that's like a boyfriend-girlfriend romantic relationship type thing, that's not founded in God,
not
love,
with God,
and God's
right?
will, you're going to be missing out, and it's going to crash and burn.
Oh, right. Okay, so what she's saying, actually, I thought it might have been like an underhanded thing with her, like with them. Like she was like, yeah, if you're like you, things might not work out there, Paul. Because she gave that look and everything, and she looks miserable. But no, I think she's genuinely like, this is how things should be. If you aren't like we are, you know, get with Jesus, everybody. You can be as happy as we are.
You might
decide to do things at their own pace. It feels like, from what I've heard about couples that decide to do things at their own pace, like say couples that live with each other before they're married, or don't have an abstinent relationship. It almost feels like it can provide temporary happiness, but it doesn't really last. And then there's like a fight.
Yeah, she may just be spitting BS. The look speaks. She doesn't. I mean, she's done a number of videos with him, though. I don't know why she would agree to that. I mean, maybe he's very insistent about it, I would assume. I mean, he seems like the type who would want to show off that he has a pretty girlfriend, so that's probably
that ensues, or drama occurs,
and not have ever moved on from that.
I'll probably get a slew of angry comments saying, no, Paul, no, just you wait a minute. I've done all this stuff, and I feel perfectly happy, but the thing is, can you really look yourself in the mirror and say that? And will it be long-term, is the question.
Okay. It doesn't seem like we're doing question answer, so I'm just gonna...
I'm so fucking sick of you, Paul. Like, wow, just the like, and he goes off, she was like, you can either... I mean, to be fair to him, he did ask, like, do you want to do question and answer? Do you have anything? She said a thing, and then she was like, do you want to respond, or should we... And then he responded, and I guess that was the wrong answer, you know? I mean, I don't know the context of this relationship. Maybe he's just like a complete blowhard who like preaches to her all the time. That's kind of the vibe you might get. She seems like she's very sick of having to deal with this, though. Him, like, I don't know exactly the context.
Happiness should not be the goal of life.
Amen to that.
We've already talked about it before, but obviously joy is different than happiness. And I think joy is kind of like when you're...
The fucking planes, I swear to God.
...is aligned with God and it smiles, whereas happiness is when your spirit is happy. And that's considerably more momentary. You know, so it is...
Yeah, who wants to be happy? Fuck that. There is some truth to that. You don't want to be... I mean, she's kind of right to an extent currently, where she's talking about, like, happiness shouldn't be the goal. you know, if you're chasing happiness, you're going to eventually, whatever you have, you're going to stop being happy with it for one reason or another, because that's just the way things are. You know, the goal is something more like joy or contentment, something more fleeting like that. Happiness is kind of a bit of an elusive, you know, thing that people shouldn't really opt for happiness. They should just opt for things being, you know, okay or something like that. But I don't know. She is going to continue here.
Possible to feel invigorated through sin, especially in relationships, but it's not
through sin.
Healthy. It's not what God wants, and obviously, if it's not what God wants, then it's not healthy.
Obviously.
Regardless of, you know, different scientific findings and stuff like that, you've
regardless of whatever science says about the universe that God created, you know, we know better, I guess.
You have to do it or not. You have to do something or not do something for God. And if you choose to do the opposite, then there will be consequences to pay.
So yeah, it's don't seek happiness or whatever, but it's for God's sake. It's a lot of stuff where I'm like, oh, you can't just do this for your sake. Oh, you can't just have morals for your own sake without like having a fucking carrot and a stick. You know, like, oh, I have to be good so I get into heaven. You can't just be good for the sake of it, you know. But I guess some people can. Some people do. The, you know, do unto others and all of that.
Might
but
be a little bit of unrest.
Happiness is cringe. Science.
God, with living a godly lifestyle, it might sound like doing what God wants in your relationship will be extremely restricting, and the rest of the world will tell you that it's no way to live life, you know. But on the contrary, it's very much it actually pretty much is the definition of life. You know what I mean? Like,
this is hard living. This is what we're supposed to be living like. This is peak performance right here, is being uncomfortable on a couch next to your lesbian boyfriend.
Once a man and a woman get married, and once they have intercourse, it's pretty much like as close as we can get to being one with God on earth type thing.
God, that's so much weight to place on like an orgasm or whatever. Being one, this is like, that's what that sounds like, is like, I don't know, I guess I'm just reading into it maybe, but like, once we have sex, that's like being one with God on earth. Like, wow, girl, I don't know if it's gonna be that great when your first time is like in your 30s and you're married and you realize that, oh, actually I think I'm into women. Like, I don't know. I don't know. You know, you might be right, but this might be, I don't know about that.
One sense.
Somebody's like, look at how she's holding her hands. She looks like her house just burned down and she's like having a trauma response.
And if
Jesus.
you think about it, doing what God wants in your relationship, even if it doesn't work out, it's still leading up to that. You know, even if that never happens, even if God, you know, even if your physical body dies early, even if God decides that, you know, based on these choices or whatever, he feels like it would be better if you're not in a relationship or whatever, it's still, like, doing what God wants in any relationship is...
Well, that's great.
...more of the way to go about things. I feel like that was repetitive, sorry.
No, I don't even know if I can top that. I think you summed it up
totally
so nicely.
That. You can totally top that. There's so much
more to say.
Really? You think I can top all that?
I think it's possible.
Okay, well, first off, I think you did a really nice approach on it. I was actually talking with an atheist who...
Oh, that's dangerous.
Had actually developed a rational approach to why chastity overall works better in a relationship. So science actually works in God's favor. Like, a lot of people say, oh, well, you're only basing this on a Christian perspective, but I don't believe in this God mumbo jumbo, so I can go ahead and have sex before marriage because I have no
Right.
That's what we're meant to do. But the thing is, science has proven that it's better to wait until you're committed.
Science
which
has
is
done
what
so,
God said
huh?
in the first place. So
Is that what science has proven? Is that so?
ultimately, even if you don't believe in God,
Science has
it's better
proven
to
that.
go that route because, as I've worded it before, that oxytocin can make it literally feel like your arm is breaking off. And then getting past all the sciencey stuff, I would also say that
Sciencey stuff.
one of the cool things about keeping God first is that it really makes a lot of our decision making a lot easier because we pray about pretty much everything. Not always together, but we're working on that. But we do pray about like what major decisions
We
we're
do
going to
pray that eventually we'll be able to tolerate each other. You know, eventually that might happen.
make as far as the progression of the relationship. Should we take it slower? Should we go quicker? And that way it takes a lot of the burden off of us.
Yeah.
And so as a result, I think we get into fights.
Thank you for explaining the whole point of religion, dude. Yeah, you know, life is hard, so we pray things happen, and then that really makes it easier on us. We don't have to have the responsibility of making our own decisions, I guess. That's cool.
Like any couple, but I'd say they're considerably more minimalistic.
Yeah,
than
the
most
burden.
The couples, and even some married couples, wouldn't you agree?
No. Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say.
Without hurting you.
I don't think our fights are minimalistic. I think that when the fight is over, we can be prepared more wholly.
Yeah, that's a good way of wording
like,
it.
Holy with like a W, not like holy as in like holy God type thing.
Yeah,
So
I would agree.
It's like, it's...
So he's like downplaying the fights that they have, and she's like, no, they're a big deal, Paul, but, you know, whatever.
There's that. And then, you said about how,
oh my god, the planes.
About us, it takes the burden off of ourselves. And in addition to that, obviously, I agree with that. Obviously, it's true.
Obviously,
you know,
yeah.
God and everything.
Whose voice is higher? Obviously his. His is high. He has a more high-pitched voice than her. Yes. That is worth noting.
In addition to that, the times we have let the burden rest with ourselves, it's given us more of a burden because it's
things
just
harder.
us. Exactly.
I would say that, like, I'm pretty sure the average couple, like, even if they were atheistic or non-Catholic, they might try to consult something else that's like God, like, say, Dating 101, or, like, Dating for Dummies, whatever they are.
Right.
And those are great.
I like that he just compared God to, like, a dating for dummies book. That's cool. I guess ultimately, you know, you boil it down, I guess it is basically the Bible is just that.
Ultimately, the credit goes to God because, well, God is the author of everything.
She does not look very happy, man. Just like her unscrewing the bottle.
Whatever they are.
Right.
And those Dating 101, or like Dating for Dummies, whatever they are.
Right.
And those...
She grabs the water bottle and, like, look at the 1,000-yard stare.
But ultimately, the credit goes to God because, well, God is the author of everything. And so if these wonderful people are writing these awesome books, eventually you're going to have to trace it back to God.
Man, I just don't know. So they talk about this for a little while. Oh, wait, they were about to talk about video games. What's this part?
And if you think about it, some of those books might contain iffy advice, whereas we know that God is the way and the truth and the life, and he's never going to lead us astray.
Do we?
Now, arguing about the existence of God, that's a whole another matter, but we're going to assume that most of you already do believe in a God, because
get to the video games.
Watch a channel
Where are the video games at?
called the Catholic Nintendo Nerd otherwise. So,
I guess
since we mentioned Nintendo, let's talk about video games a bit, and like how we managed to have a balance between that and our relationship. So
we're supposed to talk about God.
We are talking about God.
In a very roundabout,
okay, this has
way,
to do, because, you know, sometimes it can be confusing about whether I put you first, or God first, or video games first.
Well, I'm gonna say there's an obvious answer, but there's an obvious one that isn't the answer also, and you know, depending on your perspective on things and how you interpret things, maybe it's right to put God first. It's not right to put video games first in your relationship, though. Like, it's a valid contender. Oh, that is a quote. Control-Alt-Delete Bible Edition. Yeah, we have to see her reaction again.
Okay, this has to do, because, you know, sometimes it can be confusing about whether I put you first, or God first, or video games first, but I would say that all three work in tandem.
All three. You're as important to me as Mario, baby. Oh, that's just not what you say, bro. I don't know. That's not what you think or say. You need some assistance on that. I thought that this was like the most important thing. I mean, and God too. Like video games, God, and women. It's like AIDS, Star Wars, and 9/11, like the Red Letter Media thing.
Like almost like a mini Trinity in a sense.
Mini Trinity.
Like,
I wouldn't.
GF equals Pac-Man.
I understand what you mean. And just to explain it.
She is like so fed up with him. He's trying to explain it further, and she's like, no, I get it. I am on the same level as Mystical Ninja Goemon. Thank you.
Almost like a mini Trinity in a sense. Like,
I wouldn't go that far with it, but I understand what you mean.
Yeah, you and me, God, and video games. Yeah, it's the Holy Trinity, baby.
And just to explain it.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
You playing video games enhances your communication. And
Does
as
it?
long as I open up to that way of communication, then I am able to kind of communicate quietly in the sense of understanding, because I feel like understanding can be a way of communicating. But obviously there would be no communication without the Holy Spirit, you know, like just keep
obviously.
just coming up and so excited.
oh yeah,
Anyway,
that's great.
Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like there's a lot to talk about with video games, and there's a lot, especially since I'm so new to them, there's a lot that it says about you. And there's a lot that you can say about it because you know a lot, and I feel like that's helped me get to know you a little bit better.
Oh man, she probably didn't necessarily mean that in a mean way, but you can sure interpret it that way. So she's like not into video games and not really even his religion. He's like getting her to convert to Catholicism, but she's like actually a different, I don't know, some other form of religious, I guess. Some other form of Christian. Oh my god, how long is this plane thing gonna be happening? Jesus God. Jesus God, my Jesus, please come back to life now and stop these planes. Yeah, he's like trying really hard to like force her into a mold of what he wants his girlfriend to be, and she doesn't seem to really want that at all.
You know, and that, like, that helps, but, you know, that willingness, like I said, it has to come from God,
Yeah.
you know?
No, what do they do?
I would say that if it weren't for God, I probably would have just tossed all my video games in the trash. Because there was a while when I was wondering, like, what's the point of all of these? And I've struggled with this several times throughout my life. And then once I learned about, like, I forget which encyclical it was, but it was something like The Joy of the Media.
Yeah.
And where they talked about how, like, if you use something for the glory of God, and if it's used for, like, recreation, which in itself is a godly thing, because God gave us the Sabbath. So, in a sense, God created recreation. Because sometimes we need a break from our crazy lives, you know?
Yeah.
And so, I also find that...
I mean, okay, the joy of the media. We're getting into this. Again, it's like trying to find weird little, like, loopholes that allow me to, you know, just play video games all day. I don't know, just say that you want to do that. Non-gamer girlfriend interviews gaming boyfriend here. And then there's 8 years of the Catholic gaming nerd. Favorite moments. This weird shit. Catholic perspective, how we handle our emotions, romantic relationship interaction. Hang on a second here. I want to see the videos that I looked at last night. Let's see what's what here. Let me see. Thank you for the 1-month membership, Sticky Wiki. Planes aren't real, Claw. They are a liberal lie, just like the clit. You know, I've heard something about that actually. Thank you for confirming. Let me see here. It was last night. How a girl can... Yeah, here's this one is interesting. This one is interesting. This is a video called How a Girl Can Tell a Guy that She Likes Him. Now, it's important that I say that specifically because I thought that the name of this video, I thought that this was How a Guy Can Tell When a Girl Likes Him, or How a Girl Can... Something like that. How to tell if I'm in love, really. If I'm really in love with Tony Danza. But no, it's instead him trying to, like, send a message to femoids and how they can better present themselves so men know that they're into them, I guess. Okay, play the video. Oh, also, I don't know if Black Brains is still here, but bro, there's just an entire, like 3-hour, 14-minute thing that's just YTV shows with the commercials and bumpers. And you don't even have to, like, source multiple different videos and shit. It just has it all here. I mean, that's great. That's beastly right there. That's pretty great. But, yeah.
Good evening, my friends. This is Paul.
Good evening.
Hang on, can I turn you up? Not really, hang on. Just, like that?
But haven't had
Not really?
first-hand experience. Now that I have,
A little bit, there you
I've
go.
compiled a pretty decent list. And that is advice for girls on how to tell a guy that she likes him. Now, granted, most
Rare
of this
Leaf
is
W,
from
that's
personal
right.
experience, as I've pursued quite a few ladies in the past, present, and hopefully future.
Quite a few ladies. So we get back into this, which is him and him on, like, dating, which is very interesting. I think this is one of the better videos that I saw last night, which, yeah, him discussing, like, the act of dating and stuff. There's a lot of times here where he has this neutral frame expression where he just looks like resting wrath face, like really angry. For some reason, he looks very upset. And also, I should just, you know, yeah, just a little bit of this. Just a little bit of this.
And I know of a couple of friends who have been searching for girls, have been asking me, like, Paul, how can you tell if she likes me or not? Well, I've had a couple of girls like me, and I've talked to people, so...
Halt!
If any of these suggestions don't work, then it's probably because the guy or the girl in question is the exception, not
That's
the norm.
right, that's right.
So with that, here are 10 tips.
If any of my advice doesn't work for you, that's because the person you're doing it with is like a complete outlier weirdo. It's not because my advice is bad. I want to assure you of that. My advice has never been bad. I've never been gay. I never was gay. I never would be gay.
For the ladies on how to tell a guy that you like him.
Okay, now we're getting loud. That's cool.
One of the biggest things that we guys hate, even though I get the logic for it, is when girls hang out in packs. That's like the #1 way to like automatically make a guy feel like he is absolutely nothing. Because if you think about it, the guy wants to go and talk to you, but when you're surrounded by
Okay,
other
alright,
people,
alright.
like,
Alright, this is
against
just
you
too
like
loud.
them,
That plus the planes overhead. Again, there's like some kind of air show happening in Toronto, so yeah. Yeah, he's now talking about how one thing that women can do is to hang out not with their pack of friends, but alone. And here's the thing. This guy's like in his 20s or 30s or maybe early 40s. I can't tell. He looks like he's one of those where you can't tell what age he is. He's like an adult though. And he's describing what sounds like, I guess he's describing like a workplace environment, but it sounds very much like school. Oh my god. What That's cool. Oh, that was a big one right there. I'm glad that they're wasting the fucking fuel that's needed to fly these goddamn things.
And then he's
That's
gonna
cool.
feel all
That's
bad
so
about
cool.
it. So, if you want him to talk to you first, be alone. Now, I'm not suggesting that you don't ever hang out in packs, because I get it. There's creepers out there, and you need to protect yourself. That's fine. But what isn't fine is when you only hang out in packs.
Oh, another one's coming.
Maybe find some time to sit by yourself in a crowded place. That way you're safer. Or sit by yourself at the lunch table. Then you'll get the hint that, oh, she's
the lunch table.
Maybe that means that I can go to her.
Yeah, there's a lot of creepers out there, everybody. There's a lot of people who will just not leave you alone, even if you just tell them that, you know, you just want to be friends, and you put out a restraining order, and they're all like, no, but I agape you, and you're like, no, get away from me. Yeah, there's a lot of creepy people out there. Once again, not a bully stream. Sure, this guy's lovely at parties. But that being said, again, why is he giving advice that sounds like it's for, like, school children? Like, don't hang out with your friends at recess and fucking, like sit alone or something. Like, I guess that's meant to be for, like, a workplace, but I don't know that I haven't worked with a lot of, like, I haven't worked in, like, a lot of workplace office environments or whatever. You know, places that would have, like, a lunch room and shit. I haven't seen a lot of people, like, I don't know that it's like a stereotype that grown women are, like, huddling together like high school children. He's talking about something that, I remember I saw this, and the first thing I thought was, like, it was like Cho Chang in Harry Potter in, Goblet of Fire, where I think Ron or whoever is like, oh, you can't just go up to her and talk to her. Girls are always with their friends or something. And I was like, oh, wow, it's just like that. And then later he mentions, like, that specific Harry Potter book in a different context, and I'm like, maybe that's, like, where he's getting his ideas of, like, relationships from? I don't know.
And especially do not do like this. Oh my gosh, no. That's, like, the ultimate way to friend zone a guy, is if you're texting.
It's a human thing, sure, but it's mostly like a school-age thing.
Maybe waving, looking like you're totally confident and comfortable in your own body. Even if you aren't.
Okay, wait, no, hang on. Hang on. All the woman needs to do to tell you that she likes you, hang on.
The ultimate way to friend zone a guy is if you're texting,
right,
or if you're just looking miserable.
But friend zoning is good though, isn't it? So looking miserable is a good sign then for the good lifelong relationship that you're gonna build as friends, right?
You want to be smiling.
This is how you attract a man, by the way. Make sure you smile more.
If you're texting,
let's get the guide here.
Looking miserable. You want to be smiling, maybe waving.
Looking
like you're totally confident and comfortable in your own body. Even if you aren't.
That's all you need to do, ladies. All you need to do is just smile and wave for some reason. I guess, like, wave him over, I guess, specifically, is what he's saying, but it could just be implied that just wave, just be waving around, just do, like, a dance, I don't know. But be comfortable and confident, even if you aren't. Just do that, forehead. That's all you need to do. The idiot, loser. What's wrong with you? What's wrong? What is actually wrong with you? You can't just pretend to be comfortable and confident with yourself? And smile? What do you have to be upset about? God gave you life.
Now, the next...
You must act like you enjoy me the entire time. That's right. Enthusiastic consent, baby.
Overt hand gestures. Like I said before, guys are terrible at taking hints, myself included. So it really helps if you do a bunch of gestures. Like if he says something sweet, you go, "Aw, that's so sweet of you." Or like if you wipe sweat off of your forehead when you're around him. Or if you go, "Oh gosh, you're such a sweetheart."
So if you're like hot and it's hot out and you wipe your face, then you're in love with him. And if you're just an expressive person naturally, then that might mean that you're in love with him. I guess. What if you're just like that naturally? See, that's a dangerous thought process, because what if she's just like that with people, and then you see her like that with, like, her fucking brother, and you just start getting some weird ideas in your head, you know?
Stuff like that. Being overly dramatic. That way, the guy doesn't just think that you like him, he's gonna know.
He's gonna know.
Now, the third part is...
All you have to do is be comfortable in your own body and happy with who you are as a person and smile more and, you know, be confident enough that you can talk to people, you know, unapproached and everything. You just have to do all of that and then... Wow, what great advice. I love that that's the first piece of advice he's giving. Is just like, yeah, just do better for it. Like, that's basically like forehead, just idiot. Hey, idiot. Hey, loser. Yeah, just stop being such a loser, I guess. Like, that's basically the level of advice. Just be more confident. Cool. Thanks, Paul. You're really you're real helpful.
One that I learned kind of the hard way, and that's to remember stuff that the guy tells you about his mutual interests. Now, this can go the other way around, too.
Obviously.
But I think it especially helps guys because there seems to be kind of a divide on male and female interests, at least from the circles I hang around. Not too many females like to play video games where I'm from.
No, where I'm from.
So when...
It's more likely that I would be the one in the kitchen making the sandwich. 'Tis a wonderful thing to see a girl gamer, my lady.
I'm interested in a video game, whether it's a friend or a romantic relationship. I like it when the person
got a couple lulls in chat.
The interest that I'm showing or the passion.
Somebody says this video feels redundant. Boy howdy, we ain't even halfway through. Gosh darn it.
And I'm excited about
Gulltucky.
And says, "Oh yeah, Paul, I remember when you told me this about virtues as reward." When honestly, the average person just kind of listens to be polite. No. Don't listen just to be polite. Listen because you're genuinely interested what he has to say, and who knows, maybe you'll end up liking it.
So just fake interest, I guess.
This is a biggie. For the older
he says to do it just because you're genuinely interested. Well, what if you aren't, though? I guess don't be with that person, but I guess that's what the friend zone is for, is when you realize that you aren't genuinely interested in the things that they're into. I guess, I don't know. But also, like, I don't know. That's a bit of a strange one. I guess it's right, but it is like, it's a little easier said than done to just be genuinely interested. Well, some people just aren't going to be, you know.
People like me, but it could still be a sign of affection, and that is call him.
Call him.
Bill Cosby once said, Cosby Show, call the man. So
this guy quoting Bill Cosby, and with this camera quality, no less, has a poster for Breath of the Wild on his wall. This video was made in 2018. So, this was well and truly after Bill Cosby was a known individual on lists and whatnot. You know, I used to watch The Cosby Show too. I also watched it. It was a good show, you know, and I enjoyed it when I was younger. Theo Huxtable and all of that. I remember. But to be making that reference now is just a little bit... Again, it's not something that I would necessarily think is too crazy on its own, but that coupled with everything else that's happening, you know?
And then he repeated that at least 3 times.
Cosby Jr.
Call the man! Don't just text him. Don't send a bunch of emojis on Facebook. Call him. Like, pick up the phone, dial... and say... Hello, super awesome person speaking. Maybe not in those exact words, but he'll really appreciate the gesture. Now, granted, you don't want to do it like all the time, but at least try. Or send him a letter. Snail mail.
That's not the only thing that Bill Cosby taught this young man.
Personally, I think that's one of the best ways of keeping in touch, even if it's significantly slower than you'd expect. But writing a letter takes a lot more effort than sending a text. Generally speaking, guys like to be able to have a hefty pursuit. They don't want things to be too easy.
Pursuit, right.
So, but they also like it when you do it the other way around, too. So send him a snail mail letter.
Send him a
of course,
snail
granted,
mail.
you have to have his address.
You used to call me on your snail phone.
First, but if you do, that would be a great...
Every time I saw the snail phones in Netflix One Piece, I kept thinking about that. Just at snail phone. Oh.
No, showing him that you really, really care, especially on his birthday. If you do a handwritten, non-store-bought birthday card, he's gonna flip out.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, if she sends you an affirmation card that calls you a treasure, Never gonna come like that ever again, buddy. That's the ticket. That's what you want. Better than 1,000 dates. All the dates in the world, baby.
This is a huge one. Maybe just because I'm a guy and I'm hopelessly heterosexual, but regardless, it's still a biggie for pretty much everyone.
Hopelessly heterosexual. Can somebody put that in their bio on like Twitter or something? Just like, hi, my name's Jeff /23/hopelessly heterosexual. You know, that kind of thing.
And I know, and that is the bathroom,
hopelessly heterosexual.
the restroom, whatever you want to call it, is for using the toilet.
The term hopelessly, like, I guess you're like a hopeless romantic or something. Oh, there's a new Mike and Jay talk about. That's nice. You're like a hopeless romantic, but it's like, that's not a good thing, really, being hopeless. Like, you're hopelessly heterosexual. That's not... I don't know that that's good.
Products, brushing teeth, etc. It is not
putting that in my Grinder bio. Good idea.
Not a place.
Oh wait, this is a weird part of this video. Hang on. The section here is called bathroom.
I'm a guy and I'm hopelessly heterosexual, but regardless, it's still a biggie for pretty much everyone I know, and that is the bathroom or the restroom, whatever you want to call it, is for using the toilet, feminine products, brushing teeth, etc. It is not, absolutely underlined, not a place for socializing.
This is such a very strange point that he is about to make. And I don't really fully understand it, to the point where I when I was watching this last night, I realized that this is kind of like when Iron Wrath would do the thing where he would say, he would make up some situation as if it's like a thing everybody has experienced, but actually it's just like a very specific thing that happened to him. But he's like trying to make it like a generic situation, and it's like, this just sounds like you're just venting about a thing that happened to you. But anyways, the bathroom is absolutely underlined not
I know, and
for
that is
socializing.
Bathroom or the restroom, whatever you want to call it, is for using the toilet, feminine products, brushing teeth, etc. It is not, absolutely underlined not a place for socializing. You want to creep a guy out in 2 seconds, just say, hey, you, can you come with me to the bathroom? Because then you're excluding the guy.
No, he's not explaining himself well, but what he is meaning is, like, if you're in a group with multiple women, and you're a guy, and the women are like, hey, let's go to the bathroom together, he's not necessarily... It kind of sounds like he's, like, the woman is inviting the guy to the bathroom. I was very confused by this at first, but no, it's implying a scenario where two women are, like he's on a fucking double date or something, and these two women, like, go to the bathroom, and I think he thinks they're talking shit about him.
For being a guy. And that is not a good way to make a guy feel better. It's actually a way to make him feel worse.
Yeah, I want to point out the chat message that says, you want to creep a girl out? Tell her to go to the bathroom alone. Yeah, he points out that, like, sometimes women go to the bathroom to, you know, protect each other or whatever, together. But, like, yeah, this is just weirdly controlling. I mean, I don't know, because he's talking about, like, a woman, like, he's talking about, like, how a woman would show that she's into a guy, but this reads as, like, I was with someone and she did this to me, and I am upset. And, like, I don't want, you know, that... It doesn't seem like it's relevant to something that happens... Like, it feels like you would already have known that she was into you by this point. Like, she's on a date with you is the only context where this makes sense. Unless, again, you're, like, at school, and you're, like, at the fucking lunch table at school, and the girls are just like, let's go to the bathroom together. He continue... Again, maybe it's, like, at a workplace or something? Some place that has, like, a cafeteria, maybe works in, like, an office building, and there's people that are, like, yeah, like, women are just going off to the bathroom together to shit-talk their men or something. I don't know, but it definitely sounds more like some high school shit.
Then you could be gossiping about him, and then the guy is in
you're
this...
gossiping.
Uh-oh, did I do something wrong? And not only that, but gossiping to begin with, even if it's in public, is not really a good thing to be doing, so...
Well, I mean, also, you're just... you're like, don't do this thing because you might be gossiping or he might interpret it that way. That's not really your fault or hit. It's kind of more on like how he views things. Maybe he's right, but I don't know. Being weird and controlling about your bathroom habits is probably not the best thing. That might be a thing that would come up when they're in the bathroom together. Like I don't know.
If you gotta use the toilet, use it. Men have to use the toilet too. It's kind of a human thing. Just use it.
Right.
The toilet or the sink or whatever. Just please don't socialize.
Yeah, maybe it was at the conference. That's a good point, chat member. Maybe because he mentioned way earlier that when he was at a conference where a bunch of his like friend zone harem came to his aid to pull him out of the depths of despair. It was the end of Sonic 06 and they all teared up over him and got the Chaos Emeralds and he came back to life. His at the con, whatever conference he was at. Maybe that's where he was like with some women and they went off to talk without him. And I'm realizing what it is too, where he's like, that's excluding the guy. It's like maybe they were just trying to get away from you. Maybe they were, maybe that's how you can tell. Maybe this isn't how a girl can tell a guy that she likes him. Maybe this is how you can tell that a girl doesn't like you. Is like, I've been following you around all over this place. What do you mean? You have to leave now and talk in the bathroom. I can't follow you in there. Vexing. How am I supposed to know if you're in love with me?
Just say, can we save this for another time when I'm not in between certain things going into the water?
What?
Personally, I think that just sounds gross, but maybe I'm just a guy. Number 6, and this is essential if you're Catholic, practicing Christian, especially Catholic, and that's don't be over-sexual.
Oh.
That is how you show a guy that you're desperate for a guy.
Right.
Now, if you want to show that you desire him, then you're gonna
certain things going in the water. Yeah, he means poopy. He's talking about poopy. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about it's indecent. It's like before when he said, you know what, between their legs. It's indecent to discuss things that God has created. That's part of the natural process that God has created. It's just indecent to discuss them. That's not acceptable. Because we don't want to acknowledge things that God made naturally. That's just not okay. Right.
Present yourself as a temple of the Holy Spirit. So that means if you're over-relying on being sexual or sexual advances to get...
Paul, I thought the number one commandment was to be fruitful and multiply. So doesn't that mean, be extremely forward and have a lot of sex and have a lot of babies? Is that not? I think that's the point. I think they're better religious people than you. They're better God people than you, Paul.
The guy that's saying, I want you for your
Creeper
body,
smile.
not for who you are. And if
Stop showing shoulders, you wench.
Want to know a guy for who he is, that's not going to be so, obvious. It's going to be deeper within his mind and his heart. So you're going to want to get to know him with actual conversation. Now, granted, the female body is beautiful and to be appreciated, but it's not meant to be the win-all, end-all of getting a guy. In fact, for many chaste guys like myself,
chaste guys
several
like
of the
himself,
guys I know, that's actually a huge turn-off. If you're...
Right.
I'm not allowed to talk about immodesty, but let's just say you're dressing in a certain way, thinking, if the guy...
This is what I'm saying. I'm not allowed to talk about immodesty. This was the video I saw where it's like, who's not allowing you to? And the answer is he isn't, because of course these people always disallow themselves from doing things that they could very easily just do. But, yeah, he's not allowed to talk about immodesty, which comes across as like a little bit of like self-censorship of something that he might believe, but also like a cop-out of, I don't know enough about this, so I'm not going to speculate or something, which you could just say, but this like, I'm not allowed to talk about it. It's so... Like, who's disallowing you, Paul? Like, this is... I hate to be that guy, but this is some serious beta cuck shit, dude.
Sees this.
I'm sorry.
He's gonna love me for sure.
God says no.
There's a difference. Okay, so
wait. What's that again? Go over that.
I'm not allowed to talk about immodesty, but let's just say you're dressing in a certain way, thinking, if the guy sees this, he's gonna love me for sure. No, he's gonna lust. There's a difference.
And, I mean, this guy with his, like, smug, no, he's gonna lust, and this, like, face that he makes with the eyebrows, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that somebody like you should be talking about any of this, though, Paul, because the whole fabric of relationships as you view it is to completely hide the sexual part of your relationship, which, again, is a thing that God made, so why are you ashamed of it? But the sexual part is just hidden until you have committed yourself lifelong, long-term, forever to someone, but you're not allowed to ever break up with that person now, by the way. That's a lifelong, you can't, no takesies backsies, divorce is a sin. And only then do you have sex with them. And it's like, I don't know that you are qualified to discuss this subject matter, Paul. I really just don't know. Although, he probably does feel a lot of lust a lot of the time.
Okay, so this one is especially helpful if you study personality types and you know about the sensing personality type. Lust for revenge. Don't really use hidden meanings. Most men do not have what you have called women's intuition. So, be honest with him. Don't expect him to get the hints. I've heard...
So do you think that he genuinely thinks that women have, like, a secret superpower called women's intuition? Because he looks like the type that would probably believe something like that. Like, women were born with a special buff that gives them spider sensibilities, basically.
I've heard that phrase so many times where the female's just like, can you not take a hint, Paul? And I'll be like, no, I can't take hints. I need things direct.
No, I'm very stupid. This is a great part. Hang on.
I've heard that phrase so many times where the female's just like, can you not take a hint, Paul? And I'll be like, no.
No.
I can't.
I can't. I don't even speak the same language as you. Where am I? What do you mean this is Mexico? Whose house is this? All right, I'm leaving.
I need things directly presented to me. And the average
females.
guy is the same way. If you're angry at a guy, don't just, like, be passive-aggressive about it. Tell him. No, you don't want to be, like, a total drama queen and be, like, tearing your hair out and flipping tables. But you want to just say, hey, this is how I feel. I'm sorry if it makes you uncomfortable, but I'd just like to express myself. Don't play games with him. Don't beat around the bush. Just tell him. Granted,
well, if they tell you that they don't want to be in a relationship with you and they don't want to see you anymore, then you're going to be upset. So they lie and tell you they want to be friends. I don't know. You know, the road of tough love, you know, hard truths is a hard one as
hurt his
it
feelings,
says.
But the way I've described it to another friend of mine is, okay, when you have a bandage on your arm, most people have hair on their arms. When you tear it out, it's gonna hurt a lot. But if you slowly tear it out, it's going to hurt even more.
That's right. Like a Band-Aid, Jerry. Right off!
You're not just getting it over with. So do the take the bandage off quickly as opposed to the take the bandage off slowly method. Now, this one is kind of subjective. If the guy that you likes dancing, and so do you, then a really good tip is to ask the guy to dance on occasion. Now...
Bro, Paul, why don't you just have balls?
I know in the more older, not progressive society that I'm from, we're typically
back where we just like to grill.
Expected as the guys to ask out the women. But as society has progressed, there have been more and more examples of women asking out men.
And I'm okay with society progressing when it makes things better for me personally.
So, at a dance, let me tell you, as a guy who considers myself social but hates crowds, it is really hard to ask out a girl, especially if she's sitting around next to other girls. Because there's always that fear of, is she gonna say no?
I feel like somebody earlier said this video was redundant, and you're right, because like half of this video, you just cut this video to half the length and just be like, okay, be genuine with the guy and like, yeah, be honest with him and blah, blah, blah. And like this, like he's now retreading the thing about don't be next to other women or something. Like this is just a retread of existing territory.
And then if she does say no, why did she say no? Is it because she doesn't feel like dancing at all, or is it just because she doesn't like dancing with me? However, if you ever say, oh, how hard can it be just to ask out a guy? Well, try it yourself sometimes. I've actually heard from quite a few females at the Sadie Hawkins dances that...
The Sadie Hawkins dances, chat. Now, I remember my mom saying that as, like, interchangeably with, like, the sock hop and the ice cream social. You'd hear about the Sadie Hawkins dances. And this motherfucker, this father fucker, sister fucker over here going to the Sadie Hawkins dances and talking to females at the Sadie Hawkins dances.
They get a month
from middle school or whatever. I don't know how old this gentleman actually is. He appears to be an adult. He certainly appears to be at least, you know, old enough to vote and pray for Trump to win. But, like, you know, he looks like he's one of those people who's, like, in his late 30s, but he looks like he's just fresh out of high school. But he's still talking about high school shit and, like, sock hop fucking Sadie Hawkins dance bullshit.
Deeper appreciation for the fear that guys go through after they're the ones that are required to...
Yeah, somebody's like, those are actually real? Yeah, I didn't even know. I thought that was like a 50s thing or some shit. It was like going to Pop's Diner and splitting a malt.
If you've ever read the book Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, when Harry says, I'd rather take a dragon than ask a girl out to a dance.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. When he first mentioned the thing about girls hanging out in packs, that was, immediately I'm like, wasn't this a thing in like a Harry Potter book? This is where he got this from, I think. He learned dating advice through a fucking Harry Potter book. There was like a whole section in that book, if I'm not mistaken, where it's like Harry is trying to separate Cho Chang so he can fucking ask her out or something. And it's kind of irrelevant ultimately, because what fucking use was Cho Chang as a character overall in the Harry Potter canon? I don't think that much, but, you know, that's a whole element of the fucking book, and it's like, is he just like a big Harry Potter fan Christian? Man, the worst of both worlds.
Pretty darn accurate, how we guys think.
Yeah, it's one of the Satan books.
Number 9 is when you say a compliment, mean it. Don't just say it for the sake of politeness.
Okay, we get it. Be genuine with the guy. Be honest. Yes, thank you. Yes, another point on this list that's the same thing. Thank you. There's Girahim again. Lies, truth. The beauty of the friend zone was... Yeah, hang on. That was the one that we watched already. I want to find, let's see, where would it be now? Is it here? It was the Just Paulism playlist, which was updated yesterday, apparently, and I don't know what with. Oh, with him at Comic-Con. He still uploads as of, like, yesterday. He is still talking, on his channel. He has videos about games and stuff. We could maybe look at one of those. But I want to see another video about being friend-zoned, because this seems to be the other side of things, or maybe the not quite as popular, or the not quite as positive side. This is the beauty of the friend zone, but this is just how to tell if she is friend-zoning you. And again, we have a lady in the thumbnail. It doesn't appear... I mean, she's probably not in the video with him. Let's see. Probably not. Thanks, Kat. Thanks, Paul. Thank you for the intro. It's a good intro.
Good morning, my friends. This is...
Wow, he really does look like YMS, actually. You just cut in here, and he does actually look like he's about to give us his fucking... finally gonna do another video about Synecdoche, New York.
Paul, and today I'm gonna talk about my professional experience of being a certified friend...
Oh my god, hang on. Oh, no, we need the full clip. Hold on. We know what he was about to say, but my god.
Good morning, my friends. This is Paul, and today I'm going to talk about my professional experience of being a certified friend-zoned guy.
Walk out the door, you see someone that you know, and they ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
They would never understand. They would never understand. That was a very good clip. I'm glad that we listened to all that in full.
Yes, that's right. I actually really like the friend zone, and I'm very happy that I have so many female friends that I wouldn't trade for anything. However, I would not like it as much if they were to all be interested in me. I'm actually very glad that we have a platonic relationship, because I feel like there's so much pressure during dating to like be so perfect and to have it work out that if it doesn't, there's all these complications, and sometimes the two will like never speak to each other again and have this animosity. So while I did make an entire video all about the friend zone, I mostly talked about what it was and the benefits of it, as opposed to how to tell if you're in one. So this video is going to be primarily focused on personal experience, so it's not going to be listing a bunch of academic sources that scientifically prove...
Well, that's good. I don't know why we would want to listen to science. No, we're going to listen to his personal experience, which I think is better than science, frankly. This is lived experience from somebody who clearly knows what they're talking about the dating scene. He's been around the block a few times.
Body language or anything. He
sowed his wild oats.
This is just going to be me having well over 24 really close female friends and looking at their...
Well over 24 really close female friends. Do you have no male friends then? Why are you not allowing yourself to have male friends? Are you that afraid of being gay? Or are you just not valuing men on the same level? Because that feels like weirdly misandristic, whatever. Like, I don't know, you know, men do a lot of cool things too, buddy. You should try being friends with one sometime. Some of them are pretty cool. But, you know, and obviously it's not even about that. It's not about friendship. It's about this guy's super cripplingly lonely and wants somebody to finally be with him forever. And that's like his only goal. I mean, it's incel stuff, ultimately. It's that same mindset of like, once I meet the woman, you know, once I meet woman, all of my problems will be solved and everything will be better. And I don't know, Paul. I don't know. You could probably stand to just have some guy friends a little bit too. I mean, he probably does, but he never talks about them at all. I say he probably does. I mean, I would assume that he does, but he never talks about them, so who's to fucking say? If he does have guy friends at all, he doesn't value them. At least not in the same way that he values the women friends, because the women friends have something he wants that he claims that he's like, oh, well, this is the highest level I can go. No, he still wants to fuck these women. And, like, be in a relationship with them. Whatever he's, you know, whatever. He wants to, it must be incredibly frustrating to have to feel like you need to be married to someone in order to deal with the sexual frustration that he has to be feeling. I mean, you know, people like this, all of them have to. I'm sure. And they're just, like denying themselves a lot of things.
Actions that have proven that they only wanted things to be platonic. And hopefully that applies across the board to most girls out there, but take everything with a grain of salt.
Yeah, he hasn't mentioned one single male friend yet. It's all been about, I have so many supportive females surrounding me. And, like, the fact that it's specifically females makes it suspicious. You know? Like, if he was just saying, I don't mind being friend-zoned because I love having my friends. Like, if he worded it even just a little bit differently, it wouldn't be so alarming. If he had just worded it as, like, I don't mind being friend-zoned because, you know, I love having friends and nakama on my ship, and... You know, like, he just words it a little bit differently, but instead he's making it all specifically about women friends and female friends that he knows, very close female friends. Like, that's the main thing to him, which is alarming, like I say.
There's usually an exception.
This is what happens if YMS didn't grow up gay. He would have grown up, like, you know, religious and repressed. That's the two different options for YMS.
Option to every generalization.
Sad.
So, I know I get flack for this whenever I join a singles group, so let me just say right off the bat that if you don't like being called female, if you're a girl watching this, I'm sorry, but I thought every girl was a female, so do you not like synonyms?
Oh boy, he's been called out before for calling women females. Like, it's acceptable for chat to specifically point out that he's like females every other word, because apparently people in his life have said that, and he's like, actually, they're just synonyms, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, dude. I mean, he does seem like enough of a nerdy type of person that he would probably maybe also call men males, but he never ever discusses men. Much like Chris Chan, he will not ever talk about men. It's all women all the time.
Anyway, weird nitpick aside, I'm not going to use most important or least important or a checklist. I'm just going to go off of whatever comes to my head. I think one thing that most of my female friends have in common is that they don't initiate a lot of phone calls and hangouts.
Somebody says they don't initiate phone calls. Yeah, a lot of my female friends have the tendency to not want to hang out with me or call me or do anything with me. It's strange how women show their affection, isn't it? Red flag, yeah. Somebody says he seems unaware of transgender people. No, he's aware. He just, will not respect you or give you the time of day and thinks that you are squandering what God gave you, even though God made you that way or something. He won't get into it, though. He's probably not qualified to talk about it. He's not allowed, I'm sure. But he's allowed to have the prejudice. He's just not allowed to understand the prejudice.
A lot of times for my friends, to show that they are not interested, usually I am the one that sends a text that says, hey, would you like to have a hangout? And most of the time they say yes.
Most of the time. My really close female friends, of which I have over 24, many more than 24, he said something like that. Most of the time they say yes. But they never offer to hang out with me. Yeah, after all of the rejection and telling me that they don't want me to be in their life that much, they just don't want to... I'm there to be the autism expert and everything, and they just won't...
But it's very rarely the other way around. I mean, every now and then they break tradition. It's usually more of an on-the-spot, hey, I've got nothing better to do kind of thing. They also very rarely will call me out of the blue and say, hey, I feel like talking. One of my friends has only ever called me on the phone without prompting once.
Wow, he's like shaming these people if they watch his videos. That's great. You're supposed to, if you're that friend, you watch this and you just feel bad about yourself. And you're like, wow, I have only called him once. If you're any of his friends, you're expected to watch this and feel badly about yourself for not being more friendly with him, I guess. That's nice. That's some of that good old-fashioned guilting people into feeling the way I want them to feel.
And she's one of my closest female friends.
One of my closest friends, but she's only ever watched me once. She's only ever called me once. One of my closest... Wow, that's very sad, my man. That's really sad. I'm sorry to tell you, but you don't have friends. I don't think he knows this. He doesn't have friends. He really has conflated friend zoning with friends. I mean, it's possible that one of them, two of them, multiple of them might have really meant it when they said, I want to stay friends, or like, he broke up and they said that, or somebody who just, he didn't, because, again, he's mixing up the terms of friend zoning with, like, being in a relationship and then being, like, staying friends when you break up, which is a different thing, but he kind of makes it all the same thing. And, like, I don't know.
That she just has never been the spontaneous type in that regard.
Just not spontaneous. Yeah, that's the reason. That's good. That's good code.
So I took that as a way of meaning that it's definitely platonic, because I feel like if you're interested in someone, and I know this from personal experience, you kind of want to be talking.
Yeah, God is the best, gal pal. If you're interested in someone, you want to be talking. Wow, this is really hard to watch, damn. This is like him realizing, like in real time, he is recognizing that the people in his life don't want to be, like the women in his life don't want to be around him. And he can't really, like, come to terms with that. Like, he is saying all of the information that needs to be said for you to make that conclusion. To come to that conclusion.
That is definitely platonic, because I feel like if you're interested in someone, and I know this from personal experience, you kind of want to be talking constantly. Not to say you
constantly? I don't know.
Can't have an ongoing conversation with a female friend, but
Wait, what?
I feel like it's like amplified when you're in a relationship, because like my ex and I, we used to text each other every single morning and sometimes call each other to give a good morning call. And then we'd sometimes like she would usually come to my house twice a week, and so it would be much more obsessively regular. So
Right.
I think if a girl is just interested in you platonically, she's not going to initiate a whole lot of conversations. And if she does, it's going to be on a more spread out basis, like once.
No, if you're an actual friend of someone, then I don't know. And there's also other factors. They might feel not good about being around you for one reason or another. Like, again, I don't know this guy, but people in chat joke about him being like a creeper. It might be that she just doesn't feel comfortable around you. It might be that she is upset with herself for some reason when she's around you. It could be a lot of things that make people drift apart or something. But that's if you're talking about a relationship that's happened, that like a relationship that ended and then like they're trying to stay friends. He is talking, seemingly interchangeably about like just random people that he's known that have like rejected him, and then he's like, that's what he also is viewing friend zoning as, is just like somebody who maybe he was already friends with, and then they rejected him romantically, and now it's like he's still friends with them. Yeah, it's different things for a lot of people. He's trying to fit this all into like one thing and be like, this is the case for how to tell if a girl is friends. Like, this is it's probably a few different like scenarios that might be going on here, Paul. It sounds like you have, again, well over 24 situations like this, according to him, where women have friend zoned him. So like, I'm assuming a number of them were fairly different, but
a month kind of thing. Another thing that I have noticed that shows friend zoning is friendliness, but it's not friendliness that's exclusive to you. If a girl is interested in you, she is going to single you out a lot more. And again, knowing this from experience, a girl who is interested in you is going to...
This is getting dangerously close to how dare you have friends you thought, which I don't know about that.
To make a lot more hints and a lot more effort to show that you are specifically the one that she is interested in. However, if a girl is being friendly to you, that might come across as flirtatious, especially if she's one of those types that's just naturally accidentally flirtatious, but then observe her in other settings.
Maybe accidentally flirtatious. I don't know, buddy. Maybe God just made her and she decided, you know what, I'm gonna be flirty. And maybe that's her fucking choice to make, because she is living the life that she was given by the Holy Father. Maybe you shouldn't shame people for how they express themselves so much. I don't know, eat a dick.
You notice that that same amount of friendliness is displayed to, say, the person in front of her in a line for the grocery store, then you know that she's probably only interested in you platonically. Because there are girls out there that are outgoing and extroverted, and they're just friendly to everyone.
And of course we're doing this thing where it's all about, there are girls who blah blah blah. It's like, I don't know. You mean there are people maybe out there, male and female, and whatever. There's just people who are, outgoing sometimes. Sometimes people do be clean sometimes. But sometimes bro be dirty. Like sometimes. You ever had that? I know. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
And so, if you're not singled out, then I think that's a relatively good sign that you are probably friend-zoned. That being said, I do have one of my female friends, Danielle,
and now he's naming them specifically, okay. So, being friend-zoned, like, that's a sign you are being friend-zoned. It's like, So, okay, friend zoning can't include then a best friend, I guess. Cause like that, well, you know, she's giving him more attention. If you're at a store with someone and they're your friend, and they're like, and just regular friend, and they're acting the same way that they do with like a random fucking hobo that you pass by. Sick of all those hobos begging for change. I forget the way that song goes, but that's a great song. If you're like just passing by somebody and your friend is acting like the same way that they act with you, with someone else that they don't know, I guess that would be kind of weird. I guess. But it's like, I don't know. The way he says like that's how you know you're being friend zoned because she's not singling you out. It's like, I guess there's no allotment for somebody singling you out for a reason of friendship then. Like it can't even be, oh, we're not together but he's still my best friend. Like you can't even be that. It has to be if she's showing you any kind of preference at all, then that means that you're just treasured by her, which means nothing, I guess. I don't know. I'm very confused by this.
Very, very easily excitable person. And so a lot of times I think it would come across as though she's flirting, but again, she just has that really excitable personality.
So he has now specifically named the woman he's talking about, and now I don't know if she watches his videos or anything, but he's naming her and talking about how, oh yeah, some people might say she's a bit of a slut because she's so flirty, but you know, I don't know, that's just her personality.
Now in her case, she does often say things like, oh my gosh, Paul, you're my favorite person, even though I know that she's happily married.
Yeah, how about that voice? How about that ear-piercing kind of voice that's kind of really starting to be a little bit annoying. So he's about to do the thing again where he assures us all that just because a married woman is friends with him doesn't mean that she's cheating with him. Which again, nobody needed clarification on, Paul. Thank you though.
But I think in her case, her personality likes to exaggerate. But because we've known each other so long, I think we're able to like get each other's code. And I think that's another sign that you can tell that a female is friend zoning you. When she really, really, really knows how you communicate and says and does things that would otherwise be considered flirtatious, but because she knows you well, she's able to use that language without you thinking that it's flirting. Now, I don't expect too many of you to fall into that scenario.
I don't even know what you're
I don't
talking
expect
about,
this
man.
to be a regular thing. But I have noticed with my female friends, a lot of times they're either really comfortable with me or they're just that type of personality where they would say things like, I trust you, and I don't think you would be the type to hurt me. And so, like,
this is like going somewhere, I'm sure.
Might want a lengthy embrace, whereas normally that's the kind of thing that more intimate couples would want. Why? Because she likes hugs a lot. I have a female friend of mine who does not want the quick and done hug like most girls want.
She doesn't want a quickie hug. She wants it nice and long. Okay, so, and these are people that you're saying that they aren't into you?
I don't think we've ever had a hug that lasted less than at least 10 seconds.
Wow, you're counting the seconds of the hug. Oh boy.
She just really loves to squeeze on.
She loves to squeeze.
That's another thing that actually just came to my mind right now is...
What do you mean it just came to your mind? You're looking at notes written on your hand. What do you mean it just came to your mind? You see that, right? He's clearly reading something off of his hand.
Try to really observe how...
Why are you telling us it just came to your mind if it's on your hand?
Hugs. Now, I get it. Sometimes some females just don't like hugs, even if they're interested in you. But generally speaking, a lot of girls do like hugs. So try to think about the way that she hugs you. Usually that's an indication of how she feels about
you. If she gives you the old hover hand, you know that it's not working out. It's not working.
You. Now, I was given a hugging course in high school because
my
apparently
God.
I was doing it all wrong.
Oh! Oh, that's not a course that most people have to get in high school, I don't think. I don't think that that's not one of those ones like English and math and history and stuff. The hugging course. Uh-oh. So we all know what that implies. That there were a number of girls at his school who were like, yeah, Paul just like grabbed me and I guess it was a hug. He kept squeezing me. It was weird. I don't know. I feel violated. And yeah, they made him take a hugging course. That's cool. That's cool.
And I was told that the proper way to hug, which most of my female friends watching this are probably cringing and saying, that's not how I want to be hugged.
I would assume that most people of any kind are cringing and not wanting to be hugged by you, I would say.
Told that if the guy is taller than the girl, he's supposed to lean over and like grab her back sort of from a distance so that you're, respecting her you-know-whats.
Her you-know-whats.
And then quickly get out of it after like 2 seconds.
Again, are we not allowed to, like... I just don't get why more Christian people and Catholic people are not, like, hippies. You know what I mean? Like, why don't they live off the land? Why are they not nudists? Why are they not, like... Yeah, God gave us titties and whatever, and we can just talk about that, it's fine. We don't have to be all prudish and you-know-what about it. God told us to be fruitful and multiply, so why are they not all living on a commune and fucking trading wives? I don't understand how they've interpreted this whole fucking thing. This is just...
A lot of my female friends don't really like that, but I still try to keep that advice, say if I'm meeting someone for the first time and we've established a relationship.
He's a hugging expert and an autism expert. That's right. That's right.
Close enough to being friends where I think a hug would be appropriate. However, speaking from experience, having an ex-girlfriend, when we would hug, it would often be very much kind of like a child hugging a parent, where she wouldn't even do any preamble. She would just like hug me around the midsection really tightly, and I wouldn't even have a chance to lean over and hug her.
I like the chat message that says, y'all think Bobby Hill would make videos like this? And I do. I really do. What happened to my fucking lighter? I'd like to know where that went. That would be cool. That would be... Oh, somehow it wound up behind me. Hang on, let me light an incense. Yeah, so him saying that his hugs with his ex-girlfriend were like a child hugging him or something is strange stuff. Strange stuff. What are we... I think I'm... Oh, right, the incense I'm using now is called Go Away Evil. It's called Go Away Even! Go Away! There we go. Blow that baby. Alright. Alright. Incense is burnt. Let's do it. We're now burning a tribute incense for Jesus to make evil go away.
From a distance, it would be almost as though she wanted me to crush her to death, and my head would rest on top of her head.
Okay, we need to... Hang on. What's going on now? Crush her to death?
Where very much girlfriend, when we would hug, it would often be very much kind of like a child hugging a parent.
She's the child, I guess?
She wouldn't even do any preamble. She would just like hug me around the midsection really tightly, and I wouldn't even have a chance to lean over and hug her from a distance. It would be almost as though she wanted me to crush her to death.
I don't... What? I get... What? Almost as if that, I guess. Sure. And then you were in your Link shirt the whole time, I'm sure.
And my head would rest on top of her head because she was really tiny. And I think that was her way of saying, this is
because she's really tiny.
This is the hug that I want you to give me to show that you're interested in me. Now,
Well,
most
maybe
of my
she wanted you to stop being, and again, not a bully stream, but hypothetically speaking, if I were to be giving you advice, if I didn't know you and I was just not, this was just, you're just some guy at a bar, we're just talking, I might say maybe she wanted you to stop being such a limp-dicked beta bitch and, hug her. But, I mean, maybe not. I don't know what exactly. Again, I don't know if this is the same woman. When she said, 'cause it's very confusing because he said that it was like a child hugging their parent. And I thought that meant like, okay, weirdly relationshipy, non-romantic hug. But then it's like she hugs him really tight and he's like, oh, it's almost like you want me to, I guess, hug her tighter. And like crush her to death, I guess. It's very strange.
Female friends.
Somebody goes, what the fuck is this jerk off talking about? A lot of things. There's a lot of things going on. Jesus, Tokyo Mirage Sessions, homosexuality, women, friend zoning, Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
Hug me, they often
Harry Potter
hold their arms up like this. So it's hard to explain because it depends on the female, but usually I put like one arm.
Yeah, he did. He took hugging classes, so I guess he must be the expert.
Under her arm and then the other over so that it's more of just like a general upper hug. Now, some of them have their exceptions. I know of one girl that was totally okay with me like lifting her up during a hug, but it still wasn't that childlike hug.
It depends on the female.
It was still very much because I was taller.
It depends all on the specimen. Yeah, you replace the word female with specimen, and it's that's pretty good.
Bend down and hug type of approach. So if the girl is less picky and more just wanting to make it a hug at all costs.
Did you say childlike again?
I think that's a sign that she's probably interested in you. But if she's more
Somebody says, I've never thought this much about hugs in my entire life. Yeah, I don't know.
General hugger, then she's probably just interested in you as a friend.
General
One thing
hugger.
that I have noticed...
Stop saying hard R hugger, bro. That's not acceptable.
That really seems to seal the deal that a girl is only interested in you as a friend as opposed to being interested is when she says a lot of phrases that use the words fine and okay, but she hardly ever goes above and beyond to describe things. Like, okay, let me give you an example here.
Again, this is like Chris Chen's, like, you have to be like this and this. Like, maybe she just doesn't react that expressively to things, you know? Some people are not super fucking emotive. Like, you clearly are. Like, it's the same thing he said before about, like, oh, if she's using hand gestures and she's, like, cupping her mouth and going, oh my god! And, like, wiping fucking her forehead when it's hot out or something. Like, that's how you know she's into you or something. I don't know. That's just like how you are. That sounds like that's just how you are. A lot of people are not like that by nature, and they're not gonna not be like... They're not gonna start being like that just to, like, be with you or something.
In case you're getting a little bit confused. One thing I really like to do is I like to go swimming. So... a lot of my female friends are not squeamish in water park settings and do not see it as a sin to...
A sin?
Go swimming with a guy. And in fact, one time I even went to confession.
Jesus fucking Christ. I went to confession because I went to Six Flags with a girl. Holy shit. I just, like... What do you get out of living this way? What, heaven? You're really banking all on that heaven thing, aren't you? Damn. God.
And said, I went swimming.
Sorry, I keep taking his name in vain. I know that's a sin on par with murder or something.
With one of my female friends, and the priest said, that's not a sin, as long as you're not doing anything that's lusting and adulterous and fornicating and any of that stuff. So, after we have those kinds of outings, usually the wording they'll use was, that was a lot of fun. And if I ask, do you want to go swimming, they'll say, yeah, that's fine. But you'll notice that they hold back on how much expression.
Oh, it's like every single part of this list that he's doing is like him just revealing, like, you'll notice that they're not into me. Like, you may have picked up on they aren't super into this idea, and that means that they aren't into you. You're right, bro. You're right, Paul. They aren't. That's a good, you've detected it well.
They use to describe that type of event. More of something that the average person would want to do with a close couple. They would say, yeah, it's fine that you give me a longer hug. Yeah, I'm totally fine if you want to put your arm around my shoulder in a platonic gesture. But I think a girl that's interested in you, not only would she probably automatically gravitate towards those actions, but she would say, yeah, that would be great. I'd love it if you could do that. So I think if you were interested
in like super grateful and enthusiastic to be around this guy at all times. That's what I'm getting. Like, if you're depressed and you're just not happy, if you've had like a long work day, if you're really busy and tired, and if your family's been going through stuff, if you've been sick, whatever, fuck that. No, you're just supposed to be happy and optimistic at all times around him, because otherwise, you might be friend zoning him or something. You might make him feel bad. You wouldn't want that.
Female, and you wanted to like go swimming as a flirtatious gesture, I think her wording would probably change, and it would probably go like, oh my gosh, I would love to go swimming with you. And again, keep in mind that there are females out there that just have that enthusiastic personality. But personally, from my experience, that typically doesn't get there until she has known you for a significant amount of time, so that she knows that you know where she stands. So I think I'm going to stop here before I make a fool out of myself.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't want to do that, pal. That's a good idea. That's a good idea, Mega Man. Paulism conferences I attended as a teenager, blabbing in my old room. Body positivity testimony. Here he is talking about being a time traveler. This is probably some bullshit. What is this? He has experiences of his mind jumping through time. Before he makes a fool of himself.
Good morning, my friends. This is Paul, and welcome to another episode of Just Paulism, the show where I remake my old Myers-Briggs info-dumping episodes and convert them to just talking about myself, so that you can psychoanalyze me for
watch one of his actual Myers-Briggs things, because he has a big chunk of his channel that is dedicated to his fascination with the Myers-Briggs test thing. I mentioned it earlier. We saw a video that supposedly talked about it, but it was not mentioned at any point in it that we watched. We watched over half of it. It was the one with his girlfriend. Supposedly that one was to highlight the differences between him as what is it? It's something with a J, and her as something else with an E at the start of it. And they're different, and their relationship is different or something. I guess this is going to get into that a little bit.
Yourselves and make up your own
also
mind.
Time travel, I guess.
Type I am. I think I've accepted the fact that I probably fit the ISTJ stereotype.
ISTJ,
but
right.
I'm also willing to admit that maybe you guys could see me as something else. So we'll go from there. In my original episode,
Please lower the volume. Well, somebody says to lower it by 10 octaves. I cannot make it go 10 octaves deeper, because that would be pitch, and that would be him. Well, yeah, actually, octaves would be better, because his voice is so high-pitched. I think I see what you're saying now. I can turn it down a little.
TJs are time travelers.
It is hurting ears.
I was mainly going off of...
His voice is like if Rich Evans's laugh was all the time.
The dominant function. However, for simplifying this video to talk more about me, I'm just going to talk about my experience with just really being all over the place in time space in my brain. Now, that doesn't mean that I can literally take my body through the various timelines and like travel back to the past, like in those time travel
play the shitty games that suck ass. That's a shame.
movies, but rather that I'm very rarely in my own time period, at least in my mind. Like, it's very hard, if not impossible, for me to 100% fully live in the moment. I'm constantly recalling what happened before and how it's different to now. Not only that, but sometimes as I learn different...
I genuinely dislike this guy more now because I clicked on this video and I knew it was either like what, he's not gonna just spring on us that he secretly also believes he's a time traveler this whole time. That's too funny. But like he thinks he's like a fucking John Titor or something. No, I knew it was gonna be some stupid clickbaity, like, spiritual bullshit about how we're all present at all times, man, or shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. You know, something like that, but, you know, for some reason it was, in fact, just pretty much what I thought it would be, and I'm mad, I'm upset about that, so, we're gonna be taking a look. Let's see here. I did say we were going to do other things, and we might still do other things. I think we might get around to doing other things, but I do want to look at some more from this guy. I want to see more ex-girlfriend videos here. Let's see. Well, I think this one sounds fun. Non-gamer girlfriend interviews gaming boyfriend. And again, reminder that this is in a playlist called ex-girlfriend videos, which he has the description that I hope that her past self can give her current and future selves some life advice. Maybe you'll wisen up, sweetie. You'll see you used to be smarter or something, whatever that is. And maybe it's not intended to be malicious, but it comes across kind of maliciously. Yeah, non-gamer girlfriend interviews gaming boyfriend.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Paul, and
I really thought that was her starting the video, but it wasn't. Of course it wasn't. It was him talking. Of course it was him talking. God. Well, at least she looks happier to be there now, but I guess that's because he forces her to seem happy whenever she's around him.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Paul, and this is my lovely girlfriend, Autumn. And today, oh, I forgot to mention, she's my hairy girlfriend, Autumn, because she, you know, looks like you're bald in this shot.
Wait, what?
Well, I have a little bit of hair.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Just a little bit.
Anyway.
So...
What? What's wrong with you?
We were gonna do a
Why are you a prick?
Different type of interview than usual, because typically I'm the one that asks the questions, but this time she is going to ask me the questions.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking rude, but she's not even Jada Pinkett Smith. Come on now.
Okay, so you were going to, well, why don't you say it to the audience, because it was your idea.
Okay, I got the idea to ask Paul questions about game stuff from a non-gamer's perspective, because I don't know anything about game stuff.
Except what I've told you.
Right. I know that a little bit. So, yeah.
Alrighty. So, let's bring on the questions.
I have to turn it up again, by the way, because she's so quiet. I mean, and by that I mean she's a normal volume of human, but he's like very... Again, it's like Rich Evans' laugh at all times. Like if his laugh was how he talked.
Okay. Well, since I just asked you this question, what would be like the most annoying thing a non-gamer could ask a gamer? Or what's like the one thing to like never ask?
Well, actually, after our first take, I realized that the answer I gave before would be something that a gamer, but not as much of a gamer, would ask. But a non-gamer, probably the worst thing that I can think of would be if you said, "Are you just obsessed with video games? Is that your whole life?" Because I am.
Well, you did put gaming on the same level as your girlfriend and God. Which, yeah, that might be a thing that you want to ask in that scenario. I mean, that's like on par with Movie Bob skipping his grandma's funeral to play Mario. I don't know about that, you know?
The
I just don't
Catholic
know.
Nintendo nerd. I love my faith.
It's
I
the
love
Trinity.
expressing it. I might
Yeah,
not have been...
666, God, games, and girls. You know, but with a 6 instead of the G's. Yeah, we're reclaiming 666. Satan has had 666 for too long. This is the cool Christian clan. And don't spell that one out. The cool Christians are gonna reclaim 666, and it's gonna mean God, guns, and grits. Wait, no, God, games, and girls. Right, girlfriend.
Posting as many Catholic videos lately, but
I feel like there are websites on the internet that are dedicated to the Holy Trinity of God, girls, and gaming. That's like hot babes, God, or guns, maybe. Guns, girls, and gaming. That's like Spike TV in 2005. That's perfect.
A lot of them are so much harder to film and plan out a script for, whereas video game reviews are really easy. So, plus I have like a whole backlog of games I haven't reviewed yet, whereas I've covered pretty much everything about the Catholic faith.
It's so funny, though, to watch this in a playlist called Ex-Girlfriend Videos when, like, just watching how, like, uncomfortable they both seem with each other.
Well, yeah, Catholicism is like the big deal in my life. Video games just happen to be a big part of how I express my faith. So if anyone were to ask me, like, Paul, you care about nothing but video games, that deeply hurts me.
Video games are how... Wait, excuse me?
Deal in my life. Video games just happen to be a big part of how I express my faith.
Yeah. Oh, I honor God by playing Splatoon, I guess. What? How you express your faith through video games. Yeah, are you playing Doom and killing demons? Did she do an eye roll? Wait, was there an eye roll? Where was the eye roll?
Are so much harder to film and plan out a script for, whereas video game reviews are really easy. So, plus I have like a whole backlog of games I haven't reviewed yet, whereas I've covered pretty much everything about the Catholic faith. Right. So yeah, Catholicism is like the big...
Oh yeah, right there. Oh, that was a good eye roll right there.
Much everything about the Catholic faith. Right. So yeah, Catholicism is like the big deal in my life. Video games just happen to be a big part of how I express my faith. So if anyone...
Was this like an arranged relation? Are her parents forcing her to be with him or something? Like, why is this even happening? Like, I'm so glad that she ended this.
Ask me, like, Paul, you care about nothing but video games. That deeply hurts me.
Right. Okay.
It can't be money.
I think I know the answer to this, but what do you feel is more important to...
Yeah, she probably wants to smash, but he keeps talking about God and video games. And, like... I guess on some level that's, like, on her for being with him, but, like... You know, like, you knew what you were getting with this guy kind of thing. But on another level, it's like, you kind of expect that eventually, I don't know, the dude might be a human being and just, like, be part of, you know, be in a relationship with you. But, I don't know, I guess you kind of hope that eventually you might be worth more to him than the magical sky man, who's the most important part of your relationship. The first video we saw with her... he said something like, we both decided before we were together that God needs to be the most important part of our relationship. And I'm not sure if that was a decision she made not completely under duress, you know?
Overall gamer fan base, like just like gamers in general, like visual stuff or sound quality?
Yeah, like Smash Bros.
I would have to say that it really depends
on... He says his parents are paying her like Christian. I mean, I guess that's... You know, that is potentially possible, honestly. I guess that would be potentially possible, but I don't know. I don't know. She does seem like... I don't know about that, maybe. But she really doesn't seem like she wants to be here, though, so maybe it really is that. I don't know. This is very strange.
Type of genre of the game, because there are some games that involve heavily on audio cues to help you know what's around. Like, say, Breath of the Wild, for example. It doesn't have the most photorealistic graphics, but the sound is really what helps immerse you in the environment. Whereas you get games like Super Monkey Ball, and I just want to mute the TV because they're so annoying. But on the other hand,
Well,
sometimes...
I guess with all the fallout and whatnot, but the music is nice in Monkey Ball. Right?
The graphics can be a big part of the game, too. Like, if you have a game where the graphics are so blurry that the characters blend in with the backgrounds, that's a really poor art.
Yes, this is from the last 5 years. We watched a video before where he was talking about, like, I don't know, how he got in trouble and went to a Don't Rape People class or something in high school. And he had a Breath of the Wild poster on his wall. This was done... When was this? This is from 6 years ago. This is from 2017. So shortly after Breath of the Wild.
Signed decision.
Yeah, for sure.
So the fact that you always have to be aware of what's going on so that you know how to react. And if the game prevents that, that's a pretty lousy game.
Okay.
That's why I love text-based games, is because, you know, reading, you mostly focus on the dialogue more than what's around you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, next question. I lost it. So, I'm losing it even more.
That's okay.
Okay,
Could have written them
so
down.
for all of the series of games you have played, which one, starting from, like, the earliest game you've played up until now, do you think has made the most progress throughout game stuff?
I would probably have to say The Legend of Zelda, because the first game I ever played was Super Mario Brothers, but
Right.
I'm starting to notice that pretty much every Mario game is kind of the same thing, just with a different concept.
Right.
Whereas Zelda started out as this really simple, like, go wherever you want, do whatever you want concept.
Mm-hmm.
And then over the years, it progressed so much, especially with Ocarina of Time.
Man, I just don't care, dude. She probably has other questions that are funny, but I like that the likes and dislikes are disabled. Some of his videos have likes and dislikes disabled, and I find that kind of funny, because sometimes he'll have, like, one dislike, but I guess maybe he got, like, a few on this one for one reason or another, and, yeah. I think she is in the comments. Making God the priority... 8 years of the Catholic Gaming Nerd. So this is from... I guess this is his last... This is from 2 years ago. Twitter update. 8 years of the Catholic Gaming Nerd. What is this? Is this like the last video that she was in or something? Because the other one looks like it's a... like a compilation video or a top 5 thing. He's lucky to be aging super slowly. So he's... Yeah, he's like in his probably 30s or something. 40s maybe, even. This is another, like...
As you see!
Yeah, I think this is just another, like, yeah, that's another compilation type thing, top 5 thing. The Catholic Nintendo Nerd's favorite moment. So I think they actually broke up like 6 years ago, maybe, but he still has videos featuring her as of like 2 years ago. This was updated in 2021, but it looks like she actually stopped appearing in them like 6 years ago. This is one: platonic friends in a romantic relationship from a Catholic perspective.
Good afternoon, my friends. This is Paul.
Jesus Christ, his voice sounds like it's on, like, double speed. It's like on helium. I can't get over this every time he starts talking. I'm not even trying to be mean. I know that's just how he sounds. It's just an observation that I'm making. I'd like to point out that I was born disabled, sir. So, I don't know. I better be getting a check in the mail from God pretty goddamn soon.
And here we are yet again in the lovely Henry Ford Woods. In the springtime, mind you, so it's looking probably the best it'll ever be.
Yeah, it's
autumn.
like it's getting higher. I don't understand. He's
Speaking
like
of
Mark Gormley.
Autumn, that is the name of my girlfriend, and that'll also be the subject of this.
A playlist of debates,
the
huh?
The beauty of having platonic friends.
I'm sure that he's a master debater, so we'll look at that.
In the midst of a romantic relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Autumn and I, we've been dating for about 4 months now, give or take. Tomorrow will be approximately that anniversary. And
so you've been together for like 4 months, and then it presumably ended shortly after this then. I thought that they might have been together for a while, but it seems like he's indicating that it ended, I don't know, kind of quickly with her, because again, the timeline of this video here, well, no, it's not this one. It's like, yeah, it's the nerd's favorite moments. It's, well, these are out of order from the way they were in the other playlist before. I don't know which actually is the last one she appeared in, but this was the one on the list before that was the last, before the updates, and before these, which are all just like compilations of videos that she appeared in. This, I don't even think she appears in this one. Yeah, she doesn't. He's just on a lake. She's not even here for this one.
I just wanted to talk about how
is it possible that I pause the video and then I continue it and then I forgot how high-pitched the voice is? Oh my god.
if you're in a new relationship, don't think that being an exclusivist is a good thing. So let me talk about some personal testimony. First off, sometimes it takes having other people in your life in order to be able to get to that point of recognizing if you're ready for a relationship or to get to that point in the first place.
Chat member Iron Wrath does not have a religious thing. His thing is anti-religion. He doesn't like the churches and any kind of organization or authority of any kind. That's his thing. He's a rebel. He will not put salt on his food, goddammit, no matter how hard you ask him to. No matter how much you beg.
People can help with the discernment process. And not only that, but even if you're not an exclusivist and you're like, well, I'm totally okay if my boyfriend/girlfriend hangs out with members of the opposite gender.
Okay, but alright, hang on. Hold the phone. Alright, aren't there like a number of... It's like Mormonism and like a bunch of different versions of like God, you know, Western faith, Christian God type of deal. I think Mormonism is like a branch off of the normal Christianity or whatever, but yeah, there's a lot of religions in America alone that involve like polygamy. There was an entire TV show called Big Love years ago that was about like a religious dude, like some like Mormon dude or whatever, and his, you know, multiple wives, and how it was frowned upon. I remember I think my dad watched that when I was like 10 or something. It was on like the early 2000s. So like, yeah, I don't know. He's talking about like being an exclusivist or whatever. That seems like a whole element he might want to cover, is the multiple people who are within or adjacent to his own religion who believe in like polygamy and polyamory shit.
If you think about it, if you look in the Catechism of the Catholic Church, the sacrament of holy matrimony is considered a sacrament of communion, meaning that, well, for one, most couples, you know, they're supposed to have kids when they get married, and if they're infertile, they need to find some other ways of being parents. But even so, they have to, like, present their child...
Hold on. He put out a 2,000 sub video apologizing for being offensive. Hang on. Whoa. Well, 2,000. 2,000 sub special gaming version. So this is like a highlight video, I guess. Previous games of the year, Catholic. This is from a month ago. Which is the one that is like him apologizing or whatever he's doing for being... Wait. Is it this one? Or is it just... I mean, it's a highlight reel. So is it just something that he said in the highlight reel? Or is it in, like, the description? Wonder if his voice will drop. It was a disclaimer, weirdly. It looks like he was at some sort of camp. So, like... Contains lots of Paul humor and some potentially offensive content. Oh, is this what you're talking about? So he's like warning people that... Warning, guys, Paul humor in the house. I guess. Wait, hang on, hold on. This mod changes Wait, hang on.
No Kuze 3.
Yo, what the fuck?
Feels bad.
Yo, they got rid of the turn-based? Where's the fight? Give me a fight. Walk into a fight.
What?
No. Come on now. What? Yeah. Yo, what the fuck? Oh. They just made it into like Yakuza 6 or something. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit. That's great. I gotta play that now. Alright, well, hell yeah. Shoutouts to Devil Leon over there, but yeah, I don't know if this is the video you're talking about. I don't know if this is anything. This is just another highlight reel, which, I mean, what highlights would he consider highlights? Oh my god. Wait, no, hang on. Okay, so first of all, Game Dude vibes. He's explaining the fall of his relationship using dinosaur toys. But secondly, look, he's demonstrating his excellent hugging techniques. Wow, a lot of focus paid to the hugging techniques, actually. 10 years.
Good
wow.
afternoon, my friends.
I continually forget how high the voice is. Jesus Christ. Let me say. Incredibly based. Oh no, be careful. Yeah, no, I don't want to be. Don't get in trouble, Claw. Yeah, I'm trying not to. This is going to be very offensive. He's going to start talking about, like, certain groups of people that do not deserve God's favor, and it's going to get weird. It's going to get weird.
This is Paul, and we are here to celebrate 2,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel.
Nice.
Make that 2,053 as of right now when I check my analytics page. I don't have any party poppers on me, and I wouldn't know how to edit them in, so hopefully this blue balloon, which is the same color and very similar shape of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Very similar shape. You know, this is giving me strong vibes of, like, a guy sitting alone in a room with a folding table and a little chair, and there's, like, a banner above him that says Happy Birthday, and he's got a little cupcake with a candle in it. And he just, it's a happy birthday. It's like that. For some reason, that's what's coming into my mind as he's like, 2,000 sub special. I've got a balloon. It looks like Sonic. Vote pizza.
I also have red balloons over there, so I guess you could say they're Sonic and Knuckles.
Why does it always go back to Sonic? Yeah, I don't know.
I figured since I literally just did my 1,000 subscribers...
Wait, for who loves balloons?
There, so I guess you could say they're Sonic and Knuckles, saving them for my niece, because she really loves balloons.
Niece, okay, nobody you had to be involved with, alright.
I figured since I literally just did my 1,000 subscribers celebration, it hasn't really been enough time for me to figure out how to do a celebration to top that. Not only that, but when I tried to do the subscriber
the guy who keeps saying that this dude is boring, maybe your tiny little brain can't comprehend how funny this dude is and how wonderfully special his content is, but that just sounds like a you problem, sir. That just sounds like a you problem. I'm fascinated.
In the previous video, it crashed my editor several times, so I thought of a compromise to make it a little bit easier this time around. I have a list of all of the subscribers that are
that fascinated, but that being said, like, this is kind of boring. What is he actually getting to? Is this like a highlight
video? And we move on to the next part. So, see you guys around. Good afternoon, my audience. Welcome back. This time we're gonna do the highlight reel. Now I know
Okay, so why are we 5 minutes in? Get to it.
Some of you may be thinking, oh Paul, that's been done to death before. Well, yes, it has. I do like to do highlight reels on my channel, but I also figured that this is the best time to do it again because 1, you guys voted for it on my community tab, and 2, I've had such an influx of new subscribers, and some of the comments have been telling me, Paul, I haven't had a chance to get through your backlog because I've only watched...
I'd love to get through his backlog. Well, you know, that's Catholic Gaming Nerd with this. I don't know if there's... that video might be funny. It turns into like a highlight thing, so that would be over the years. I want to look at his playlists. You like how I made it sound like I was done looking at this guy? But I'm not. We're still looking at him. That one guy who says it's boring. That was just for you. That was to fake you out specifically. I hope you enjoyed that. Sword fights and other similar stuff. Oh, that's cool. Epic sword fight with Dan and Evelyn. Oh.
The great battle for the King Warrior fights with Burning Phoenix form, while the Blue Princess attacks like sailing eagle.
Oh, that's racism. That's a racism.
He spins like a tornado, and she attacks like wild fancy.
That's very cool. Twitter update, IST. Okay, so I want to look at one of his Myers-Briggs things. Where is that? That's, oh yeah, the debates list. Yeah, we got to do the debates. Hang on. The master debater. Is Zero Escapes Phi a lesbian? Oh, here we go.
Good evening, my friends. This is Paul, and today I'm going to do an official analysis on the character of Phi from the Zero Escape trilogy, specifically Virtue's Last Reward and Zero Time Dilemma, and try to debunk the popular...
I like the chat member that says, he's so androgynous, it's like if a man and a woman had a child. Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
Fan theory that Phi is
like, currently he looks like Steven Wilson from Porcupine Tree.
A lesbian. And I have video footage.
So you guys remember when I looked at that guy, Remarkable Republican, who was talking about how Yakuza was a homosexual agenda game or something? I think this guy is like maybe the legitimate version of that guy who isn't trolling, who isn't secretly a Young Turks subscriber.
Be not terrific quality because I have yet to get a 3DS capture card. I plan on it for Christmas, but we'll see. Anyway, this scene that I'm about to show you is
the chat member enjoyed the fake out. Good, I'm glad.
Caused the internet to basically officially say, oh yeah, Phi is totally a lesbian and Phi-ana is totally going to happen. Don't take my word for it.
So he's a big fan of the, what is it, Nonary games or whatever, the Zero Escape series, Virtue's Last Reward and that, and so I think that's what Zero Escapes Phi. He's talking about, like, the canon, there was the fan pairing and all this kind of stuff, like shipping is what he's talking about, I guess.
Roll the clip.
He's got a clip. And he is, of course, rolling the clip from a camera facing his screen. That's good. Well, I guess it's on his DS or something, isn't it? It's like a DS game. Oh, good, good. This is wonderful footage. Roll that clip.
What are you doing over here? Just wanted to be alone for a while. Something the matter? No, not really. It's been 3 days since I came to decom, but nothing's happened. Nothing strange at all.
Okay.
Isn't that a good thing?
Okay, this is interesting. I have no context for this. And so I'm not sure if this is maybe fans reading too much into two characters just being in the same room together. They must want to fuck. Or, you know, it might be him downplaying obvious stuff that is there. It doesn't seem like they're necessarily into each other.
What's that? It's a memento from my mother, I think. You're not sure? An old couple raised me. They were researchers. But we weren't related by blood at all.
Okay, get on with it.
They told me what happened. They said that my mother died immediately after giving birth to me.
Oh, I see. Lesbian. Gotcha, gotcha.
And she left me this brooch. See? What about your father? I don't know. There aren't any leads either.
He's just gonna play the entire fucking scene.
There's something written on the back of this. It's Latin. What does it mean? Not even Jupiter can find a lost opportunity. What was my mother trying to tell me?
What does this have to do with lesbianism? How much longer does this go on for? Wow, this is like a lot of this scene, and then it's like other stuff. Okay, I no longer care. We're going to assume that he's pretending that it's not gay. There is a video talking about Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Surprisingly, apparently he likes the games. Can the faith be based on feelings? I do want to watch this one, though. Can a person be LGBT and Catholic? Which, of course, the answer is yes, you can. You just have to suppress everything you believe. Or, like, you have to suppress everything you feel in favor of what you believe.
And based on two recent
conversations... Hang on. Maybe 1.25.
I had with young women, one at NCYFC and the other at the cafeteria where I work,
I decided to answer a question that has been begging the minds of progressive thinkers for... Well, ever since the gay marriage law was passed here in America. And that is, can a person be both LGBT and Catholic?
I'm sure it was going just as long as the gay marriage law. I'm sure nobody ever thought about it before.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for watching, and until the next time, keep the faith, stay epic, and God bless.
Very
Bye.
Cool. Good.
Okay, no.
Okay, there's 5 gift memberships from Frenchy French. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's epic. Let me. Do I have a funny meme for that? I'm really living in jealousy of Jack's Films streams where he's been looking at Sniper Wolf, because he has such great soundboard usage. Just like everything he says, he's got like a little soundboard thing. He'll have a little Sniper Wolf going on the bus or something. It's great. And my soundboard breaks if I press 2 buttons in a row, so that's a shame. But I did want to have like a little thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. No, wait, no, that's wrong. Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. No, that's the wrong one. Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. Okay, God damn it. No, not again. Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. You know what? That works. Thank you. Thank you, Kate, for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm kidding. That's not where I'm going to end it. But in all honesty, the Catholic Church has nothing against someone's sexual orientation. That would be about as ludicrous as someone saying, well, if there's anyone here in the congregation who has blonde hair...
yeah, no, I'm absolutely loving the Jack's Films era. I never watched much of him before. I will go back and start watching older stuff from him now, because I really like his sense of humor, but, yeah, no, he's, like, it's funny how much content he is able to get out of a video that is devoid of anything entertaining or content. Like, there's just nothing to a Sniper Wolf video, but he is really able to mine... He is really able to... And he's able to put up with it, too. I couldn't put up with looking at Sniper Wolf videos for, like, more than fucking, like, 40 minutes or something. Last time I streamed, the last time I looked at her. And he's able to fucking put up with that. It's great. I don't know.
Then you're exempt from Holy Communion. You can't help it if you have blonde hair. Just like an old person can't help that their hair turns gray. I mean, everyone actually has gray hair, but it's just that the older we get, the more the pigmentation dies out. So sooner or later, it's going to happen no matter how much you dye it. Okay, that's kind of a terrible analogy.
Wait, are you talking about gay stuff? In that sense, isn't everybody a little bit gay then? And sooner or later, a little bit of the gayness is going to happen. Maybe it's a good analogy, actually, Paul. You might want to think about that.
So, I might not be the best representation to talk about this, because I am wearing kind of a LGBT-esque shirt, and I have long hair, but that doesn't necessarily equal gay. It's just what people say it does, because, the whole, like, hippie revolution and whatnot. So...
Hippie revolution and whatnot. Now, again, there was a guy in chat who was like, Claw, have you read the Bible? It's like, okay, first of all, no, that sounds cringe. That's frankly gay, sir. I'm not gonna read the Bible. But, but that being said, everything that I do know about Catholics and Christians and whatnot, and the faith and things like that, it really feels like they should be closer to hippies than they're like less uptight than they are. I don't know why they're so rigidly, I guess because of fucking million years of history and political whatever, but... the people, it just seems to me like they should be living off of the land and nudists and, like, all loving each other peacefully, not fighting each other. Well, I guess that part is true to the Bible, actually. They should probably still be wanting to kill each other. That does make sense. But, at least a little closer to something like hippies, basically. And so when he says that, that's just funny to me. Like, that sounds like what you guys should be. Everybody said, like... I keep hearing that Jesus most likely was like a really chill hippie guy who was just okay with everybody and all of the fucking bloodshed over this dude.
What the Catholic Church does condemn is homosexual activity. If you experience attractions to men when you're a dude, and you experience attractions to women if you're a dudette, I don't know how much of that is in your control, but sexual attraction in and of itself is not really something that the Catholic Church has ever frowned on. In fact, if you've read Theology of the Body, it's actually a very healthy and normal part of human...
This is such a fucking weaselly thing, though. Like, oh, it's not that your retraction is wrong, it's just that your acting upon it is wrong. That's cool, bro. That does, yeah. Fuck off.
Humanity. However, here's just a few examples, I'm sure the community can think of others. If, say, two members of the same sex tried to have sex, I mean, it's kind of impossible, but if they have some kind of artificial means, then that's frowned upon. If you go to the wedding of two gay or lesbian people, if you're encouraging them to embrace their sexuality and go and pursue someone of the same sex, inappropriate touching of one another's parts, those are just four that I can think of. I'm sure if I really needed to, I could list more examples. But those are the basics. I'm pretty sure most of you get the picture. No.
So let's go over that again. What's wrong? What's wrong with...
same sex tried to... normal part of humanity. However, here's just a few examples. I'm sure the community can think of others.
I'm sure the community has plenty of examples, yeah.
If, say, two members of the same sex tried to have sex...
Sex? Oh, that was good. I missed that one. That's good. Quote unquote sex. And there's no reason to ever have raw sex, frankly. That just sounds icky.
I mean, it's kind of impossible, but if they have some kind of artificial means, then...
Sex? Yeah, it's kind of impossible. Yeah, this guy... Yeah, there's just no way that could happen, dude. You're right. That's a good point.
That's frowned upon. If you go to the wedding of...
Yeah, that's frowned upon. I love, he almost even stumbles with it. He's like...
That's frowned upon.
That's frowned upon. Bro... Yes... Yes, you guys don't like gay people. Let's just cut the shit. I mean, just cut it. You don't like the lifestyle of being yeah. You don't like it. So why are you, this whole fucking weasel word, no, it's just the attraction is fine. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're fuck.
If you go to the wedding of two gay or lesbian people, if you're encouraging
That's the number two thing. So the Catholic, can a person be LGBT and Catholic? Oh, totally, but they can't have sex with anybody of the same sex. They can't go to a wedding, which presumably means have a wedding either, or encourage it.
To embrace their sexuality and go and pursue someone of the same sex.
Yeah, you can't do any of that. So no, they're totally accepted. You're totally accepted, But to be fair, I guess everybody who's Catholic hates themselves anyways. So what's why not? Why not be gay and also Catholic? Sure, it's fine.
Inappropriate touching of one another's parts. Those are just four that I can think of.
Yeah, you wouldn't want two people in a relationship to actually have any kind of feelings or chemistry for one another. That would be quite against anything you've ever experienced.
Or if I
based on what we've seen anyways.
Really needed to, I could list more examples. But those are the basics. I'm pretty sure most of you get the picture. Now, I know there's a lot of Catholics out there that's saying, well, Paul, why is it that the Catholic Church seems to hate on the LGBT community? Well, first off, if there's any Catholic that says if you are a homosexual or a bisexual or any kind of sexual apart from heterosexual, then you're a sinner. No. That's an abuse of the doctrine.
Oh,
if you are an active follower of...
I really don't like this person. This fucking sucks, dude. This just fucking sucks. It's no. That's an abuse. That's actually slanderous to suggest that we don't like gay people. We just don't like anybody who actively participates in any part of being gay at all, even slightly, or encourages it, or knows anybody who involves themselves in that at all. That's the only thing. It's just that. That's all. It's fine.
That kind of activity.
It's fine.
Then you're in sin, but not if you just simply have the orientation. Now, the argument that I made,
just having the orientation,
who identified as bisexual, was I said, well, heterosexuals have to show prudence too. I mean, yes, we're doing sex in the way it's intended, but we can't just go and make out with any old guy or girl. Yes, girls.
Jesus was the first twink. You're right.
And rape men. It's a fact. Don't ask me how it's done, but it happens.
Don't ask me how it's done. Wait, excuse me?
Sexuals have to show prudence too. I mean, yes, we're doing sex in the way it's intended, but we can't just go and make out with any old guy or girl. Yes, girls can rape men. It's a fact. Don't ask me how it's done, but it happens.
What? What? How? Don't ask me how it's done. Okay, instead I'll ask you how you think rape works, I guess. I think that's the better question at this point. What exactly you think constitutes the definition of that word, you know? Tell me that first.
And...
Okay, yeah, okay, Mr. Hug classes in high school. Okay, Mr. It turns out I wasn't hugging people correctly and they made me go to classes over this. Yeah.
We need to know that marriage is between a married man and a married woman, and that is the only time that the Catholic Church allows for sexual intercourse.
Oh, okay, so this is interesting. There's spoilers here for the Zero Escape games. Oofies with 2 eyes says $10. He's either clearly fucked in the head or didn't finish the game, because if he's shipping Fi and Diana, that's ... Diana is Fi's mother. So if there is, I guess, theories about that, that is an interesting video to someone who cares more about that series, I'm sure. But I do not know about it, and I do not feel like sitting through a bunch of the cutscenes of that game right now. But that does sound pretty funny. That does. If that was a series that I cared about, then I would probably have a really good time with that video.
No exceptions. So basically, the LGBT community, if they were to act on sex outside of what I just described, that would be going against the natural order, because sex is supposed to be both freely giving of oneself to the other and fruitful. So,
does
for
the
one,
Bible give any reason why being gay is bad other than anal is nasty? Well, first of all, I find question in that, because there's a lot of isn't the whole stereotype that Christian girls do anal because it's like not, it doesn't count, and they're still like godly or whatever. That's like a stereotype. So there's that. But like no, I don't think so, really. It again, I had a whole thing earlier in the stream. I'll say it again. It's just always funny to me how many things are directly banned in the Bible. Things like, again, the whole you can't wear like cotton blends with other fabrics or whatever. Shit that's just directly outlawed. And like you can't eat meat on Fridays or whatever the fuck. And like people just don't care, mostly. Most people just do not give a shit about like large chunks of the Bible that are directly telling them how to live. And yet there are like weird little fragments of passages in a specific translation of the Bible that will say something that can be interpreted potentially as gay bad. And people will run with this like it's their fucking lives depending on it. And it's just kind of funny to me how much is just left at the wayside that's just directly stating how you should live. We just don't care. We just don't care, frankly, about a lot of it. But a lot of little tiny things are just a big deal, apparently, for some people.
Well,
yeah, the whole thing about like eating shellfish or whatever. Like, it's almost like this book was written 1 billion years ago by some guys in a cave with a box of scraps!
Male parts. They can't exactly give their whole self to the other. I mean, they kind of have to contort themselves in weird positions. And even then, it's like they're not meant to mesh. It's like trying to get 2 fingers to procreate. They just stop.
Somebody says, Claw, it's been hours. Why must you suffer? Guess what? Guess what happens after I look at this guy? We're going to be looking at bad reviews for the One Piece show. Because the One Piece show's really good, actually. And a lot of people are being weirdly dismissive of it for really bad reasons. And it's been kind of funny. So I want to look at that, so...
Also, you can't have kids if you got 2 dudes and 2 dudes.
So that's going to be even worse. That's going to be even worse than this. To answer your question, why must I suffer? I don't know. Why am I still here? Just to suffer?
It's kind of impossible. The male and female parts were made to go together. That may sound creepy to some people, but that's the way God intended it. God created the first humans, male and female. Now, a theory that I posed...
I mean, but that's... Like God created the first humans. Okay, the classic J.C. Denton line, do you have a single fact to back that up? You know? Do you? Like, even one? Because to base all of this off of just, well, they said so. I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
To a transgender person that seemed to make her feel a little bit better was that humans started out as strictly male and female, but as time went on, they did some questionable procreative activities. Like, for example, Lot's daughters got their father drunk so that they were able to rape him, or people marrying...
Not sure how they do something like that, but okay.
Their own siblings or cousins.
Quote-unquote sex.
And that caused a distortion in the genetics. Now, obviously, we can't hold that against them entirely because they didn't have the knowledge of science like we do, but that probably was what caused all this in the first place. So instead of just saying, well, cool, a scientific accident, no, you're going to want to do something.
Yeah, he's talking about, like, cool shit that happened in the Bible that, again, it's like... I want to just also point out how many awful, horrible things are in the Bible that are apparently fucking okay for little kids to read, but they can't read Harry Potter, you know? Isn't that great? You ever stop, like, just as a little example, Lot's daughters raping their father, or whatever he's describing here. I don't even know if that's what happens, or what he's fucking talking about. But just as he says it, like, wow, yeah, you read your kid that bedtime story. That's so much better than that witchcraft on TV. You wouldn't want them to have that in their lives.
Like if, say, someone has Asperger's syndrome, or Down syndrome, or any kind of syndrome, you're going to want to get them help, you're going to want to get them counseling, and make sure that they're as close to the natural...
They don't do what this guy did kind of thing. Well, I mean, I guess so. That's fine. I'm sure there's lots of... No pun intended. I'm sure there's lots of good reasons for a lot of the things in the Bible to be in the Bible. I'm not saying that those things shouldn't be in the Bible or that the Bible should be sanitized or anything. I'm just saying it's funny that a lot of horrific genocide and shit is allowed for as just like Sunday reading for a little kid. But, like, a lot of things, like, again, I'm still surprised that this guy apparently enjoys Harry Potter, so that's funny.
Order as possible. You don't just want to let someone
Pokemon
be unnatural and not do anything about it. If someone is lame, you're going to want to get them a walking stick or crutches or a wheelchair. If someone breaks their arm, you're going to want to get them a cast.
He views being gay as, like, a disability. That's so cool of him. I'm glad that he doesn't hate them, though. He doesn't hate them. It's good. He doesn't hate them. He just pities them and views them as, like, lesser than him in some way, or misguided or broken. That's cool. Yeah. No, you definitely seem like you've got your life together. You know, with your, like, want woman sign. You're, like, 5 steps away from being Christian. 5 is generous.
In the same way, we should be...
5 baby steps.
Treating the LGBT community with kindness and respect. Not condemning them, but showing them that they are still loved, that God does not love them any less for the way they are oriented, and even though they may feel like they're in the minority, in actuality, every human has something that is either holding them back or making them think that they're not normal or not fitting in, whether it be Asperger's syndrome, ADD, whether it be slow learning. Everyone has something, whether it be physical or mental, that's holding them back. And I think if you are an LGBT that's watching this, and in case for some odd reason you don't know what that stands for, I didn't until just like a week ago, believe it or not. It stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender. If you are one of those...
Like, I love how he didn't even know what it meant until a week ago. He didn't even bother to look up what the fucking term means. Like, because... God, if he just learned anything, it would make him so uncomfortable. That's the thing about all this. Like, earlier in the stream, he was all like, "Oh yeah, people tell me that I get things wrong and that my info is inaccurate, but I consult with the church fathers and see what they believe." And it's like, he is just getting second-hand opinions from other people and being told to dislike gay people because yada yada. He doesn't even know what LGBT means. He doesn't even know what it meant until like a week ago, but he sure has a lot of opinions about them. That's so cool. I'm glad that he feels so strongly about things he knows literally nothing about. That's so great for him.
People, then I encourage you to talk to a Catholic that knows that orientation in and of itself is not a sin.
and encourage that person to say, hey, you know what? Is it possible for me to truly find love in the Catholic Church? The answer is yes. Just make sure you talk to someone who actually follows church doctrine as opposed to someone who goes by what they feel is how the church teaches. Because we call those people cafeteria Catholics.
Oh.
Or nominal Catholics, as my dad likes to call it to be less polite, which is Catholic by name only, but not by practice.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're dead. I'm glad your parents, fucking Bob and Barb, they really taught you well. Nominal Catholics, yeah. Yeah, you gotta go strictly by the teachings. You can't have any interpretation. You really wouldn't want to deviate at all from the plans of the church. Because, you know, it's not like God gave you a brain or any kind of individuality to think for yourself. So you wouldn't want to exercise any of that.
Those are the kind of people that Jesus called...
Jesus Christ, this is tiring.
Quite a few nasty names to the Pharisees. So don't be one of those people. Either you're Catholic or you aren't.
Catholic
you can't
shaming,
pick and choose what you want to believe.
yeah.
So I hope that answers a few questions. Again, if you have any further questions, that's what the comment sections are for. Remember to keep them civil. Otherwise, you will automatically be blocked and deleted, or you'll have a snide remark or dark humor joke thrown at you. So, again, no profanity.
I haven't made a priests touch kids joke this whole time, although, you know, there is that also. That's about what I expected from this video. It would be funny if the Zero Escape video did go into the fact that she's apparently the mother. That's funny. Let me see. Is there anything more here that's really necessary? I did want to maybe look at some of the Myers-Briggs stuff, but I hate these fucking channels that just have a million goddamn playlists. He's got a blooper playlist. He has 164 videos on his Myers-Briggs playlist. Oh god. Oh god. And some of them are from as recent as 3 days ago. Oh god. Saying good things about InfJs, or at least trying. The InfJ stare. This video is what the fuck? This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, but it has 39 views. Are you sure about that? What? Okay, no. This video is not sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. The thumbnail is a joke. Will you watch this video? If so, was it because I asked you to, or because it showed up on your notifications? Answering such a question will prove a lot of my points. Okay. Dun, 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 dun.
Good afternoon, my friends. This is Paul, and welcome to my first attempt at reinstating talking about Myers-Briggs on my YouTube channel. I know a lot of you...
So again, if you're just new to the stream, if you just joined, the Myers-Briggs... This guy is really into the Myers-Briggs thing. It's the fucking... I described it earlier as the horoscope for pretentious people. It's basically like you take a little fucking BuzzFeed quiz and it tells you what type of human you are or something. And a lot of people take it too seriously and interpret things broadly in a way to fit their own personalities and things like that. And so that's something that he's very invested in. He cares a lot for the InfJs and the ESPJs and the everything, every combination of letters except LGBT. He's down with.
Really missed that element of it, and that's why most of you are subscribed to this channel in the first place. So I thought, I guess it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a try, albeit a little bit more limited than I...
Thank you to Oofies as a new certified sicko. Oofies with 2 eyes. Let me just get a... Thank you very much, Oofies. You're next. Alright.
I used to, because I've gotten some feedback that it was difficult to judge whether
How long does it take to do the Myers-Briggs test? I'll do one now, if it's not like an hour-long thing. I don't remember it being that long. It might be kind of fun to do it on stream.
Using personal experience versus actually citing
it's like an hour. Yeah, fuck that.
Talk about Myers-Briggs. So I'll start with an introduction so that people watching this in the future can
People are also
retroactively...
saying it's like 15 minutes. Alright, I'll take a look at how long it looks like it takes to do. Let me see here. Myers Myers-Briggs test. 16 personalities, free test. Complete the test. How long is this? I mean, it splits it into fucking, God. It splits it into multiple fucking pages, and like, is there just a free, is there like a better version of this that looks, you know, on one of those websites that looks like it's fucking GeoCities or something? Come on now. The Myers-Briggs Company. No. They made a whole company out of this shit? The Myers-Briggs Foundation. Wow. Wow. The 16 personality types, very well mined. I just want to do, yeah, Myers-Briggs test free. I don't want to do that website. Give me this website, Truity. Okay, all right. This isn't too long. This isn't too long. Oh, it's step 1 of 7. God damn it. God damn it. All right. Never mind. This is gonna take too goddamn long. It's gonna take too goddamn long, and I would have to think for a while about like each question, and it's like, no, I'm not doing that. That might be, maybe for a full other stream we can do some stuff like that, like Jabroni Mike would do quizzes and stuff, maybe something like that. We'll do a Myers-Briggs test. We'll do some like political alignment quizzes and shit like that. Maybe that could be kind of fun, but. For now, let's hear this guy talk about it.
Search for this video so that I don't have to explain this every single time I start. But I was told that some websites are more reliable than others when talking about.
Thank you for the gift sub, Victor. Please, for $5 a month, you too can give someone a gift sub right now, just like Victor did. But thank you, Victor, because you actually did it. So actually, it's a little bit more like a. Thanks, Victor. Appreciate it.
About the Myers-Briggs. So today alone, I went to the Myers-Briggs Foundation, which is the official Myers-Briggs website, and the careerproject.org. So these websites are probably the most accurate sources.
Oh, another one. And also, I didn't do one for, I think Kate gave out gift memberships before. Thank you, Kate. Okay, play it. Thank you, Kate. No, it's not going to happen. Play. Wow, I love how Jack's Films thing just works so well and mine just won't even play a sound. What even dropped? What dropped? That's cool. Play this. Play. Caught. We're gonna open the thing again. That's fine. That's fine. You just do that. Thank you very much to Kate from before. Free for all! Yeah! Yeah! I don't know. I'm just clicking buttons at this point. Thank you very much to let's see. There's another one from Victor. Oh wait, we're loading. We're loading the membership. Hang on. Your call is important to us. And then we got one from Chekhov's Antlers. Thank you, my son. You've had to endure a lot of bullshit on this stream. Oh, I appreciate you. I like that. We're doing that from now on. I just press random buttons and we don't even have a specified thing. You do one, we get a button, we see what happens. I don't know. I got a lot of sounds on this fucking thing. And you're gonna hear it!
Describing the actual Myers-Briggs. They're a bit confusing to navigate, but they do talk about the function stacks of every type and how Carl Jung, when he initially proposed his Myers-Briggs theory, he actually...
Wait, Carl Jung is responsible for this? So maybe Persona 6 is all going to be about Myers-Briggs. That's great. I want that game. That's cool.
Saw the cognitive
Actually, when I was watching this well, not this one, but another one, he was talking about the Myers-Briggs stuff, and I was thinking, like... This makes me want that as, like, a character builder for a video game where you design your character based on, like, maybe a slightly simplified version of the Myers-Briggs test, and so your character's personality is based on those options. Yeah, no, he needs to make that video game. That seems, you know, the combination of autism, gaming, and, I mean, I guess God would be involved in that, so that would be... I guess that would be a thing too. It would be like the U Testament, I guess. He really should play the U Testament or any other M. Dickey game because M. Dickey is religious and I think he might like the hard time, Testament, some of those are really, holy stuff. Wrestling Empire
first, and then the Myers and Briggs people, they came along and they simplified that into the 4 letters. So if you're the type that says, Paul, what are you talking about? What the heck are cognitive functions? Are you just making them up? If anything, the letters are the afterthought, and the cognitive functions are what really explain Myers-Briggs.
He didn't create it. Okay, so, but I guess, did he say that he created them, the test, or maybe it was just based on his, like, teachings or something, his philosophies? I don't know.
I really like what the camera did to my shirt. This is actually purple, but it looks blue to all of you guys, and honestly...
Yeah, and that's not supposed to look like a swastika, but it does.
I kind of like it better like that. I wish I could just, like, retroactively dye this blue. That would be so cool, because I personally don't really like...
Are you just maybe colorblind or something? Because, hang on, wait. If this is blue... If this is purple, then why... Then what do you look like in real life? You look like normal on this... So you have to assume that is he like more red in tone, I guess, maybe?
This purple color. Anyway, I thought that the first video to do on my new series would be interestingly poetic in terms of the fact that I have a YouTube channel, and obviously with a YouTube channel, that means that I'm going to be wanting people to view my content. So I thought, what better way to talk about getting people to view their content than talking about how ISTJs, which is my type, are really pathetic at advertising. At least, I would assume so, based on not
advertising. That's the only thing. Okay.
Only my personal experience, but from what I've studied about their cognitive function stack. So let's start by talking about what the ISTJ has. Their dominant function is called introverted sensing. This is a function that takes in information, usually facts and details in the sensor.
Thing is, like, once we start looking at his fucking Myers-Briggs videos, they actually are pretty fucking boring, so maybe not. Like, that actually is dull. We need to go back to, like, his Paulisms and stuff. I need to listen to him talk about life. Let's see. What to say to an ISTJ, that's his type, so, Master, so he's talking about Ghost Trick and stuff. Is he allowed to play games with ghosts? My patron mailed me a game. I wonder what game it is. I can't make it out from that. Mario Kart stuff. Midna's Lament and Space Junk Galaxy are similar? Okay. Sonic, or what does he think about the Sonic game? What does he think? I always have to click on the Sonic video. Come on now.
And today I'm going to be reviewing to you Sonic Origins Plus for the Nintendo Switch. Just as Sonic Mania got a Plus expansion a year after its release, now Sega is doing the same thing with Sonic Origins. I hope Sonic Superstars is just flat out good from the get-go, and we don't need to add a whole bunch of stuff a year later.
Sonic Mania was good from the get-go. They just added other stuff to this. This one was broken and kind of not very well. I don't know if it was broken. I think it had some weird glitches and stuff though, so maybe. But yeah, I mean, it's valid to say that about this one, I guess.
To make it the definitive edition. Before we get into the content of the package, I want to make a few things clear if you're on the fence about whether to buy it digitally or physically, or what to do if you already have Sonic Origins. First off, if you've already owned Sonic Origins, you can get the additional stuff that I'm talking about for $10.
Okay, alright, what do you think though?
Amy. If playing the Game Gear games just wasn't your cup of tea, one thing that might excite you about the Plus expansion pack is that Amy Rose, the damsel in distress in Sonic
I like
CD,
how we're supposed to fucking pay money for the Game Gear games when they just, like, threw those into anything for, like, a decade. There was, like, a full decade there where they were just tossing the Game Gear Sonic games into everything that they put out as, like, a bonus unlockable, and it was like, oh, great, I got Sonic 2 Game Gear again. The one where the screen resolution is so tiny that you can't even fight the first boss. That's cool. Yeah, the Sonic Game Gear games. What a load of shit those are. I mean, even the ones that are good are, like, on the Master System and are better on the Master System and have better resolution and shit. And then there are ones that are bad, of which there are, like, more of them. It's like I think the worst Sonic game is one of the Game Gear ones. It's Sonic Labyrinth. Because the concept of the game is Sonic is not fast anymore. Sonic is now slow. And you have to walk slowly through a little isometric level, and it's like, the very fucking concept of it is stupid. Just to the point of, like, there's no saving this as a game. There's just no option. There's no option for Sonic Labyrinth to have been a cool idea. That never could have been good. And that's on the Game Gear. You get the option of playing that if you buy the Origins game. I think I really don't care what he has to say about Origins, actually. In fact, I think that I'm probably done with this fellow for now. The Catholic Gaming Nerd. I guess there was maybe... Hang on, though. Was there anything else? There might have been another video that I watched last night that maybe was funny, that I do not remember watching, or... something like that. The Necrofishy Buttvork. I did look at that. That was a while ago. Let me see here. That was this morning. Yeah, this was last night. Beauty of the Friend Zone. Controversial topics. No, I covered everything that I wanted to, basically, except I did want to maybe look at the Tokyo Mirage Sessions video, which might be funny, but a little too niche. Speaking of niche, we're gonna move along now to $2 from Sunk today. Thank you very much. We're gonna do all the super chats in a little bit. Thank you to everybody. But for now, hey y'all, have you heard about a series called One Piece? Because a little while ago I got into that series, and I started reading it. And then I stopped just before the midway point at the time skip thing. I stopped just before then. There was like a flashback to one of the main characters as a kid, and like his relationship with his friends and stuff. And it was just, I just stopped reading it for some reason. I came back to it just recently though, because they finally put out the Netflix One Piece show. And it's a live-action show. It's made in the West with, you know, English speakers and stuff. And a lot of people are really down on the concept of live-action anime. And I get it. I do. Despite how I kind of liked Cowboy Bebop's live-action thing when I first saw it, I later realized as I, you know, absorbed more Cowboy Bebop and watched people's takes on it, I was like, oh yeah, I guess they did kind of miss all of this, and they missed the substance of this, and oh yeah, this is way dumber than how it was in the show, right? And everything was kind of generally worse, and it was like questionable why they even made it, outside of money and such. It was like, what was the motivating factor for this? Because especially with Cowboy Bebop, that was a show where it's a short anime, it's like one season, it's not like a fucking ongoing epic like One Piece or something. You can just watch that. It's on Netflix. You just watch it. It's fine. It's a perfectly accessible show that does not need to be made easier for people to get into or anything. But there's a lot of stuff out there. There was the Netflix Death Note movie, which, and that's the other thing, a lot of these are being put on Netflix, but people have the idea that Netflix makes these fucking movies. That it's like Netflix... Some guy, John Netflix, is like scooping up these properties and forcing these things to be made. And Eiichiro Oda was just like, no, please, don't take my One Piece from me, please! And Netflix was like, no, it's our One Piece now! The One Piece is ours! And I really don't think that that's how that happened. Because, you know, evidently, you know, it was going to be made. The guy who made it is a big fan. A lot of people don't seem to recognize that or something. That the guy who made it has shown up in a lot of YouTube videos, and he's a very down-to-earth guy who just likes the series and, you know, is really a really wholesome kind of... It's wholesome listening to him talk, because it's like, this is the... I wish that I had the ability to be... I wish that I had the ability to work on something that I care about that much, like he does with this, you know, because he seems so much like me and people that I know. It's like, it's amazing that a guy like that got to make something so huge. And I wanted, it was like an underdog thing for me when I saw the you know, all the stuff. I'm like, there's no way, because I get into more into the series, I'm like, there's no way that they can make One Piece work in live action. I would love for it to happen, but if they pull this off, this is unprecedented. This is so incredibly goofy and silly and cartoony and dumb that I just don't see it happening. I just don't understand how it could happen. Well, I'm going to say with some issues, there are a few issues. It's not a 10 out of 10 show, but it is easily at least like an 8 out of 10 show. They fucking got it. I mean, they got it, you know? Like, they got it. I mean, I'm not the biggest, I don't have a full wall of One Piece posters and shit, and Wanted posters, and a Nami standee and everything. I only got into it recently, but, you know, I really enjoyed the series, and I'm, you know, as I had a really good time watching that show, and I thought it was very good. And so when I finished watching it, I was actually rather amused to immediately go online and look up One Piece Netflix and see that there were already reviews that were like, it's bloated, it's messy, and there were a lot of people just calling it bad, just calling it trash or whatever. And so I wanted to look at some of this because I can tell you the show is not, I mean, like, they don't get anything wrong. That's one thing. There's nothing that they get wrong. They make some weird changes and stuff, but none of it is, like, complete misunderstanding of the source material. I was interested in this, and I partly got into One Piece because I knew they were making this, and I'm like, I find adaptations really fascinating, because a lot of them are fucking terrible. I mean, a lot of them just really are bad. The Deathflix Net Note movie was not very good. For a lot of reasons. There's stuff like the Ghost in the Shell movie, where it's clearly just this corporate effort. A lot of the time it is just this corporate thing. And then there's stuff like the Wheel of Time show, which just also aired a season 2. There is now a season 2 of Wheel of Time available, or at least episodes of it, maybe. I don't know, that's how they did last season. I'm probably going to wind up watching that fucking garbage, and I don't really want to. But, I mean, I might as well, right? You fucking might as well. We all have these fucking services or have access in other ways to see these TV shows, so we fucking might as well, right? But yeah, like, they're making this shit, and, I don't know. A lot of the time, I find it to be just an interesting concept in general, the adaptation thing. With like something again like Cowboy Bebop. I didn't know much about Cowboy Bebop when I watched some of the live action show, and I was like, this is all right, this is okay. People are being overly harsh on it, and that's because I was comparing it to like other fucking American, like, Western made TV shows, like science fiction TV shows that are all, you know, like I specifically was always like, Altered Carbon was the example of, like, that show is just kind of drab looking. A lot of like Western, you know, a lot of the shows that you could compare Cowboy Bebop to are kind of drab looking and boring looking in general. They don't have a lot of visual flair necessarily. It's like CW shows and Space Channel shows, and it's not great. And so, like, to compare that, like, yeah, that show looks really good. To compare it to the actual original show, though, even when I had watched just some of it, I was like, oh yeah, the stuff with like the very first episode, the stuff with the, what is it? The guy, I forget the name of the characters, but it's the smuggling the red eye, bloody eye stuff. And it's with the lady and the guy, and she's, like, pregnant, but then it turns out she's actually just smuggling a bunch of this shit. And they get shot down by the cops or whatever happens. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember when I watched the live action, I was like, wow, this does lose something. Like, even as like not a big fan or anything, not super familiar with it, I am like, wow, yeah, this is not quite as good. And I just don't know, man. The Netflix One Piece show, like, there's nothing in that. Okay, there's one moment that I will say does lose some of the weight for me, and it was the moment where he puts the hat on Nami's head in Arlong Park, which I will say, it feels like it doesn't have the lead up in how significant the hat is. Like, it does, sort of. You know, it explains all the Shank stuff is there. But, like, I feel like right shortly before that, there was, like, in the manga, there was some special attention paid to, like, this hat represents a lot of things to Luffy. And they don't really do that. And so that's kind of a thing where he puts it on her head, and it doesn't really have quite the same weight. And that's like the one thing. There were things that they left out, and there were weird things that they brought in. There was a spoiler there was a thing that up until like very recently in the manga, like in the mid 550 range of chapters, would have been a spoiler for me if I had not read up that far. That they just drop into like fucking episode 5 at the end of episode 4 or something. Which is kind of makes sense for the changes that they've made. It's not like a horrible weird thing for them to have done, but it is something that they did. If I look at chat here, Altered Carbon has some fun ideas, but the execution was cheesy. I've never seen too much of it. I just know that it does not look like something I care too much for. Arlong Park has the most emotional moment that I've seen in 223 episodes of One Piece. Well, I mean, I felt that there were a lot of other emotional parts in the live action too. You know, they maybe didn't have that moment didn't carry quite as much weight, but the rest of that arc did. It was still done very well. All of the Nami stuff. The actress playing Nami is fantastic. Same with the guy playing Sanji. It's really warm, friendly type of dude. Usopp is great. I mean, everybody is fantastic. A lot of people are super into Makenyu as Zoro, and I just felt like he had a number of line reads that were like kind of a little too wooden. Like a little, like, just take that one again, buddy. Like, I don't know. He was probably the weakest of the main cast, but then his action scenes were were part of what excelled. Another thing, people were all like, there's no way they can make this fucking show work with Luffy's stupid stretchy arms. Yeah, they did. I mean, they did. It looks fine. They even do it in the daytime, and it looks fine. I watched it in 4K and everything, and it looks fine. But we're gonna get into now. There are some, like, reviews of the show. There's like there are like professionals, so-called professionals that have reviewed it, like on what do you call it, on The Guardian or something like that. Let's see. Oh wow, well this is interesting. From The Independent, One Piece on Netflix comes at huge cost for streaming service. Oh yeah, I guess it's just talking about like a budget of $17 million. Okay, yeah. You know, it's a pretty high budget show, and I guess it's working out for them, so that's good, because it is pretty good. Where is like the reviews and stuff? So there's one from The Verge here, which is fine, I think. This one looks okay. Netflix's adaptation. This is a segment just for people to who care about this. This is everybody else probably just leaves at this point. That's fine. But Netflix is at One Piece is the rare anime adaptation that gets all of the important things right. Yeah, and it doesn't get everything right. There's parts where I feel like the pacing is off in a scene, or yeah, again, some of the line reads are not incredible. The effects are not super amazing all the time. Like Kuro running is not great. Oh, cool. This writer focuses on labor and race on this website. That's super cool, comrade. One Piece succeeds where other live-action anime adaptations have failed by understanding its limits and knowing how to work within them. Yeah, it doesn't push too far on, like, stuff that would not make sense at all in live action. You know, reading through it, there were a lot of times where it's like, yeah, are they gonna try to, like... Because if you've ever seen... I mean, I think we need some kind of an example of, like, bad... There was even a stream that he did, the Matt Owens, the creator of the whole thing, like, the showrunner. There was a stream that he did with, I don't know, some annoying guy. Some annoying VTuber guy. But they were looking at, like, bad adaptations. And they were looking specifically at, like, you know, this is things that will not happen in the One Piece show. And that was another thing where I'm like, yeah, this guy understands, like, you don't put certain things in. What is an example? I guess it would be, like, the Full Metal Alchemist thing. Full Metal Alchemist... Live action Nina, right. You need to see some of this. So for context, if you know nothing about any of this, you need to understand why people are maybe a little bit upset whenever something that they like is turned into a Netflix anime adaptation, quote unquote, or like they're adapting it or whatever, Hollywood adapting there's some like soulless fucking cash grab My Hero thing that's being made that looks like garbage, and it's got some guy attached who just makes like Hollywood work for hire mercenary like blockbuster bullshit, and it's like gonna be complete trash. And people, you know, who don't maybe do the research, they look at things like that, and they assume that that's what the One Piece show is going to be. And maybe they've also seen stuff like this. So this is a cool scene. This is a cool scene. Where is the important? Is this it here? Yes, this is it here. This is a cool scene. If anybody has seen Full Metal Alchemist, only within the first few episodes, I'd say. Because I have only watched, like, a little bit of it. But within the first few episodes, there is a scene where there's a whole segment with this girl and her father and a dog. And this is how they handle it in the live-action show. Or movie, I guess. So this is this is like Nina and the dog, I guess, and I think that's what this is. And yeah, this is like the montage of them hanging out and having fun. And look at this fucking thing. Look at this fucking thing. If you've seen it, I haven't seen this whole series, but this is a notoriously fucked up scene. You know, no spoilers necessary, but this is a notoriously fucked up scene. And just the fucking bizarre... This thing looks like Ted, right? I mean, it looks like it's from Ted. It looks like that's what it's from. Like it looks like the teddy bear from Ted or some shit. This is horrendous. So it's not as if there's no precedent for people who don't want Netflix to adapt their anime or whatever. And especially, you know, you've liked One Piece for several years. You know, you don't want that to happen to it. You don't want to see that. You don't want to see Chopper look like that, you know? And of course then there's, okay, well we have to also look at this one. We have to look at the other one. This is the famous scene that everybody points to from the Cowboy Bebop live action show. Cowboy Bebop Ed Netflix. Yes, it's the Ed scene. It's like the final scene on the show. I like that the description of this just says, "What the fuck, this fucking sucks." And I don't think that it's fair to judge the whole show by this. This is a decent show overall. It's not a good adaptation, maybe. But it's like, for what it is, it's a pretty good show. I didn't see all of it, but I saw enough of it. I saw a few episodes, and I'm like, you know, this is... Oh, good God. Oh, good God. Spike Spiegel! This is so bad. It's not fair to judge the whole show based on this, but my God, this is fucking annoying. I did not see the whole show, and so I did not see this until I saw other people making fun of this. And at first I was like, be nice to the adaptation, guys. It's better than some shows on TV that look like it or whatever. And then you see this, and you're like, okay, yeah, no, they got a lot of things wrong.
Spike Spiegel!
No. No Spike Spiegel.
You Spike! Cowboy! Bounty hunter for hire!
And she's like a nostalgia critic character or something.
Batman big reward!
She's like a fucking Dogs Eating Dogs 6 character.
Have to find the butterfly man! Boo!
She's like dancing and everything, and it's like...
We have to find Bellagio!
And who told her to act this way? I don't understand.
Spooky bad things!
Spooky bad things. Yeah, this is just unbelievable. I mean, the whole scene... I mean, this is, yeah, what the fuck, this sucks. I like that the comment here, this show canonically ends with Spike dying of cringe. Perfect. Yeah, he has to put up with this girl, this Ed character. $10 from Oofies with 2 eyes. Claw, becoming a member got me a scam call from my credit union with an Indian guy on the phone, and I'm too anxious socially to kitboga my way out of it. That's cool, thanks. Smiley face. Well, I don't think that that's what gave you that, but that's fair. That's fair. And that might have just been a guy from an actual credit union, though. You might just be racist. I'm sorry to break it to you. You might just be racist. But yeah. So that's why people are upset, right? You know, that's why people generally react negatively, and I've seen so many people who are like, why would they even make this? The show already exists. And I remember, like, when Wheel of Time was first, when the adaptation, the TV show was first coming out, I've talked a lot about the Wheel of Time show and shit on this channel. I've talked about it. It's not a very good show. I guess it's a fine fantasy show. It's really not a good adaptation. There's elements of it that are. There's things that I like about it, and there's things independent of it as an adaptation of the books that I think are pretty good. Like, the music in that show is pretty nice. There's some nice background music and stuff. But a lot of the actual adaptation of the book, not great. Not the best. Not the best. And, you know, when that was coming out, like, I remember I saw a comment, I think it was on one of Daniel Green's videos, where he overhyped that show a little bit, but I think everybody was kind of everybody was coping a little bit and wanting to pretend it was better than it was. Which might be the case with the One Piece show. I don't think so, though. I think it is just legitimately a pretty good show. I'm aware of the stupid things that it does. I just don't think that they're even non-intentional. I think some of them are intentional and people don't recognize that, and they're like, this is cringe, this is dumb, and it's like, but this is fine though. This is One Piece being goofy, whatever. But like, yeah, you know, the Wheel of Time show, I remember when that was coming out, there was a guy who left a comment on one of the videos that I was watching about it, and it said something like, why would they make any changes from the books? This is stupid. Why would they make any changes? Just adapt the books exactly. That's what I'm paying for, or whatever. Something to that effect. And it's like, you just don't understand what an adaptation is. I mean, you just don't get that. And a lot of people don't get that. They really do think it's like they're just gonna try to make the thing from the thing and make it in live action, and that's just not the case, really. I mean, it's just it's a very different thing. You watch like the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings movies, and you get a very different vibe from those than you do from the books. Like the books, the ending, like thematically, it feels completely different. It's way darker the way it ends in the books. It's like miserable, and it's like a PTSD like nightmare that these characters can't awake from until they die. And then in the movie, it's like, there's some of that, but it's a lot less heavy than that. And like, the whole thing is like, it's a little bit more, whatever, fantasy, and a little bit more action-y and stuff, you know. There's like, but there's elements to it that, you know, make it stand apart. And in the same way, the One Piece show, I was saying before this came out, I was like, if the One Piece show is somehow successful at translating this fucking shit to live action, then that's going to be a feat on par with, like, the Lord of the Rings movies. And I don't think that they're as good as the Lord of the Rings movies, as adaptations or just as media. They're the One Piece show, the 8 episodes that we've seen so far, not as good as the Lord of the Rings movies. I think that's fair to say, but they are. They pulled it off. The tone is right, and they don't do anything wrong with any of none of the characters are like, hey, wait, this feels wrong. This is out of character for you. This feels, I mean, people have argued that Luffy is like slightly smarter, I guess, in the show. He seems like a tiny bit less of a complete moron with, like, I've heard it described as, instead of having two brain cells to rub together, he now has 3. Which I think is fair. You know, that's maybe fair. You can't really, a person can't be that dumb on screen without it being like you've hired somebody who is not well, you know. So I think that's fine. They get everything right that they need to get right, and so that's why we're gonna get into some reviews here that maybe disagree with that. Okay, this is the good one. This is the one I wanted to read. So I'm not a fan of the website Polygon. And Polygon has a review here that looks really exciting. And this is the thing I dislike about this. It says, you know, and you can see this here. This is the show. There's such a great scene when they reveal when they first sail on the Going Merry. I keep wanting to call it the Merry Go because that was the translation I was reading. But they first sail on the Going Merry, and it plays like an orchestral version of the da 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 da. And I mean, I haven't even watched the series for 20 years, and I was getting emotional with that. That was amazing. And it wasn't like just cheap fan service. It was only used like that one time, and it felt perfectly earned, and it was really well good use of it in the moment. But never mind any of that. This person decides Netflix's One Piece grinds down the greatest manga ever until it's just content. If you think that this is the greatest manga ever, then you have to have liked this show. I'm sorry. That's just stupid. That's just stupid. You're either like a weird gatekeeper or I don't know. It just gets everything right, and just to be like the greatest. Yeah, it is, and for you to be complaining about like the minor things that it gets wrong. Yeah, Don Krieg looks kind of dumb, and they changed some things. There is a moment that looks a little bit like a Power Rangers fight, but like whatever. This show is the whole fucking series is stupid and goofy. What do you want from it? But it's just content. Netflix does to Eiichiro Oda's beloved manga what it does to everything. Thanks, Joshua Rivera, because you've actually revealed to yourself to be kind of slightly horribly racist, a little bit. Because Netflix didn't do this to Eiichiro Oda's beloved manga. Netflix and Eiichiro Oda were both involved in this. And for you to be all like, oh, this company just came along and stole his thing, and like, oh, it's that thing. I forget what we were watching, but it was something that we were watching that made the point of, at one point we were watching something, or maybe it was just something I was watching. It was making the point of like, to act as if like the Japanese artist can't defend themselves from Netflix or something. Like, I think if he didn't want this to be made, it wouldn't have been made, and that's probably why it wasn't made for a long time, until, as he has said, that now they're able to depict things. And he's right. They are able to depict the Lord of the Coast, the giant fish monster that Shanks scares away in the beginning. And it looks great. There are things in the show that don't look quite as amazing, but for the most part, they were able to do everything that they needed to do, and it looked great. And so, like, yeah, when you read Oda saying, like, yeah, we waited for a while, I didn't want to do a live action thing, but now it's like you're able to do that with the CG that exists. And not even just CG, a lot of the show is practical effects. All the Fishman stuff is practical. And some of it looks a little dumb, but it's like fun dumb, you know? Like One Piece. That's the thing, is the stuff that's like stupid about it it fits. It's like, well, I expect One Piece to be fucking stupid. If it has like slightly schlocky costumes and shit, then it's fine. But this guy maybe doesn't get that. He doesn't understand. And maybe he didn't follow all the pre-release stuff that showed that they weren't even releasing this until Oda was okay with it. And that isn't even like when Cowboy Bebop came out and there was like some stuff about, oh yeah, the original creator is super down with Cowboy Bebop Netflix. He likes it. And then like later it came out that, oh yeah, I saw like the first scene and I wasn't into it, and then I just let them do what they wanted. That's like the actual thing that happened with that. The creator of Cowboy Bebop wasn't a fan. He was like, Oda was fully involved in this whole fucking process, and making everything look right and everything, and crafting it. And so for this to be all like, oh, they just did what they do to everything, like, I don't know though. That's just kind of like, it's like a little bit unintentional. It's probably not just like racism. I don't know. That's a little alarmist, but it's like an unintentional, like, I think the guy who made the biggest media franchise in the world probably has the wherewithal to not give it up to somebody who, to not just give it up to for nothing. Eiichiro Oda's One Piece might be one of the greatest comics ever made. It's certainly one of the most comics ever made. An over-the-top action comedy about Monkey D. Luffy, a boy with stretchy powers and a dream of finding the mythical treasure One Piece and becoming king of the pirates. You know, that actually is something. That is one thing I will complain about in this show. There's a couple things that I think that they didn't maybe do fully perfectly. One thing I'll say, the Gold Roger speech at the beginning, he does not say the term One Piece. Because I think what is in the original, it's like, I left it, wealth, fame, knowledge, whatever, I left it all in one piece. And that's where the term comes from. They, like, execute him before he says that, or he just doesn't choose to say that, and so there's not really any reason that we know of that it's called One Piece, that people are looking for the One Piece. That is one thing I'll give to detractors, the DSP detractors. It is a little weird that he doesn't say that. Yeah, he's searching for the One Piece and becoming king of the pirates. One Piece is equal part Looney Tunes and fantasy epic at an incomparable scale, with 1,090 chapters and counting, published across 106 volumes, telling a continuous story begun in 1997. accompanied by an equally long-running anime adaptation with 1,073 episodes under its belt, multiple animated feature films, video games, stage plays. One Piece's volume is matched only by its popularity as the top-selling manga of all time by a huge margin, and I think it's just like one of the biggest media franchises in the whole world. As a result, Netflix's live-action One Piece adaptation has a litany of expectations to address. There's the normal weight of immense fan anticipation as an American adaptation of a Japanese work, as the latest in a string of usually disappointing live-action takes on manga and anime, and most importantly, as Netflix's latest attempt to bring a beloved anime to live-action following the disappointment of Cowboy Bebop. And, you know, it's like, it is funny, you look at just this picture and it's like, what does this say? You know, you've got, you know, the thing is, the casting was pretty on point. People liked the casting for Bebop. People thought, you know, well, people thought that John Cho was a little old for Spike, but he looks great in the suit. He, like, stylistically, he plays the character pretty well. The dynamic between the three was pretty good. She was annoying. Faye was annoying. They gave her like a new outfit because her original outfit wasn't really realistic for you know what they were going for. One of the things with the One Piece show, a lot of the outfits, I think all of them are like based on actual outfits that the characters had, and like the color walks and stuff, and the various like cover illustrations where it's like them all chilling on a beach or something, and there's like animals with them, and they're like Luffy's in a Hawaiian shirt or whatever, and I think a lot of that is taken from this. Here, I think in Bebop they were mostly just all wearing the same like outfit or whatever. And there are moments in the One Piece show that feel a little bit like cosplay. I heard like the anime man talking about it. He was like, he's seen so many people cosplaying as Luffy at conventions that seeing this fellow Iñaki, I think is his name, playing Luffy, it seemed like a cosplayer. And there's moments of that, sure. There is the Mihawk scene where he does every scene with Mihawk, he kind of looks like a bit of a cosplayer. It's kind of hard to... He's such an outlandish anime design that it's a little difficult for him to not look like he's just cosplaying Mihawk, but it's a fun performance all the same, and there's some good stuff there. But yeah, there's like a bit of that, but like for the most part, I don't know. The other big thing is that they don't give enough characters who aren't main characters like colorful anime hair. They'll have like Nami has the orange hair, Zoro's moss head, but like there is a scene where it's Zoro and Quina in his backstory, like flashback stuff, when he was a kid, and Zoro has green hair, Quina has blue hair, and then everybody else in the scene, it has like dark hair. And I'm like, could you not have just like given one other kid hair dye so it doesn't seem like it's just specifically protagonist syndrome or whatever, like protagonist and supporting cast syndrome? I don't know. But yeah, that was another little complaint. It's not terribly common. There are enough scenes where there are like colorful people. I gotta say that, like, colorful haired people. I gotta say one of the big strengths of the adaptation, fucking Buggy the Clown is so good. The guy playing him, there are moments where he's just like, I don't remember, it was like, thanks shithead or something, just like great little moments with him. He's like almost bordering on the actor is almost bordering on Joker, but he pulls it back just a little from being full Joker. It's pretty good. And there's the effect where, I will say, they do cut down the part where he's just the head with the legs and the hands, or the head with the feet and the hands. They have that. They show that, and it looks terrible, and I love it. It's horrifying. It's great, but it only lasts for like until the next time you see him, and then there's other stuff that happens, and I think some of it is like changed stuff. But anyways, continuing with this article, if your first question about the live action One Piece is how it compares to the live action Bebop, the answer is that it's easily better, but also that's maybe an unfair comparison. Well, that's I'll say that. Yeah, I will say this outright: the live action One Piece is without any question the best live action anime adaptation of any like mainstream anime thing. Like, you can maybe point to, I don't know, like a Alita Battle Angel, or that's not even like anime necessarily, it's just manga adaptation, but like All You Need Is Kill is another one with Edge of Tomorrow. There are other ones. that are kind of like the stealth adaptations. A lot of the best movies of all time, it's funny, like Shawshank Redemption, people don't realize that's just based on a book. The Shining is based on a book. I think a lot of people know that, but they don't really think about that often. And I think Stephen King hates the Shining movie, like, because it deviates so hard from his book. And, oh god, I have to tell you guys about the worst maybe one of the worst adaptations ever, but also kind of an okay one, was the Stephen King Under the Dome TV show. And that's special to me because I remember watching that. I had no idea that there was a book called Under the Dome. I watched that show with my dad, and we started watching it, and it seemed like a pretty fun show. It was pretty cool. They made a reference to how similar the plot was to the Simpsons movie, and that was fun. And then I read the book, and the book deviates to the point where it's like laughable. I will just say there is a character in the TV show who is like depicted as like a dreamy romance, like boy toy fucking romantic chemistry, like will they won't they romance type of character, like young, like audience insert, oh, he's so dreamy. In the book, he's like a fucking crazy serial killer. Not even a serial killer, he's just like snapped and his brain is broken and he's like murdering people. It's great. The book is so much better. Under the Dome book, I recommend it. But also the TV show got me to read the book, so there is that to be said for it. But yeah, that's a funny one where it's so fucking far from what the original thing was. I couldn't believe how different, not even just like the events, the tone. There's a whole like Stephen King-esque thing, a thing I've later come to realize is kind of normal for him, where like the whole town is wiped out in like an explosion, and it depicts like a mother dropping her fucking baby and all of this horrible shit as like cars are running people over and just like awful chaos, people dying. And the TV show is just this like light fucking network TV action drama. It's ridiculous how different it is. You want to talk about like a bad adaptation? Like that is a bad fucking adaptation. Yeah, talking about like live action anime adaptations, like there are a lot of ones where people will go like, oh, well, you're forgetting about this, or this movie is just basically like, what is the one, what is it? Black Swan is basically just Perfect Blue, right? Or maybe a different movie by that director. I think it's like, yeah, and also Requiem for a Dream stole a scene from, I think, also Perfect Blue. Paprika was like kind of mostly stolen for Inception. And I don't want to say stolen necessarily. It's like it's not even like, those aren't maybe adaptations, but like, I don't know, in terms of like direct adaptation of like a Naruto live action movie, I don't see it getting better than the One Piece show. And that might stand to like how, how it can just not work and you just don't like it at all. But I think that they handled it really well. One of the best things about the One Piece show is realizing, like, you see, so, you know what they did with the show? They have like a bit of the mystery box shit that you see in like a J.J. Abrams thing. And that sounds really bad until you realize that all of these things that they set up with, like, the first episode has a scene with a guy from Baroque Works, which is not going to happen until probably at least season 2. And it's like, you realize, like, wow, but all of this actually does have payoff. There actually are answers for all of these things. These aren't just up in the air random fucking things. And it's so fun for people to know that people are going to be watching this, and they're actually, their intrigue and like they might not have read it. Their intrigue will pay off. And it'll be like, what is this? Oh, there is an answer, and that is leading to something, and it isn't just a bunch of bullshit coming out of nowhere. That was great, realizing halfway through as they were setting things up, just like, wow, yeah, they actually are gonna, like, this is, all of this stuff, if you don't know, people are so tired of TV shows like the fucking, or even movies too, like the Star Wars trilogy recently, where they just set up a bunch of shit with like Snoke or whatever. None of it means anything, and they don't actually have any themes in place or anything. All of this shit actually means something, and so when they actually change stuff and they move around reveals from later and things like that, it's actually interesting to imagine the implications of, okay, we know this is a universe where a lot of these questions are answered, and like, it's interesting to see what the repercussions of this or that would be. Another really good thing about the live action, I know I'm just gushing and we aren't even reading the review, but another really good thing about the live action is, and people have said it's like bloat or it's like filler, they spend a lot of time with Kobe and Helmeppo. And it's like, I'm so happy that they do that, because they're the best. They're just the best. They're just the best. And they're great in the fucking manga, too, and it's a shame that it takes them, like, 500 issues to come back in any meaningful way. They're in, like, cover stories and shit. No, they're in, like, every episode of Season 1. And it's great. And they have, like, arcs, and it's great. I love it. I love that they just spend more time, and it's like, it's not even filler. It's real shit. It's character arcs that those characters had in the fucking story, but they just happen off screen. So it's great to see it happen. Anyways, so it's better than the live-action Bebop, but that's maybe an unfair comparison. Tonally, One Piece is a far more straightforward work. Oh, excuse me? Excuse me? Wait, what? Okay, now I know you're full of shit. Fuck off. Tonally, One Piece is a far more straightforward work. Uh-huh. Yeah, a Monkey D. Luffy, quixotic journey to become king of the pirates, powers from the fruit. Unlike Cowboy Bebop, which had to juggle all manner of stylistic shifts and existential malaise present in its source material, One Piece really only has one goal: making Luffy's quest and the many friends and foes he meets along the way as interesting as possible. Wow, that's such a reductive statement. Oh my god. Wow, you don't actually care about Netflix, you don't care about One Piece at all. Holy shit. Wow. Okay, so for context, the chapters that I was just reading this morning that lead up to the time skip feature, no big spoilers here, but feature a group of people in the government basically committing genocide against the unclean, and a bunch of people's how they deal with that, and how one kid involved in this is an aristocratic kid who was born to be a noble person, and how fucking miserable he is being forced to be, like, away from his friends who have been deemed as unclean, and how he wants to be back with them, and how, like, and then surprise, the kid gets fucking murdered for crossing the powerful people, the powers that be. Like, yeah, no, there's no themes or anything. There's no real, we don't have to juggle any tones or anything in One Piece. No, not at all. No, they don't ever deal with any kind of serious issues at all in One Piece. That's never brought up. Not like that literally comes up at the end of Season 1. Not like the entire fucking Arlong Park storyline is, like, incredibly heavy shit that, what are you talking about, you fucking moron? At first, the show delights in the job. Showrunners Matt Owens and Stephen Maeda delight in an opening salvo of a premiere that does a remarkable job of bringing Oda's world to life. And I agree, introducing an uncanny world where just about everyone is a pirate or pirate adjacent, and each of them has a gimmick of some kind. For a while, it's a blast to meet all these people. The taciturn swordsman Roronoa Zoro, Makenyu, the intrepid thief Nami, clown-themed pirate Buggy, and so forth. Unfortunately, it all starts to fall apart once One Piece's writers and directors stop introducing us to their world and start living in it. Oh, you mean like the incredibly interesting music that played at Baratier? You mean like the cool Fishman hip-hop? You fuck. Structurally, the 8-episode first season of One Piece is about the slow formation of Luffy's crew. It's not even slow. It's paced beautifully. It is paced so beautifully. It is so incredible that just Season 1 is such a beautiful, like, 3-act structure. Where, like, the moment that I was like, oh yeah, this is the character's lowest point, and I'm like, yeah, this is the episode that it should be. It's like at the end of episode 6 or whatever. Like, I'm like, wow, yeah, the 3-act structure, baby. The pacing. I mean, there was a bit of pacing issues at the beginning. Like, there was the scene. I didn't very much like the scene, because I liked the scene a lot in the manga where all the stuff with Shanks and the pirate, like the bandit guy who shows up at the bar at the beginning. And I felt like it was paced too quickly, and the lines didn't have enough room to breathe and stuff like that. That was a big complaint just early on. And there was that. But the overall pacing of the fucking show, I mean, yes, they omit things. They don't go to, like, they don't visit, what's his name, the little, is it Gaimon? They don't visit Gaimon. They don't have that happen. You know, and they omit, like, I mean, spoilers, I guess, for the show. They omit, like, Django and all of the ship coming in element of Syrup Village is not there. But they also make really inspired choices, like combining Syrup Village stuff with Zoro's backstory. Really good stuff, because those are two of my favorite parts of East Blue, is the Syrup Village, and people don't like those. People are all Baratier and Arlong Park all the way, and I'm like, no. The first time I really felt emotional about One Piece was when it went through Zoro's backstory. And I was like, man, yeah, it's just interesting for something like this, you know, I don't know, just like, yeah, this poor girl that he had made a promise to, she just had an accident, and that just happens sometimes. And it's really fucking sad, and it was handled really well. And I'm choking up a little just thinking about it, man. I'm just a little bit. But, yeah, it was done really well in the show, too. And, I don't know, there's, like, some interesting changes that they do make that I'm all for. But, yeah, talking about this, and it sucks when it starts living in it. So, right, they're forming the crew. The pacing is good. The Straw Hat Pirates, as he travels the pirate-filled East Blue Ocean to make a name for himself and find the treasure of One Piece. As he stops at various colorful locations, a pirate carnival or an oceanic gourmet restaurant, Luffy makes a new friend and meets a new enemy, while flashbacks delve into the backstory of the nascent Straw Hat Pirates and what fuels their thirst for adventure. What holds it back isn't so much that it's a poor manga adaptation. In fact, in many ways, it's excellent, but rather that it's a Netflix show. All right, you're cooking. What does this mean? One Piece has a Netflix problem. Netflix is a notoriously opaque company. The amount of creative control or input it exercises on its TV shows and how evenly that input is distributed across its slate is something for which viewers and critics have long lacked hard data beyond the shows themselves. After a decade of Netflix original programming, a visual house style began to emerge. A washed-out color palette, dim artificial lighting, and a reliance on very plain shots, where the biggest flex a cinematographer will make is the occasional tracking shot and far too many Dutch angles. I thought that the show, you know, it could have been shot a little better at times. That's something maybe for the next season to improve upon, but it had a lot of interesting moments. Like, there is the part where Luffy does a gum bell, and he throws his head back and looks at the camera with his head upside down, stretched out like 20 feet, and then bonks into a guy's face and, like, sends him through a wall. The entire segment of... I don't remember if this is in the original, so I won't say exactly who, but it is a vast deviation of events that happen in this scene, so I will keep a little to myself. But there is a scene where a ship is launching cannonballs, is firing upon the Straw Hats, and Luffy, like, expands like a balloon to catch a cannonball and fire it back at the other ship, and then it breaks the other ship. And it's so dumb and fucking stupid. It's great. It's so great. I mean, it could have maybe been shot better or something, I guess. But there's just some stuff that it just does really well. And I mean, frankly, also the Netflix... The One Piece anime doesn't really have, like, super incredible shots composition or anything, you know, for an anime even. So I don't know necessarily if there's, you know, that's maybe a fair critique, though. It could do better. I don't think that the color palette is bad, though. They had a difficult job of bringing a fucking incredibly colorful Looney Tune cartoon to real life. And I think that they did a pretty good job. In fact, if anything, some of the hair color is a little too vivid. Nami and Zoro, their hair color is like a little bright, to the point where I'm like, I hope they tone it down just a little in the next season so it looks just slightly more natural. Because, like, yeah, it's not, I don't know, there's something about how neon colored it is that is, like, a little bit distracting. But similarly, Netflix dramas seem to hew to a house style in how they were plotted and paced. And thanks to the ongoing Writers Guild of America strike, we know that a lot of streaming TV's dramatic ills can be traced back to how streamers develop their shows. Strange pacing, disjointed narratives, and a lack of strong character writing are natural consequences. What are you talking about? None of those are problems in this show, because the whole fucking narrative is written already. Where writers are hired and then subsequently let go, excluded from the process of making the show. One Piece wasn't necessarily made this way, but it was made in this culture, and it certainly adheres to its conventions. It is also the show that has suffered the most under these conventions since perhaps The Sandman, another adaptation. Wait, you said that it wasn't necessarily made this way. So what do you mean? Oh, under the culture that exists around it, I guess, but it's not following those conventions. It was also the show that suffered the most since The Sandman, which I remember watching some of, and that seemed like another fairly good show, another show that the creator of Sandman was like pretty heavily involved in too. Neil Gaiman was talking about that shit all the time. Another adaptation of a beloved comic with an indelible visual style that got washed out by No, it didn't. It looked pretty good. What are they talking about? I mean, I guess, yeah, it could be like a black and white fucking noir film, but that's just kind of the way TV shows look now. I don't know, you want to blame it on Netflix, that's just what a live-action show looks like. I mean, yeah, I guess the cinematography could maybe be a little better. It's better than a lot of shit. It's better than a lot of shit I've seen. So I don't know, I suppose like anything, yeah, you know, anything could be improved with slightly more creative, you know, camera work and stuff, but they also worked really hard to make like in-camera effects throughout the whole thing with the Fishman and stuff. That was perhaps no small part, Bebop's demise as well. It's tragic, really. Every piece of, you know, hang on, I'm gonna change the, I gotta change the thing on Twitch here. Oh, no, don't click end stream. Oh god. I gotta change the thing here to, bad One Piece. Oh god, okay, please type in, live action takes. We'll change it to that. We're going over 5 hours now. This is only the first fucking review that I'm reading, too, so I hope you have fun with that. I'm gonna save that there. We might be doing gaming after this too. Thank you everybody, by the way, for watching. If you've been enjoying the ranting and stuff, I hope you've been having fun. I'm just changing the title there because we are going to continue going for a little bit doing this, and I want people to know that that's what they're in for, because I'm doing my thing, and soon enough we're going to have this, but for Wheel of Time season 2, so you better be ready for something that nobody cares about. Let me see. Didn't this strike happen after the show launched? Well, it happened after the show was done being written, at the very least. Writers Guild stuff. I will say also, I saw a while ago, like a year ago or something. Well, not that long ago, because I started reading it like earlier this year. So within this year, probably I saw an article, or not an article. I saw a leak of the pilot script for episode 1, Romance Dawn. And it was evidently a real leak. I don't know if it was like confirmed already, but it was real because they had already set up like years ago when this was like his first draft or something, Matt Owens. They already had the scene on Sixus Island with Zoro and Mr. Seven, which was, by the way, another really inspired choice. A scene that we knew happened that sets up an organization from later whose name you'll remember and you'll be like, I know what that is, and it'll make the audience feel smart. But, like, also we know that scene happened. We already know that Zoro killed the previous Mr. Seven, and, like, that was what led into the whole thing. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was so good. But anyways, another adaptation of a beloved comic with an indelible style. That was perhaps no small part of Bebop's demise as well. No. The Bebop show's greatest fucking strength was how good it looked most of the time. I mean, it had style out the ass. It didn't have any problem with style. It had a problem with, like, adhering to thematically what the series stood for and what was important to it, and not spending 40 minutes an episode on Vicious or whatever and his tiny penis. It's tragic, really. Every aspect of One Piece's production sings. Its sets are wonderfully designed, its costuming feels true to the manga, its fight choreography is extremely good at translating comic action to 3D, and its actors are fully committed. Enough praise cannot be heaped on Godoy's performance as Luffy, a casting decision so perfect it hurts. Yeah, he's great. I would say he's not even the best, though. I can't get over Usopp. I think his name's Jacob Gibson playing Usopp is fucking perfect. They don't give him the long nose. But God, he's so perfect. And Sanji, I never read Sanji as British before, but the voice that he has, just like, there was just a line that he gave at one point where he, like, made breakfast for everyone. And it was just like, he didn't need to. He was just being nice because Sanji's great. And he was just like, yeah, man, I just thought that everybody would enjoy. And I'm like, oh, he's so friendly. He's so nice. I want to be his friend. I want to hug him. And it might be a little gay because he's really hot also. But yeah, no, the whole cast is great. Again, Zoro, Makenyu is like maybe a little wooden. at times a little too wooden. I think some of his line delivery needed work, but then there's great moments with him too. And again, all the best action scenes are his. Like the fight with the fucking cat twins in Syrup Village. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Beautiful. Beautiful. And I love those two, by the way. They were great. They were great. They had such good the fucking cat twins. They were like just like sniping at each other the whole time. It was wonderful. But yeah, they're just heaping praise on like everything about the production. They're saying everything about it is great. Enough praise cannot be heaped on Godoy. He's exuberant in the role with the unbridled energy of a cartoon character come to life and a toothy grin that endears everyone he encounters. Yet all of it is undermined by that Netflix house style, muddying up those vibrant colors and staging those performances in the middle distance. I mean, there's a lot of close-ups and stuff. He was talking about like staging the performances. There's a decent amount of like shot variety and stuff like that. Maybe some of the composition could be better. There was a moment where they held way too long on the island where Sanji and Zeph are like stranded. They hold for like it must have been like 10-15 seconds on just this shot, and at the very end I realized like, oh, there's a tiny little Sanji moving along the like horizon. Maybe could have made him pop a little more visually in that shot or something like that. Like there's a few things you can say, but for the most part, I mean, I don't know, man. You can't make it look too goofy. You can't make it look too fucking silly. That would be another complaint. That they rode the line really hard, and I mean, I think this is maybe fair criticism. This isn't an entirely bad article to be fair. This is being fairly generous to it, but I don't know, the whole thing about One Piece's tone before shows me that he maybe doesn't understand the series all that well, but like, I don't know, there is definitely space for this thing to be criticized, because I want it to have a season 2 and a season 10 and get to like later stuff in the series, because it is really good and I want it to get better. And so yeah, maybe it could stand to be, if the common critique is that it's not goofy looking and like colorful enough, you know, frankly, all right, you know, fine, make it that way. I just can't believe people would actually want it to be even sillier looking. It already looks kind of like goofy at times with, again, like Nami's hair and everything. If that's part of the complaint, is that it's like muddied visuals, like, I don't know, that's just kind of like real life a little bit. I mean, I think it looks fine. I mean, look at this. It looks fine. You know, yeah, he's wearing like a shirt that isn't just like max redness on the fucking color wheel, but it looks fine. And like, you know, I don't know what the problem is necessarily. Again, if anything, the colors of these two's hair is like a little too bright to be believable as real, like, natural hair color. Maybe that, I don't know, that's like that, if anything, it's too bright at that point. Like, I don't really understand the complaint necessarily. Like a lot of Netflix shows, One Piece feels both too fast and too slow. That's a little bit fair, sure, a little bit. Willing to chew through gobs of plot as it hops from locale to locale and flashes back and forward through time, but rarely willing to spend much of its 50-minute plus episodes on simple character beats that show its cast just hanging out with each other. Oh, that's just not true. What are you talking about? There's so many scenes where it's like Nami and Zoro playing a drinking game, or fucking Usopp telling a stupid story, and you know, like, there's a lot of scenes like that. There's a whole bunch of scenes like that. In fact, if anything, they have too much time with scenes like fucking Kobe and Garp playing Go, or whatever. Like, they have a lot of scenes like that. What is it even talking about with that? Because of this, if the plot isn't taking the audience somewhere new or introducing them to a fun new face, One Piece absolutely grinds to a halt as machinations play out around the Straw Hat Pirates and we wait for them to inevitably solve the problem. What do you mean? Grinds to a halt? Machinations? Like, are you talking about, like, the Marine stuff? I don't know what he's trying to get at with that. It grinds to a halt? Like, I guess there's like some slow moments in like Syrup Village, maybe. But like they move the pacing along significantly. I mean, like, I remember first when I read Baratier, just like, it was like just a constant cycle of like, here's another guy with cool powers, and then he gets beaten by a different guy with cool power, and like they really consolidate that really easily down to like a couple of things that happen, and then Arlong shows up, and Arlong gets like extra time, which is cool. But like, yeah, I don't know what it's fucking talking about there at all. It gets a lot of time. One of the best strengths of the show is the cast like dynamics, the chemistry that they all have together. Like, all of them play off each other really well. So I don't know, like, where... I don't know how you would get... I mean, I guess just make the season longer. You could have given more time to them, but, like, for what they had... Like, for comparison, One Piece got 8 episodes. So did the first season of fucking Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time was adapting 1 book for that season. One Piece was adapting, like, 100 chapters of manga across multiple different, like, story arcs with different tones all the time. Like, this had a way harder fucking job than Wheel of Time did, for the most part. I mean, different stuff, too, because it's, like, adapting a series that's already visual to a visual medium as opposed to adapting a book. But, like, One Piece had no issue with the plot outside of, like, or the pace, outside of, like, a couple of scenes here and there. And the Wheel of Time show had so many fucking problems with the pacing. Just constant pacing problems. They cut out so much important shit that matters. For me to complain that the Netflix One Piece show just cuts out, like, maybe a little bit of the significance of the straw hat to Luffy. Like, it's like, it's still significant, but, like, specifically before, I don't know, it just feels like it's not, like, the scene with him giving Nami the hat is, like, maybe the one thing that is not done fully perfectly for me. Like, in terms of the plot and, like, the main story and, like, the writing. There's, like, some effect stuff that's maybe done not so well as well. Again, Don Krieg, for the short time that he shows up, because, again, changes happen. For the short time that Don Krieg shows up, he looks like a Power Rangers character. It is alarming how bad he actually looks. Maybe that's a joke, because he's dispatched so easily. I think it was probably a joke. It was honestly probably an intentional joke, now that I'm thinking about it, because he looks so dumb, the framing is so dumb, and he is dispatched really easily. Whereas in the manga, he has, like, a pretty extensive time. Again, there's spoilers abound here. The show differs a little bit, but it's mostly the same thing. But let's see here. It's not a One Piece problem, but it's a Netflix one. This thing that I have already said is not really a problem, but okay. I mean, again, like, it does feel a little too fast and too slow. At times, there are some pacing issues, but it's not such a huge problem that you need to write this, like, weird article about it. Turns it into content. It's a Netflix one. A show quickly feels stale if all of it is centered... If all it is concerned with is showering the viewer... Wow, I cannot read. Showing the viewer something new, as Netflix shows too often are. Television is built not on novelty, but familiarity. Familiarity, holy god. Manga battles, battling manga. It's probably worth noting that One Piece is freaking weird. To its credit, the Netflix series does not shy away from its manga origins, which means that its tone, storytelling tics, and tropes can feel wildly dissonant if you're not familiar with manga as a medium. I disagree. I was trying to go into it watching it as if I was somebody who didn't know anything, and I mean, yeah, there are certain elements, like, again, after the Nami hat thing, where Luffy, like, shouts to the sky, he's like, okay! And that's, like, a little dumb, and it will feel dissonant, but that's also the point. I mean, it's also different from other manga, even, in that way. That's just kind of the One Piece style, so yeah, it's just gonna feel that way a little bit. To the uninitiated, watching One Piece means dealing with the genre tropes of shonen manga, comics made primarily with young boys in mind, even if their appeal extends far beyond that narrow demographic. All of the hallmarks are there: an earnest approach to friendship, gonzo fights with colorful characters who have unexplained gimmicks, and a tendency for... Oh god, can I just point out again, the fucking cat twins from the Kuro situation in Syrup Village? They go from being, like, not in disguise, you know, at all, like, they're just, like, dressed as, like, butlers or whatever. And then the moment they come out on screen and the one dude is wearing a fucking cape, and it's so dumb! It's so good! I love it! Another thing, though, I want to point out, it mentions, like, it's designed for young boys primarily in mind. Fun thing about One Piece is that there's a lot of sexuality with Nami and Robin and other female characters, too. Females! But it's also really unashamedly, like, I don't know if you want to say feminist or whatever, but it doesn't shy away from treating those women like, you know, strong characters. The very opening, it's great that there are moments in the show that almost feel like girl boss, like Hollywood moments. But it's like, no, that was just in One Piece, and it's actually really good. This is like, oh yeah, Nami totally did fucking scam those guys out of that ship. She totally did. And she totally, you know, and there's a lot of stuff like that. There's a lot of moments where it's like, yeah, this just feels, this is a natural, like, show that has strong women or whatever, that doesn't feel like it needs to be, it doesn't feel like it needs to be pushing that down your throats or going out of its way. You know, sort of like Wheel of Time didn't need any of that, but then they sure added extra to the show, didn't they? They sure did. It's probably to the uninitiated, yeah. So weird, unexplained gimmicks and a tendency for characters to shout the name of their finishing moves like they're professional wrestlers and wrestling fans rolled up into one. As jarring as this may seem, once One Piece gets going, it's not hard to take its quirks in stride and see their appeal, especially once they're delivered with Godoy's conviction and earnest charm. And that's the frustrating thing about One Piece. It feels so fixable. There is real treasure to be found right here. A genuine celebration of Eiichiro Oda's work just under the surface of these 8 episodes. Maybe we'd see it if the show came from anywhere else. I don't know what the fuck it's talking about, though. If it came from anywhere else. Like, that's the end of the article. And I don't know, it has not convinced me. Maybe I don't watch enough Netflix shows. I have not watched, like, I watched the first 2 seasons of Stranger Things when they came out, and, like, I haven't seen any of that since. I didn't watch Wednesday or any of that shit, so, like, I don't know if this is just, like, standard, but I thought that the show looked, again, pretty good. It's what I expected it to pretty much look like for a live-action version of this shit. I knew they weren't gonna go so goofy, and it wasn't gonna be, like imagine if he had like a stupid fucking smile on his face like Luffy does most of the time. Well, actually he does. Actually, come to think of it, he does in fact have a smile on his face like that most of the time. So actually, never mind. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, actually, this article. So that's one not very good article. Let me see here. There's one from the Rolling Stone here. Netflix's One Piece is more bloated than any anime. Streamer adaptation of Eiichiro Oda's uber popular manga and the subsequent anime series features overlong episodes. Oh my god, chat members. Gonzo stuff, Pog stuff right here. Features overlong episodes and too much backstory. Yeah, it's a shame. It really is a shame that there's so much going on in this show. I mean, I guess you could say it's, like, crammed full of stuff. I don't think so. Too much backstory? Is it talking about, like, the flashbacks with, like, all the characters? Because that was fine. The only one that was maybe not great was, like, the flashback to Usopp, because the child actor wasn't very good. But, like, other than that, I mean, it was all fine, and there wasn't too much of it. Too much backstory, though. I don't know. What the fuck do you mean? So again, we're going back to Netflix, to Cowboy Bebop, a live-action adaptation of the beloved Japanese anime about spacefaring bounty hunters in the 22nd century. I found this new version lively and thrilling, but I admittedly had never seen the original. Yeah, again, if you hadn't seen Cowboy Bebop, you wouldn't necessarily know the problems that series has. And some of the things, it's arguable that they aren't even really problems in that way, because it's like, people seem to enjoy it who didn't know. I enjoyed what I saw of it, and I didn't know, a lot about what I was seeing. And there were elements that were new to the Cowboy Bebop show that were not bad, like the, what's her name? The lady who runs the jazz club or whatever. I think a lot of people have issues with certain elements of that whole situation, but I thought the actual vibe of, like, that area, some of the scenes, like, there was a certain style to it. There were some original things that it did that weren't entirely terrible. But, like, yeah, as an adaptation, it was not very good. For the most part, it seemed the most interested audience for it were fans of the anime, and they did not like any of the changes made. Unsurprisingly, Netflix did not order a second season. Now comes the streaming giant's second attempt at the same idea with One Piece, a live-action take of the long-running manga and anime series about Monkey D. Luffy. An unrelenting optimist convinced he is destined to become King of the Pirates, even though he's not entirely sure what such an title would entail. The producers of this new version have even said that they learned lessons from the failure of Cowboy Bebop, specifically that they would attempt fidelity to the work of One Piece creator Eiichiro Oda whenever possible. I've long believed that different forms of media have different demands, that material that works well in one does not automatically translate to another, and that adaptations that slavishly follow the source material can feel, even to novice viewers, like wax museum replicas rather than vital stories in their own right. And I agree with that. There was an example of a video I was watching. I was very hyped for the show, and I was watching some videos leading up to it that were talking about, like, you know, adaptation done right and stuff, and they were using, like, will One Piece be the one? Avatar, The Last Bender, the last Airbender movie was not very good. That's the classic really bad adaptation, is the Avatar movie. You know, a lot of, but then there's stuff that, there was an example that was used, I think it was called, like, Psyche K or something. It was this anime with this kid with, like, pink hair, and he's got these weird little antennas or something. And they made a live action of that was, like, very slavishly accurate to how the character looks in the anime. And it just looks like a cosplayer. It just did not look very good at all. And there's a lot of stuff that tries to do that. Any live action, any Japanese-made live action anime thing where they try to have a Japanese person with blonde hair who's supposed to be like the Full Metal Alchemist, basically, where it's supposed to be set in Europe, in, like, fantasy Germany or whatever, but it's like a bunch of Japanese people in cosplay, basically, and it's not, you know, not the best. You know, anytime you try to stick too closely to what you're doing, to what it's the origination, the original thing, you will fuck up with that. So sentiments like the one from the above Variety article tend to set off alarm bells for me. Which Variety article? Where? What? What are you talking about? Variety article? What? Are you linked? Oh, this one. Okay, sure. Yeah, they link to a Variety article with this. They learned lessons here. Can set off alarm bells for me, even though I was once again coming into this property with no advanced knowledge. Okay, so this guy knows nothing about One Piece. This is an interesting perspective. I am interested to know what people who know nothing about the series have to say, but also that definitely shines a little light on why he thinks there's too much backstory. Okay, go away though. Yeah. I knew nothing about the series. I was once again coming into it with no advanced knowledge, other than seeing images of Luffy and friends dominating the manga section of every bookstore and library I visited for years. We got a buggy over here. But here's the funny thing. I watched all 8 episodes of the Netflix show's first season, and I had a more mixed reaction to it than I did to Cowboy Bebop, greatly enjoying some parts while quickly growing impatient with others. So out of curiosity, I went back to watch the first 4 episodes of the anime. It is a comically small sample size from a show that has made over 1,000 episodes so far. Okay, so, oh, wait. They cover a lot of the same narrative as the first few live-action episodes. Okay, I guess they kind of do, sure. And after finishing those, I surprisingly came to 2 conclusions. Okay, what are his conclusions, chat? Out of curiosity, he went back to watch the first 4 episodes. So, for context, the Netflix, the One Piece anime should really not be watched by people. I mean, it's not even that it's bad, but, like, from what I understand, they stretch out that shit so much with filler, and they'll have an episode that'll have, like, 40% of stuff, and then just have, like, elongated character reactions and shit to make the shit happen longer, so it can go on for longer. And so they stretch that shit out. There's entire filler arcs and stuff. There's entire episodes of filler. I don't know if it's really valid to be going back to the anime, especially just the first 4 episodes. I could imagine he watched them in English too, probably with the dub. What are the conclusions? I mean, I guess too overly long and too much backstory we kind of already know, but like the live action Family Guy adaptation, it's gonna be great. Did anybody watch Big Mouth? It's nothing to do with the adaptation. I mean, I don't know. Big Mouth has nothing to do with anything, really. That's just an ugly animation. This new One Piece is, in most ways, incredibly faithful to the early stages of the anime, if not to the manga, which I haven't read, and the parts I like the least were the ones that deviated the most from the anime. Okay. Interesting. So it is incredibly faithful, and I guess they like the part that's faithful, but not the part that isn't. I don't know. I think the parts that deviated were fine. I mean, again, a lot of it is like, well, they change up how Nami is involved, and they change up, you know, like they show more of the stuff that happens with Zoro and Mr. Seven. They have more stuff with Kobe and all of that. I don't know that they really deviate that much even from like the first couple episodes. But he's talking about the full show. I mean, yeah, there is some stuff that happens like 4 episodes in. There's a reveal, which again is not revealed until like chapter 500 something. There is a reveal early in midway through season 1 of the Netflix show. Which I think is a little bit unfortunate for anybody who has been reading it but is not up to that point yet. They've kind of just spoiled everybody on that. It's like, I thought I could watch just the East Blue Saga, but I guess not. And it's like, now I gotta read the whole rest of it before the next season comes out, because if they spoil me, if the middle of Alabasta they just spoil me on like fucking, I don't know, Dressrosa or some shit where I'm not at yet, you know. I don't know, but yeah, this guy didn't like some of the deviations, which is interesting. I mean, as a fan of the series, I didn't have a problem with the deviations. It's supposed to be us. It's supposed to be the people that like the shit that have a problem with this stuff. I mean, they omitted some things. They didn't have the fucking octopus guy in Arlong Park, which is a real shame. We love him. They didn't have Django. You know, they didn't have Usopp's little friends, the Usopp kids or whatever. They didn't have them. There was a lot of stuff that, like, yeah, it was omitted, but I don't know. There wasn't too much. It wasn't too much that was, like, changed greatly. Nothing was... that's the thing. Nothing was changed. Things have been reorganized, and, like, the events of orders have... the order of events has changed, but, like, it's not like they've deviated from the source material in terms of, like, content. I know, adaptations should feel free to do their own thing is one of my more frequent holy wars. For a more expanded version, see my review of Netflix's take on The Sandman, but shows don't usually last for 1,000+ episodes unless their creative teams know what they're doing, so perhaps I shouldn't be shocked that there's a lot of good stuff for live-action showrunners Matt Owens and Stephen Maeda to import directly from Oda's work. Let's start there. As explained in brief opening narration by the great Ian McShane, this is a world of pirates! Luffy has long dreamed of becoming one, just like his idol and mentor Shanks, but seems hopelessly unqualified. When we meet him, all he has to his name is a tiny rowboat, so this is just explaining the plot. Did I mention that his body is made of rubber? Luffy can bend and stretch and deflect bullets. Buggy, Jeff Ward, a clown-themed pirate the crew encounters in the season's middle episodes. It's like the 2nd episode, dude. Has supernatural abilities of his own, and the climax of the season involves Luffy and... I guess it is middle episodes, actually. It's like episode 3, I think. Luffy and friends going up against an army of super strong fishmen led by the vicious Arlong. There's also... Man, the guy's last name is Belcher. That's a shame. There's also great sea monsters, snails that function as telephone... Used to call me on my snail phone, and other similarly bizarre flourishes that likely never would have been dreamed up if this started as a live-action story, but that work well enough once adapted. And yeah, I mean, like, even the reviews... This is funny, because even the reviews I'm seeing that are kind of negative, like, talking about it's bloated and whatever, it's more bloated than an anime... Well, I mean, first of all, this guy doesn't seem like he has much knowledge of anime, so I don't think he's qualified to say that this is more bloated than any anime. Like, any anime, this is more bloated than... The 8 episodes of this show are more bloated than Naruto, ladies and gentlemen, or Pokemon. How about that? So, yeah, but he mostly likes it. I mean, you know, a lot of this stuff. It's fun and energetic, but there's problems. The novelty fades. The episodes have no business being as long as they are. The debut is 64 minutes, and the others aren't substantially briefer. In some cases, they're combining the plot of 2 consecutive anime episodes, but the individual installments feel bloated nonetheless. But that's okay. Well, I don't agree. I mean, I just don't agree. If anything, they went by too quick. They should have had more time, frankly. I mean, again, like, talking about they're overly long. Bro, it's 100 issues of fucking shit. It's 100 chapters. Like, they have to be. That's just, what do you mean? You also said you don't like the parts that they cut things, or that they changed things. You say specifically, the parts I liked the least were the ones that deviated the most from the anime. Well, guess what? If they had seriously reduced the fucking pace, like, if they had made this, like, go by quicker, if they'd made the episodes shorter, that would have been pretty deviating from the fucking anime. They condensed it down to what it needed to be, basically. Let me see. Where is it? Quirky show, blah blah blah. Yeah. The episodes are too long. They're combined with 2 anime episodes. The bigger problem related to that is that Owens, Maeda, and the company use a lot of this bonus time to dig deeper into these characters and this world than seems justifiable based on the results in this season. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh yeah, this is where we get into this guy just not knowing what he's talking about, isn't it? Yeah, everybody just gets too much depth. That's the problem with the One Piece show. Every character is just a little too complex. Every character gets a backstory. Luffy especially. Yeah, how dare we get a backstory for the main character? That's a good point that you got there. Yeah, he should have just been a blank slate character with no personality. That's right. We should have changed that. The goal, it seems, is to make us care about the crew in the same way that Luffy instantly cares about them. But this grab for emotional resonance feels at odds with the rest of the material. Oh my god. Oh no! Oh no! Well, I mean, this was always gonna happen, right? People that just don't get it and they watch it and they're like, wait, why is it sad now? I don't get it! It was just being funny! Like, they just... Oh, what a shame. 2 out of 10, too much lore, that's right. Yeah, Hachi is important later. Somebody named Well Shit says, finally caught a stream. What did I miss? We're just clowning on some of the responses to the Netflix One Piece show. It turns out the show is quite good overall. And a lot of the complaints I'm seeing are largely invalid. I don't know, man. Maybe that's just my opinion, but I don't know. So this guy does not understand the concept of One Piece. So he doesn't understand, for one thing, the whole point of there's a point. Yes, all of the main cast has a tragic backstory and has, like, bad fucking shit that's happened to them. And have had people that have, like, denied them their dreams and all this stuff. And, you know, it's formed them into, like, kind of variously somewhat miserable people outside of, like, Luffy. You know, Zoro is, like, kind of a dick. Nami is really rough around the edges and, you know, has a lot of negative character traits early on, especially. I remember when I was reading it, I was like, are we supposed to like her? And we are, eventually, we do. But, like, Usopp, like, a lot of people hate Usopp because he is just the worst member of the team, and that's why I love him. He's great. A lot of people hate him, though, because he's, like, an idiot, and he doesn't bring much to the team. He is, like, kind of a fucking bumbling fool, and he just gets the whole team in trouble a lot of the time. So everybody has, like, a lot of flaws and a lot of tragedy in their backstory, yeah. And yeah, this guy doesn't seem to like the fact that the main character has a backstory. But the emotional resonance is at odds with the rest of the material, and in particular the characterization of the young adult Luffy. It's not fair to complain that Godoy's performance feels thin at best, since he's basically asked to only play 2 notes: cheerfully delusional self-aggrandizement and, on occasion, righteous indignation on behalf of his friends. And he plays both of those well. But Luffy is such a fundamentally broad and silly character in this telling that all these... Okay, but here's the thing, though. For somebody to... If anything, the complaint for him is that he plays the character too smart. It is very difficult for somebody to play somebody as stupid as Luffy. Like, Luffy is such a fucking moron, and he looks so gormless in every fucking panel he's in, that, like, the fact that they managed to get him to do that at all really speaks volumes to that actor and his talent. But also, I mean, there's a lot of subtle depth and nuance and stuff. Luffy is such a fundamentally broad, blah, blah, blah. All these attempts at nuance and poignancy seem utterly at odds with the material and the nature of the main character. Yeah, maybe there's something to be said for this simple guy who has a lot of fucking conflict going on around him, and in his own life he has a lot of shit that's not simple at all, but he is, like, fundamentally a very simple person. Maybe there's something interesting about that. The deeper we get into the season and the more we learned about each member of the crew, the more One Piece drags. Again, I've only seen the tiniest fraction of the anime and read none of the manga. I love that the guy's concept, by the way, was I'm gonna watch 4 episodes of the anime. In the time that it took him to watch 4 episodes of the fucking anime, he probably could have made it up to, like, shit, I don't know, Syrup Village. Like, it doesn't take a very long time to read a fucking issue of the manga, but okay. For all I know, the other versions eventually got more dramatic too. Yeah, they might have at some point. They may well have done that. If so, I assume they do it better and find ways to avoid the tonal whiplash that appears early and often here. I just, you know, again, yeah, this was gonna happen. There were gonna be people who just do not understand the concept of it. And, like, don't appreciate it either. That's the other thing. It's like he's viewing this as, like, it's a mistake. As if it's not the entire, like, part of the entire great thing about One Piece is the way that it juggles the tones of wacky, silly, fucking Looney Tunes bullshit with, like, war crimes and fucking torture and horrible tragedy and death and misery and depression and sadness. And then it's just back to funny, happy times. And it's like, it does that pretty often. Does that a lot better than Control-Alt-Delete does that, let me say that. You know, frankly, I gotta say, One Piece, a little bit better than Control-Alt-Delete. Oda, slightly better than Tim Buckley as an author, a little bit. Every time it leans toward profundity, it instead feels weighted down and working against its own interests. There are also individual moments and images that are clearly, even to my untrained eyes, meant to evoke their two-dimensional inspiration. Maybe ultimately that's all the audience needs, in the same way that the Disney's extremely literal live-action or CGI remakes of their hand-drawn 90s classics have earned so much money. But that's the difference, though. That's not a good comparison at all. Okay, here's the reason. One Piece is fucking hard for people to get into. It is very difficult to get people to want to read the series or watch it or whatever. It was difficult for people to make me want to read it or watch it. And eventually it was the fact that it reminds me a lot of, like, it's basically the Japanese Wheel of Time. Like, it's been going for fucking 20-something years, and it's just continually telling the same narrative, and it's got a lot of lore and, you know, shit like that. And it was like, oh yeah, no, I should really get into this. And so I did, and I loved it. It's really difficult. You can't tell somebody to just watch the anime, because the anime is, like, fucking slow-paced and bloated, and even if you watch the cleaned-up one-pace version that gets rid of all of the unnecessary shit and trims it down a lot, even if you watch that, it's really slow to watch the anime. Compared to reading it, and then reading it can be hard, because, like, you don't get the, you know, like, say you're reading, okay, so reading it, okay, are you gonna read, which fucking translation are you reading, for one thing? Are you gonna read it colorized? Are you gonna read, the halfway through the colorization you're reading, the translation is different, and now all the characters sound different and, like, act differently because of the translation. Like, you're also missing out if you read it in manga form, if you read it in, like, black and white. I was not super familiar with reading manga, so it was difficult for me to parse a lot of what the action was before I switched to the color, and that was a little easier. But even still, I prefer the, you know, moving visuals. I prefer that. So it's really difficult. It got to the point where the One Piece Odyssey game came out, and I was like, oh, maybe this'll finally get me into the series. Because, like, I was having trouble getting it, you know, reading it, and I wasn't going to watch 1,000 episodes of anime. And I was like, you know, Fist of the North Star Lost Paradise was a game that came out that was like a spin-off of the Yakuza games. But it was just it was like kind of a slightly new retelling of the Fist of the North Star story. Or at least like the Shin stuff. And, you know, that got me to like the series. That got me into it. And I was like, maybe the One Piece game will do that. It did not. It did not do that. It was very different and is not recommended in that way. But no, yeah, it's difficult to get into the series. Eventually, I like got through the hurdle of I don't really like reading manga. Frankly, it's not my preferred thing. And I realized that I really liked what I was reading, but like it was difficult to get past that. And so there's a vast difference in making a more accessible thing that still hits all the beats and makes you feel all the things that you're supposed to feel. as opposed to like an unnecessary remake of a movie that Disney made 20 years ago that looked better 20 years ago, and that was just like, I'm pretty sure the live action Lion King movie is longer than the original, and like Aladdin and all of that shit, they're probably longer than the original. So it's I don't know, what is the point of that? There's no point to that. The original movie is an hour and a half or whatever, and is better than the live action. One Piece, just East Blue, just even the first fucking saga that the season 1 of the Netflix show is adapting, is very difficult for people to get into that. And I can only imagine that there's a lot of people who will see this who might now read it because they're like, this is great. I like these characters. I want to know more about what's happening here. Like people got into Game of Thrones. They got into A Song of Ice and Fire, after Game of Thrones took off. That's what's going to happen with One Piece. The biggest fucking media thing in the world is only going to get bigger. And that's because the show was very good. And this person being like, oh, maybe it's the same thing as like the live action like Disney movies. No, there's no reason for those to exist. There's a very good reason why this would exist. Because this is going to get maybe your grandma into One Piece, and this is going to get a lot of people, maybe they're going to be able to talk with their friends who didn't care before about a show now that they watched, and they're like, wow, yeah, this is actually really great. Maybe something like this being good is going to be what it takes for people to stop like looking down on anime and shit, which is already like, it's more mainstream than it's ever been. But it's like, maybe this is what it takes, is like getting people to go, wait, this is based on a Japanese thing? What? And like, maybe that's what it takes. Maybe people will not take the plunge and just watch Cowboy Bebop. Maybe they do need to see like a fucking human actor playing Spike before they feel comfortable with that, because people just aren't comfortable with it sometimes. For me, it's not even comfort. It's just like, well, it is a little bit with like manga. Like, I don't know, I'm not that familiar with reading manga. It's difficult with black and white, especially to get through it. I'm a lot more comfortable now reading it. I'm getting through like a chapter every 5 minutes or something, you know. But like, yeah, no, I can definitely see that this is something that would get people into it. It's a faithful adaptation tonally and in terms of character and everything. And the things that are like not quite faithful or whatever, it's stuff that, again, it's like no adaptation is going to be 100%. Game of Thrones changed a bunch of shit from the books, and they did so because they had to, because that's just the way you do these things. Yeah, I would say, I said earlier, like, I thought that this show would be like the Lord of the Rings of live action anime. I'm like, this seems like, because before it came out, I'm like, if they get this right anyway, like, I didn't know it necessarily if it would, but I'm like, if they get this right, if this is what it says that it should be, if this is as good as it can be, this is going to be like the Lord of the Rings. I don't think it is. I think it is like the Game of Thrones. It's Game of Thrones to A Song of Ice and Fire. That's what this is to the One Piece manga. It omits a lot of things, and it could maybe look a little better at parts. Early season Game of Thrones, people like to talk about how great that show looked, but it's like, I don't know. Some of it looked a little bit hokey at times. Some of the stuff with dragons or whatever didn't look super great. And I would say this looks a little worse than that, but it also has a lot more going on in terms of that. I don't know. But that's the Rolling Stone article, and it is interesting to see somebody who doesn't care, who doesn't know about One Piece, and he doesn't know about, like, you know, the plot of it, and some of the takeaways that a person like that has. And it is interesting to see the things that a person like this does like about it, you know, like somebody who has no experience with the thing, and he's saying here, like, where was it? Yeah, talking about, like, I don't know. Oh yeah, the action is well choreographed. You know, Luffy, it was, I don't know where it does say it exactly, but it was saying, like, you know, that the person really likes the cast and everything, and that's all fair. You shouldn't be shocked that there's good stuff, but yeah, people that don't know too much about it, and they're like, all the characters have too much backstory, meh. Take a look here. Let me see. We got $5 from Evil Tomato Man. Ed acts like they're in a preschool show that teaches you about solids, liquids, and gases. Yes, the live action ad, I would say so. That's kind of accurate. $5 from Michael Morbius. The film Shin Kamen Rider on Amazon, which came out this year, is fantastic, and it's basically a perfect live action anime. I don't think that's an anime necessarily though, is it? Because Kamen Rider is isn't that just a tokusatsu series that's like dudes dressing up in costumes and shit. I think there have been Kamen Rider anime too, but I've been meaning to see that. That and Shin... Did that come out this year? Because Shin Ultraman, didn't that come out? Or, I don't know. Did both of them come out? I gotta see both of them then, damn. I wanted to see Shin Ultraman. I want to take a look at maybe some videos here. I saw one at least that was saying something about it. Was just called like One Piece Netflix is trash or something. And I'm hoping I don't get horribly spoiled while I do this. Let me see. Netflix One Piece. Oh yeah, this is cool. Oh right, I guess we do have to read. Hang on, hang on. We do have to read the IGN review. Okay. Because there is a thing here that says IGN says the One Piece live action has too much original source content and rates it a 6 out of 10. And yes, an entertaining adaptation hindered by a desire to recreate every major event in its source material. Well, what? Hindered by that? What? One Piece will go down as one of the best shonen anime ever created, yada yada yada. A new adaptation from Netflix. The first season of the streaming giants One Piece remake presents a condensed retelling of Oda's magnum opus, while the story still centers on young upstart named Monkey D. Luffy, blah blah blah, how he blah blah blah. They'll also recognize it would be impossible for all of East Blue to be trimmed down to fit into a Netflix show. Unfortunately, the adaptation doesn't fully commit, I'll zoom in a little here, to its restructuring. This is from IGN, by the way. This is rated like a point lower than the Cowboy Bebop show. I want you all to know that. I think that show got like a 7. This show got like a 6 or something. So that's cool. I think this also is rated lower than the Deathflix Net Note adaptation, with Light Turner, that movie, that cool movie. So that's super cool. Unfortunately, the adaptation doesn't fully commit to its restructuring. Instead, it floats somewhere in the middle, trying to tell an abridged story while also including as much fan service as possible. Well, it succeeds. A character's backstory might be shared via flashback, but the more intimate encounters needed to properly establish important facets of their adult selves are absent. I don't agree with that. Again, it's people saying that... I guess if you don't know anything about the characters, like if you haven't watched One Piece, you might not know... Maybe the characters are not shown to you that well. I think they are, though. I don't know. Like, from the beginning, Zoro is a no-nonsense tough guy who's, like, kind of quiet and stoic. Nami is, like, hot-headed and capable and, has a softer side and everything. They have a lot of time with all of them. I mean, even somebody like Sanji gets an extensive period of time dedicated to his own shit in his episode, and he's got, like, 3 or 4 episodes to work with toward the end. I don't know what the fuck. Again, maybe it's just me, like, I know them from the thing, so, like, I put that on them, but I don't know, man. That sounds wrong. It seems like they were all pretty defined characters, as adults and as kids. I mean, the flashback stuff is all, like, defining them as adults, too. An otherwise impactful line from previous versions of One Piece sounds deflated, its significance dulled by context that's either only hinted at or outright omitted. Well, there's like one part where I would say that that's true. I don't think that that's necessarily true for other stuff, though. I mean, I can't think of another thing that's like outright omitted or not really given the right weight. I mean, like, I don't know. There's like not much. There's not much. Maybe stuff with certain Luffy backstory elements that are different from the original. I'll just say that. Maybe they could have done more with that, but then that would have been like a spoiler, and that would have been stuff that comes later in the manga anyway, so I'm sure we'll see all of that, like Luffy and certain relatives of his. But okay. Right. I mean, I guess that's fair. I did say that there was like a slightly impactful part from Arlong Park where a character asks for help, and it's not quite as good in the live action, but everything around it is quite good though, so I didn't have a problem with. I mean, it's that one specific moment maybe is not quite as good as the manga, but I don't know, like a lot of the other stuff there was like, I don't know if you can say as good as the manga. It's like two different things really, but I felt what I felt in the original, you know, like I don't know what to tell you. But again, then I already have read the original, so maybe this person hasn't. Thanks to a quickened pace that emphasizes big, memorable moments over character development, most of the earnest interactions between the cast feel unearned. Oh, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. It's trying to say that, like, the moments where they're acting like friends and, you know... I guess it does happen a little quick. Maybe with Sanji it happens a little quick. I would say he's the one, he's the one character. Like, by the end of it, when they're all fully committed to being Straw Hats, he's the one where it's like, okay, well, you've been with them for, like, kind of a short time. But then he was also at Arlong with them, and, like, I don't know, Sanji's just a pretty special guy, you know, in that way, like, in terms of, like, helping people or whatever. Like, he's, you know, I don't know. They all felt fine. Again, it might feel differently if I hadn't already read it and I didn't already know what these characters were like, but I watched it from the perspective, trying to imagine it like if I didn't know any better. And again, there was a scene with a certain character who's related to another character who is discussing that character, and I felt that maybe that character was not emoting in the way that they needed to. I don't know, that was like an early thing, and then later on stuff happens with those two characters, and I'm like, okay, never mind, they knew what they were doing. I don't know, it's a weird argument to make here on IGN. Most of the earnest interactions feel unearned. This One Piece struggles to be its own thing because it keeps trying to be the anime. Excuse me? What is it supposed to be, a crime thriller set in fucking New York? That doesn't prevent the show from being entertaining. The first season does a solid job of establishing the unique characteristics of its world, the ever-shifting power dynamics of the various pirate and governmental factions, and the intrinsic harshness of a planet dominated by several large oceans. The action sequences are delightfully over the top, like a violent version of Peter Pan, in which characters are thrown through... Excuse me? What? Peter Pan? Okay. Are thrown through walls, bludgeoned to death, or cut in half. The visual effects used to showcase Luffy's elastic appendages, giant sea creatures, and other oddities are all visually appealing, except for Don Krieg. None of them compare to the practical effects, though. The show is worth watching for its amazing pirate ship sets alone. Yeah, and the Fishmen, bro! The Fishmen! This came across, who's your favorite Straw Hat? Usopp, thank you. The same can be said of the talented cat. I don't even want to see... Oh, it's Zoro. Zoro leads the pack. Wow. We're talking about this, just the adaptation? Really? Zoro? Really? Honestly, the worst actor in the cast? Really? Not Nami? Not Nami. Usopp is last. Damn. How about that? I mean, such is the plight of an Usopp fan. We're used to it. We're used to it. I can't even watch Daniel Green talk about One Piece because he pisses me off too much with his Usopp opinions. The same can be said of the talented cast who ground their characters, blah, blah, blah. I want to see what your complaints are. One Piece's standout is, yes, Emily Rudd as Nami. She's great. She is great. She is very good. It's easy to believe that Nami cares about those around her, even when her actions prove otherwise. Yeah, really realistic take on how angry she always is in the manga. She's just like kind of on edge all the time, and a bit of a honestly, she's a bit of a bitch. She's got a bit of a resting bitch personality, but like in a good way. And you know, she's always chastising people and chewing them out in the manga. So it's like, instead of having her teeth turn into little knives when she screams at Luffy, she's just like kind of a bitch all the time. And it's good, but she has more depth than that, so it's great. Here's the verdict. It strives to recreate the magic of its source material in live action, but this requires jettisoning some pieces of the plot. This creates an interesting variation in the long-running manga and anime that work in parts, and the Netflix series is at its best when it's charting its own path in response to the changes made by showrunner Matt Owens and the writing staff. Unfortunately, instead of committing fully to this retelling, One Piece constantly sails back into familiar waters and fan service. Oh god, this really is just complaining that it has too much from the... Like, what? Excuse me? I mean, they cut things out, and I'm sort of mad that they did. Like, they don't have Hachi in there. They don't have Hachi. They don't have Django. You know? They cut things out. They did. I don't know... For them to have cut out, like, what do you want? Like, Buggy not to be in there? You want them just not have Buggy? Just not have one of the best characters of the season? Is that what you're saying? Just don't have Buggy? That's what you're saying, isn't it? Just don't have Buggy? Maybe it's not Buggy. Maybe they want to cut out, what? Like, Syrup Village? Maybe they want to do, like, what fun fact, the first time I tried to really get into One Piece, the first time I really... You know, made an effort. I watched the movie, quote-unquote, episode of East Blue. Which I'm like, oh, this is just going to be a quick summary of the East Blue Saga, and then I can... Because everybody says it's bad, or it's, like, the worst part, and we'll just skip all that and get it to the good stuff, or whatever. Which is stupid, by the way. Don't think that. Don't ever think that. Read East Blue. It's fine. It's really good. But I watched episode of East Blue, and... or just watch the... I mean, watch the Netflix show if you really can't stand reading it. I mean, you really just can't stand it, and you want to get to, like... fucking, you know, Alabasta or whatever. You could probably stand to just watch the Netflix show, honestly. Yeah, no, fuck. I forgot what I was saying. This guy just wants this to be different. I mean, he wants this to not be the same thing. He wants it to have different stuff happen. Oh yeah, no, I was talking about an episode of East Blue, right. I started watching that. They cut out all of Syrup Village. They cut out all of Syrup Village and all of the Nami Orangetown arc. They cut all of that from episode of East Blue. They just go from fucking, like, Romance Dawn to straight to, like, Baratier. They, like, kind of heavily gloss over, like, Buggy and Nami and stuff, I think, a little bit. But they mostly cut out all of that. And so it's like, yeah, what do you want? I guess you could have just completely omitted... I mean, it's paced beautifully. It's 2 episodes per arc. It's 2 episodes per arc. And the first 6 episodes are all introducing new characters. It's great. And then the final 2 episodes is like the final arc. It's paced very well. I don't know what you would have cut out. Is this guy genuinely just asking that they have, like, replaced arcs with new things? He's like, oh, I don't want them to retread the manga. I wish they would have just replaced fucking Usopp's origin story with, like, something new, I guess. Is that the fucking point you're making? What a shitload of fuck. Wow. Wow, that's a terrible point. What an awful take. Okay. So, let me see. Let's see. Where was the one that said, like, Netflix One Piece sucks or something? It was just something really, like, stupid and inflammatory like that. Netflix One Piece fixes Cowboy Bebop fuck up is one thing here. Oh god, I cannot speak to you about how much I hate this right now. This fucking fuck over here, Jack the Bus on the bus, who says I fixed the One Piece live action, and his examples are I made the actor for Usopp have a stupid fucking nose, and I made Sanji have stupid fucking eyebrows. Yeah, they don't have the stupid nose and the stupid eyebrow. That's not gonna happen in live action. That just does not work. I'm sorry. We also don't see people who are 40 feet tall who are just regular crew members for, like, Alvida or whatever. That's just not the way humanity works, and I'm sorry. This fucking guy, like, I fixed the One Piece live act. Yeah, you really fixed it by making it look fucking stupid. Good job. Good job. You really fixed it. I hope you get hired. Fucking clown. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not finding the thing I'm looking for. We might do another stream like this if people are interested, where we just look at like videos, because we've read a few text reviews, and they've mostly been pretty good, but it's just been funny. Like, a lot of the complaints have just been like, either sort of valid, or just like, wow, you don't get this show, you don't get what they're going for, you just don't understand this, basically. And there's a lot of that going around. But I think we will probably call it there. We got $5 from Tivy2Vs. Saw that Lego 2K Drive is having a free weekend on the Cord. Trying it out. It's all right, worth a try. I don't really know what that is. Is it like a driving game? I guess. All right. I still got to play that Hot Wheels driving game, the recent one. I think there's a second one coming out, but there's like a first one that I didn't play. I have it installed somewhere on like my PS5 or something. So we've been going for quite a while, over 6 hours. Victor Martinez became a member 6 hours ago, so long ago. There's a track called Smokey by Soichi Terada that sounds like if it was made for Jet Set Radio. Same artist made music for the Ape Escape series. Interesting. Yeah, I will say there's a really good mashup of fucking Get Enough from Bomb Rush Cyberpunk with Life Will Change from Persona 5. I heard it this morning. I'll probably start a stream with it at some point. But I did just start a recent stream with Get Enough, so yeah, we don't need to do that again immediately. But thank you, Victor. $10 from Evan White. I read this one. I haven't been able to catch you live in a while, but staying up to date with the trash and the fan archive channel. Thank you for the Kush Cash. I appreciate it. £2 from Cammy Thigh. Bro doesn't need puberty when he has God. That's right, friends. $10 from Alpaca My Bags. In the name of the PlayStation, the Xbox, and the holy Nintendo. Amen. Yeah, after all the One Piece talk, I forgot that we did start with the Catholic Nintendo nerd, the Catholicest gamer ever heard. And he God, he was an interesting individual. I'm going to have to... I had to take down the last stream that we did. It was the fucking Fishy Buttvor guy. Necro Fishy Buttvor. And then we also did Wheel of Trash. And there was like a few reasons I had to take it down. There was like some kind of I guess my VPN IP got like flashed on screen, and I don't know, that's a little weird. While I was on the Channeling Eric site. But then there was also like, I said something kind of stupid about I said something I maybe shouldn't have said about a sponsor for the podcast, and it wasn't anything too crazy, but it was just like something maybe don't have that discussion matter so adjacent to the thing. And there was a few other things, and one of them was just like the two necrofishy people are supposedly kind of litigious. They're maybe pressing charges or something. I'm gonna probably edit down at least that part of the stream and fill it with a few more allegedlys, because there were a lot of allegedlys, but we need some more allegedlys just to cover all our bases. Meth Jesus became a member. Thank you very much. $10 from Tobias Whisperwind. What would be even more even badder is if a girl doesn't even let herself friend zone you. Wait, what? What? Okay. Yeah, that would be a shame. $2 from Kate. He's into courting, not dating. Yeah, I've got it. Not dating. It's not dating. It's I'm going to analyze you over the course of dates to see if you are the marriage for me. If you are the one God has called upon me to marry or something. $2 from John Smith. Soka his meat dry. Okay. $5 from Get That Griff. I've been Christian for basically my whole life, but people who think God will hand them a girl on a platter are weird. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too. I appreciate that perspective. The people here who are Christian or are Catholic or what have you. That's all fair. That's all vibing. That's all cool. It's all cool by me, at least. It's just that you have to recognize that there are... I don't know, there's just certain things that I see and I'm just immediately like, man... I don't know, this doesn't make a lot of sense. This just doesn't add up, Once you start talking about how a guy legitimately lived in a whale and that story is not just meant to be taken as like a theme or like a oh, just like a little spiritual thing that we keep in mind. No, that was an actual historical fact that Jonah lived in that whale, goddammit. Like, I just don't know if I can buy that, you know, like that kind of thing. I don't know. There's a lot of inconsistencies and stuff, but, you know, I would say there's certainly a foundation of things to be believed there, that are not entirely insane. And it's a shame that most of what you hear from... You know, that's the thing, because if people are cool and they're religious, they are not talking about their religion constantly and annoying you and, like, guilting you into being your religion or whatever. If people are cool about it, you're not even going to hear about it. The only time you're really going to hear about religion is when people are just being fucking awful and being annoying and, like, yeah. That's when you hear... That's when religion is... That's when that comes up, you know. £2 from Niall Scott. That Catholic married woman friend zone autism harem. Expert of autism, that's right. $5 from Frenchy French. I want to know this guy's definition of a date. Well, again, it's like courting. He wants to date someone and then get married after the one date. $2 from Kanik. Ah, yes, the famously heterosexual Greeks. Well, hopelessly heterosexual, just like him. $10 from Kate. Agape refers to the kind of love in which one wants the best for the other person. Also, as someone who grew up Catholic, I am getting weird flashbacks. Yeah, that's fair. The agape thing, it is interesting, because, I mean, I don't know that... The agape thing, as he describes it, was, like, people... You know, like, loving someone whether they hate you or not, whether unconditionally in that regard. And that, like, the first thing I thought was, oh, so if she blocks you and says she doesn't want you around anymore, you'll still love her. That's cool. That's good for you. I'm glad you still have that for yourself. But that's maybe, you know, it's probably a bit of an over-interpretation. Yeah. $2, $10 from, $2 from Jamble Squawk. Toggle's voice plus Christian's voice equals this clown. A little bit, yeah, a little bit. Definitely an interesting voice that we listened to for like 5 hours. $5 from Kate. Ironically, Paul the Apostle said it was better to not be married so that one is not distracted. This dude is sad. Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to... I don't know. If that's your thing, if you're like just... Yeah, like nobody's going to say... Like, that's another thing, too. If you're religious, like, what if you're just asexual? You're not even gay or anything. You just don't want to have the whole procreation thing happen. I guess you're just wrong again, which is a real shame. Let me see. $5 from my lady class. Did you know that there's a video on YouTube that's Morshu reading the entire Christian Bible without AI? It's sentence mixed. It's also over 3 days long. Wow. On one video? Oh, it has to be broken up into parts, right? I don't know. I tried to upload my fucking Nostalgia Critic movies, and that was like, the 20 hours was too long. 10 hours was too long, I think. Yeah. No, wait, it was 20. It was 20. Or was it 12? I think it was like over 12 you can't upload. Yeah, because I did like... Because Patrician TV had a 9-hour and an 11-hour upload for his Oblivion videos. Or was that Skyrim? That was Skyrim. He had an 11-hour... I think he just had an 11-hour Oblivion video. I don't know. But yeah, long-form content. I tried doing that. 3 days of Bible Morshu, though. Sentence mix, too, so it would sound really bad. That's great. $2 from King Mint Chip. Jesus says to hate gays. Summons Lucifer in TMS. Yeah. I mean, again, it's like the whole... Like, I get it if you're, you know, religious, obviously, but, like, when you're just so willing to ignore certain things that are like, don't take the Lord's name in vain. I'm sure he has said, oh God, at some point in his life, you know? Like, that is a thing that you're not supposed to do. And the interpretation, somebody in chat was like, don't love a man as you lay with a woman or something. Like, you know, sure. Maybe there is something there, fine. But that is not even that is not as direct as... like some shit that is, again, like, don't wear fucking cotton blends or whatever the fuck. And people will just completely ignore that, but they will make their entire identity based on like a misinterpretation of a line from a page on the Bible, you know. $5 from Autistic Wolf. I stopped being Catholic because I got tired of donating each week to the Pedophile Legal Defense Fund. Basic requirement of being Catholic for some reason. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot to say about, like, the Catholic Church and priests and everything. You know, somebody made the joke earlier and they were like, "My priest," like, it has to be a little bit annoying if you are Catholic that is, like, the number one thing. I mean, on the other hand, why do all your priests touch kids? I don't know. But, you know, that's like the number one thing that everybody always says, no matter what the argument is. It's like, oh, well, you know, priests do this and this. Like, yeah, I know. I mean, I guess that has to be kind of annoying for people who, you know, like certain Catholics would have to put up with that. I don't know. That's definitely something that is true, though. I mean, there's certainly some validity to it. $30 from Milksteak. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I hope that this stream was enjoyable. This one went very long. We're still going. I mean, I'm still reading, but like, yeah, just I hope that this was a fun one for people. $30. I appreciate that a lot, and yeah, I hope that this one was. I hope that it was worth your money, folks. Everybody who's donated, yours and you and all the other readers and all the other folks I'm reading here. I hope you had fun. This has been I had fun. I know that I had fun talking about the One Piece stuff and talking about the religious guy. I thought it was a pretty good time. Catcubus with $5. Do you think that this kid might be in the closet about his own sexuality and that's why he doesn't allow himself to have male friends? I mean, it's either that or he just does not value men. It's like a misandrist, like, I don't value men on the same level that he values women, that kind of thing. But then I don't even think it's that, because he does really seem to want to be with a woman, or maybe he just desperately wants to want that, you know? So maybe he is. I don't know. I can't speak to that, but I don't know. Like, I get being, like, into God and everything. I get it. But for somebody, I don't know, somebody who's like a grown adult who's doing the whole, no, Becky, we can't have sex. We have to get married in 4 years and then we'll have sex. It's like, I don't know, man. That's a little strange. If you're at that point, it's like, that's something else is going on. You're scared, or you are gay, or whatever it is, maybe you are just asexual or something and you're not interested in sex. Maybe that's also it. But the whole, like, that whole thing, I get it. Like, you want to be pure for God or whatever, but like, man, if you are two adults and you are like supposedly actually in love with each other and you are, you know, together, like, these two are like with each other too, like they're next to each other and there's just nothing. She cannot make you deviate from Jesus. Really? Like, I know it's like blasphemy, but like, come on, man. I don't know. It just feels like I feel like it would be difficult to not take that personally, you know? There's a reason why that lady probably left him, because like somebody said, yeah, maybe she just wants to fuck finally, and he just refuses. And it's like, how do you not take that personally? Like, what? Again, your magical sky man that you will never ever meet face to face is apparently worth so much more to you than the person that you're in a relationship with, that you can't like even be with them in that way. It's like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand. I'm not trying to be too dismissive when I say magical sky man. I say it as a, you know, with love. I mean, I disrespect everybody. It's fine. But I don't know, man. Yeah, it just feels like anyone who is in that scenario, and we don't even know if that's what it is, but just the whole like the whole thing of being super Catholic and trying to date or whatever. Like, maybe he is gay. Maybe a lot of people are secretly fucking gay, and this is just a whole sham. Just the whole framework of this shit is just a sham. 300 Baneblade, 300 ISK from Baneblade. After you die, you restart life as gay in New Game Plus. That's right. Yeah, it's life, but like on Dante Must Die mode. It's like on, what is it, Heaven or Hell mode, or I forget which one it is, where every enemy you and all the enemies die in one hit. So like, you know, that kind of thing. That's basically what, yeah. It's that's what being gay is like. It's the same rewards at the end of the day. You don't get any better experience bonuses or anything for playing on hard. You still just go to regular heaven. You don't get to go to like gay heaven, which, I mean, obviously is just the Barbie movie, but you don't get to go to the gay heaven. You just get to go to regular, ordinary, normal heaven, where you presumably, like, that's the other thing too. What's the post-game content for a gay Catholic who's like what this guy wants him to be his whole life, just hiding his religion, hiding his sexuality, you know, feeling it, I guess, but not embracing it in any way. That whole thing. Like, that's what he wants. That's what he wants people to do. And then what do you get out of that? When you are, hypothetically, you are in heaven, you have succeeded, you have now got your thing. Are you allowed to be gay in heaven? Clearly not, because if you were, God would allow it on earth. I guess the idea is you won't be gay anymore once you know, go to heaven. Like, you'll have suffered and you will finally be no longer unwell, or whatever, I guess. It's probably something like that, if I had to assume. Let me see. So $2 from Tivy2Vs. Wait, so they're made gay by God, but that's not okay? Exactly. But it's something to do with Satan. Satan has a bunch of power too, but not all... He's not more powerful than God, but apparently anything ever that is not permissible by the Bible is just Satan's fault. So I don't know. Kind of feels like he might be the stronger one at this point in time. If we're really going by that logic, it's like, I don't know. Lot of murder and death in the world, but then I guess that's in the Bible too. So, you know, God approves of a lot of that. $3 from Jordan, no message, but thank you. £5 from Freedom Crusher. Guy was staring her down like a dog does a hamburger. Yeah, he keeps his eyes on her a lot, and the videos with the X are very interesting to look at her body language for sure. Sticky Wiki became a member. Planes aren't real, Claw. They are a liberal lie, just like the clit. I know, but, you know, we still have to hear about them. Whatever the machines are in the firmament that they're setting off to sound like the planes. They certainly sound like planes. $2 from Just Larm. Chaste guys and chaste females. Yeah, I get it. The different types of chaste. That's good. That's good. $5 from Neon, son of Xenon. $5 says that this guy will make a response trying to preach to Claw. Well, I mean, you know, hey, again, I'm not coming at this from the angle of horribly disrespecting everything he believes in. It's just I don't really think that a lot of what he believes in, again, most of what his beliefs are based on, like, what he's been told to believe by the church fathers or whatever. I just, it's like he legitimately would be scared to actually do any real research. Remember, the guy we're talking about did not know the definition of the term LGBT until like a week before he made a video condemning the LGBT in one way or another. Not fully condemning them or whatever, but he was he had a lot of assumptions and opinions about the LGBT people, and he didn't even know what those letters meant. So he didn't even bother to look that up, let alone, like, he couldn't have even Googled that. And so, yeah, it's like, I don't know. He might make a response, but, like, the idea of him even, I don't know, engaging with this at all, it would be interesting. This doesn't seem like the type of person who would really want to, you know, engage in that sort of way. He does say he has debates, but they're all just him debating with himself or some other chat member or something. Let me see. $5 from Sticky Wiki. This dude just needs some B-hoys to play World at War with. Some boys. Yeah. Ahoy, boys. $5 from John Smith. The Ferengi call their women females as a derogatory term in DS9. Maybe he's Quark's brother. Yeah, I could see it. It's the ears, you know. $5 from Alric117. I'm starting to think he doesn't have any professional experience in any of this. Well, I don't know. He does definitely seem to be a professional when it comes to being friend-zoned and people not wanting to be around him and not showing any enthusiasm in the prospect of being with him. He seems to have a lot of experience with that. So, $2 from Victor Martinez. I bet this guy will end up on the sex offender list. I mean, he had to be taught not to hug. Yeah, $2 from Autistic Wolf. Claw Nugchamp at hugging course. Claw Smuggo. Yeah, a little claw sex weirdo right there too. Yeah. sax weirdo, little Rich Evans emote there, because yeah, what do you mean he had to take a hugging course? He was told off in high school that he wasn't hugging people correctly, and he had to take a course on hugging people. That's not one of the normal ones that people have to go through. $5 from Tivy2Vs. There was an old sect of Christianity called Adamites who were basically who you were describing, from what I know. Also, Medicare stream last night. I didn't watch it, but instead of watching that, I found the fucking Christian Gamer Man. But I will be seeing that at some point. I'm interested to see, because again, he apparently Medicare, I don't know what he said last night, but what I heard, he was like in remission or something, and his I guess his treatment requires some financial support, so I know people were probably throwing money his way and stuff, so that's cool. I am glad that he is still on the up and up. I hope that he continues to do some kind of streaming in the future. It's also, I mean, Chris Chan is out of jail. I think he said he was only coming back if World War III was declared or announced or whatever. So I don't know. I guess maybe those air shows outside are not just for show. Who's to say? Let's see. We got the Zero Escape spoilers here. Thank you, Oofis, for the 10. $5 from Ghost of Myrna. Why we can't just be women to him? It's always females, dudettes, or hug sluts, etc. Yeah, those fucking hug receivers. Females. I mean, he says women sometimes, but he does often say females. And then if you missed it, there was a part there where he was like, you know, people tell me I shouldn't say females. And I'm like, what do you have a problem with? He was just being all like, actually, that's just the same word for, oh yeah, he was like, you have a problem with synonyms? And it's like, you just don't understand the context of, yes, it's a synonym, but there's different contexts surrounding the different synonyms, you know. It's like saying, you know, bitch can also be technically a synonym in the same way, but, you know, not a very polite one. Not a very nice synonym for that. I mean, by the same metric, you could say asshole is just a synonym for like a guy or a dude. You could say that too, you know. But yeah, he said women once or twice. It is often females though, or dudettes. $5 from Emilio Silva. It's funny because if he wasn't this uber Christian, I would have unlawfully assumed he was transgender. No, that's, well, okay, being I don't know, desperately wanting to be in a different body and hating the body you were born in, that's fine. You're allowed to feel that way. You're just not allowed to act on it. That would be cringe. That would be against God. I guess, because God wants you to be suffering and horrifyingly miserable your entire life. That's what God wants. Let me see. $2 from Sunk today. Good to see my faith represented so well by trash. Well, I'm sorry, man. Don't worry, there's a lot of cringe atheists out there too. We've looked at Max Carson before. We've looked at a lot of people. Oofies became a member. Thank you very much once again.
Cock and ball torture.
Thank you very much. $2 from Sunk today. Forgive me, Dork, for I have sinned. It's okay. It's okay. We've all made our mistakes. How could this happen to me? I've made my mistakes. But you know, the important thing here is that you're not Sniper Wolf. You know, that's the real. Bro has a bag. That's the real victory here. $10 from Oofies with 2 eyes. Yes, Claw, becoming a member got me a scam call from my credit union with an Indian guy on the phone, right? I'm hoping that it wasn't just a fully legitimate credit union call and you know, you might just be being racist a little bit. Hopefully not, though. $5 from Evil Tomato Men. Yeah, it acts like they're in a preschool show that teaches you about solids, liquids, and gases. Yeah, very bad performance in the live action. I don't know. They did. I mean, that was the thing where they did try to go kind of slavishly to how it was, how they. I think it's she, but her name is Ed. But she is portrayed in the anime. They tried to go really close to how she like acts. And that just does not work. That would be like if they tried to translate like all of the chibi faces and like super deformed bullshit that like One Piece does to be cute or to be funny or whatever. If they tried to translate that to live action, yeah, that would have been the problem. That would have been when you know that the series has failed. $5 from oh yes, the Lego 2K drive. I guess I might have heard about that. I don't know. That sounds kind of vaguely familiar. 12 from Exiled Postman. Living in a way that is unnatural is a sin. Going against nature is a sin. Religion isn't in nature, so religion is unnatural. So religion is a sin. What do you think? Well, that's a good point. I mean, there is not really any... I don't know. There's not really... I don't know. Is there any precedent for animals following any sort of religion? It does appear to be just kind of a man-made thing. It's funny, though. Probably sometime soon, I'm going to be looking on stream at the alien Congress shit that happened. Like the Congress hearings about aliens, because there's some interesting stuff. I was talking to a friend of mine about that, and just like I was informed, like, wow, they really said that? Wow, I did not follow that. So I probably want to look at that. It's been a little bit since that happened. But there was some... And frankly, nobody's really talking about it. That was the subject of the conversation that led to that, was like, nobody's really talking about the alien shit. And like, aliens are just real now and confirmed, and there's like multiple types of aliens that have apparently interacted with humans before, and lots of like weird shit in that stream. That question thing with Congress. It was interesting. It was interesting. And the interesting part too is like the idea of, oh, well, if aliens are in contact with us, I mean, like, I guess this isn't religion so much, but I would be surprised if there aren't going to start being alien religions as we learn more about the invaders or whatever. But yeah, like, the interesting part was just the idea that there are probably a lot of things that supposedly the aliens that they've encountered have been like benevolent and nice, you know, aliens that haven't been like aggressive or hostile. And immediately my first thought is, wouldn't it be so funny if the human urge to kill things and destroy is just exclusively human? And, like, these nice, chill aliens come here and try to give us technology, and we just like, oh, you mean you're not attacking us? That means we can attack you. Fuck you. That would be hilarious if that happened. But then the other thing I thought was, like, yeah, all of the potential tech and shit that aliens could bring us, all of the potential, like, light speed travel, fucking cancer curing machines and shit like that. Why would we ever want that? I mean, we would want that, the people, but the people in charge would suppress that as much as possible. And it got me thinking about, like, yeah, no, the most realistic alien scenario is probably another story I'm going to write eventually. Do not steal it. Do not steal. All rights reserved by me. Argue with the wall. Argue with the wall. Argue with my hook hand, bitch. Story I'm going to write. Aliens are real. They're trying to interact with us. But the fucking human scumbag, like, or government is like, no. If we allow you guys to give us, like, light speed travel machines, then, you know, instantaneous teleportation machines, then where are the roads gonna get the funding that they need anymore? Where is the highway going to get the funding that it needs? I'm not going to get paid if we just cure everybody's AIDS with a simple touch of a button on your fancy little alien space machine. No. There's no, you know, the whole, there's no money in a cure. It's all in treatment, that kind of thing. It's actually very likely that that's what will happen, or is already happening. That there's just like some kind of like super cool technology that we could all just have. The aliens are probably super willing to give it to us. They're like chill, they're nice, they're like Seth Rogen aliens, like the one from Invincible, just like, bro, hey, have this thing. And we're just like, no, thank you. Apparently the aliens are really into nuclear weapons though, so that's cool. Nuclear weapons! $2 from Victor Martinez to close us out. Rip to Volition, Saints Row 2022 ended them. Bane and I are thinking about maybe finally playing Saints Row 2022. Because that game is now free on PS Plus. I tried playing it on my PC before, and I could not stream it and play it at the same time, which is a shame, because it is not a very difficult game to stream or to run. So like that means I also can't stream Assassin's Core 6. So that's a shame. But yeah, I was we were thinking about maybe playing that. I know that they had like a weird update or something recently, some kind of update thing. I don't know what exactly it was. There was like a new trailer or something. But yeah, Volition is dead. The studio that made it is dead. Frankly, they deserve it. Nobody deserves to be out on the street. But, I mean, as a company, they, I mean, they didn't deserve it before all this. You know, rest in peace now. It's like you're on a steady downward trajectory for years. Like, eventually something's got to give. Yeah, they got shit canned. It's really sad when a company that's like, you know, I don't know, Pandemic Games or something, would, you know, get shut down randomly out of nowhere. Because, like, you know, EA bought them, and it's like, this company just made some really cool games. Why are they getting shut down? Why are they getting amalgamated into the Call of Duty mines or whatever? Like how there's never going to be a Crash 5, and there's never going to be a, well, maybe not never, but not anytime soon is there going to be a Crash 5. There's not anytime soon going to be a Tony Hawk 3 and 4 Pro Skater HD thing, because the developers for both of them apparently are now just making Call of Duty games or some shit for the rest of their existence. You know, that's always tragic. But something like Volition, it's kind of like a BioWare situation of like, yeah, man, you've been doing nothing but like mediocre to shit games for like a while. I don't know. I mean, BioWare's even worse, where they've got like more shit games in their track record now than good ones. But man, the good ones are pretty good though. I guess also finally, 378 Exile Pulseman, do you want to have a writing contest sometime? That could be fun. That could be fun. I don't know what exactly it would be. It would probably have to be some kind of a theme, or maybe multiple steps to a contest, something like that. I could read out people's submissions and stuff. I wouldn't want it to be, I would want it to be original stuff. Like, you know, the story that I wrote recently, I'll probably read it on stream sometime soon when I haven't been talking for 7 hours. I want to put it up on the Patreon, and I'm also going to read it out on here. But the story that I wrote recently is like an original take on a Chris Chan-esque character. And I'd like to see more people do stuff like that. Like, write a story, you know, yeah, I don't know, this isn't a writing challenge to anybody, but like, yeah, it's just the idea, maybe if I did have that kind of thing. It's a cool idea, I like that. Like, write a story about something that is adjacent to shit we discuss on this channel, but is not about directly, like, Pamper Chew or something. You make your own character. You make your own, like, lore that their life follows, you know? That's, like, a little different. Maybe it takes a little from another person or something. And then it's just, like, a little snapshot of their life, like a little short story or something. I don't know. That would be pretty fun. That's kind of what I'm doing. The next one that I'm thinking of writing is going to maybe be, like, a gang stalking victim. Somebody who thinks that they're being watched 24/7 and, you know, why they might think that and things like that. You know, maybe get into the psyche of that a little bit. I'm talking like I'm a real writer. People haven't even seen the short story, but you will. You will. The Pixie Sparkle Dilemma. It will be available sometime soon. It's been ready for a while. I don't know, I'm lazy. I'm too lazy to post it. But, oh, and $2 from Blake Star. Drunk writing stream when? I don't know about a drunk writing stream. Drunk music stream, potentially. I could see that. Maybe songwriting, sure. I don't know about drunk writing. I don't know that I would want to... I could maybe write stuff on stream. I do have fun when I write something stupid, like, you know, if I'm just, like, writing a joke description on a thing or something. It's, like... It's kind of fun. That could be enjoyable. You know... Yeah, maybe. I don't know, something like that. Maybe a writing challenge could even just be like, you guys help me, like, come up with a thing for this paragraph or something like that. There's ways you could take it. But thank you, everybody. This has been going on way too long spent with the Christian God Gamer and the Netflix One Piece stuff. Again, go check out the Netflix One Piece show. It is not perfect, but it is far and away the best live-action anime adaptation of a mainstream thing anyway, something that isn't just like, you know, something that people learn way later. Oh, that was based on an anime? Like, something that is like One Piece. It's quite good. And I feel like it's going to be very difficult for something else to top it in that way, like a Naruto show. I don't even know what the fuck you do with a Naruto live action. Like, what do you just... that's one where it's like, yeah, don't adapt it. Just completely change the story, because fucking who cares? Just make it, like, They leave the Leaf Village and they gotta go help Sasuke, and then other shit happens and it's better. You know what? Just make it better. That's the thing. You don't want to make it. It's so dangerous for them to have made One Piece because it's already so good. Naruto fucking sucks, dude. Just make that live action. Why has that not been tried yet? There's so many anime that fucking suck that you could just, like, improve a little bit if you wanted to. But, anyways. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I hope you had fun. We'll be live again sometime soon. Maybe tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. Sometime soon I want to do police body cam footage, but like funny ones, you know, not horrible, miserable ones. Not live leak, but just like people getting arrested for being super drunk and trying to hit on the cop and get out of it or something like that. Stuff like that. So sometime soon with that. I also want to look at, God, there was another thing. There was another idea that I fucking had. Let me take a look at my list of ideas. I had a really good idea. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's on my list. It's on my list. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Where the... Yeah, Alien Congress. I also want to look at PragerU sometime soon. Specifically those kids videos that they make that preach to children. If we want to continue the train of, you know, funny religious content that makes Chad upset. That would be kind of fun. PragerU. If you've never seen the videos where they like dismiss Columbus Day as not being, yeah, Christopher Columbus was great. He didn't do anything too wrong. Yeah, everybody was doing slavery back then. It's fine. You know, a lot of things like that. They have kind of an interesting channel, especially the kids side of things. Yeah, again, thank you everybody for stopping by. This has been fun. We're going to be getting to more streams soon. Many games, many Mondays. They fucking replaced... I still can't get over they replaced Mike Matei with, like, a guy who looks like he belongs in porn. That, like, neighbor John guy. Probably a nice guy, not making any judgments, but, like, man, I miss Mike Matei. He actually did belong in porn. You ever seen his cock? Anyways, thanks for watching the stream, everybody. Take it easy. Penis. Have a good one.